Hello and welcome. I'm Catalina Marchand d'Abreu and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. President Trump says the Iranian leaders have called to negotiate after hundreds of protesters are killed and an internet shutdown continues. Federal prosecutors open a criminal investigation into the Fed Reserve chair as his long-running dispute with the U.S. president escalates. And the award glory continues for Timothée Chalamet, beating Leonardo DiCaprio and George Clooney for Best Actor at the Golden Globes. President Trump says the Iranian leaders have contacted the United States to negotiate, and he might consider military action. As the ongoing unrest continues, the U.S.-based human rights activist news agency says it has verified the deaths of nearly 500 protesters since December. Meanwhile, an imposed internet shutdown is still in place. Speaking on Sunday night, Trump said the Iranians want a meeting, but the U.S. may have to act before that. Take a listen.
There seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent. If you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it. And we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. But I don't think they're trying to play. I think they just want peace. They want to have freedom. The protesters are after freedom. Iran has not allowed freedom for a long time. And the protesters, I don't think they're trying to appease me. They're trying to get somebody to help them. They're under siege, and now it looks like they're being shot, which is a very bad thing.
Let's discuss this further with Scott Lucas, professor of international politics at the Clinton Institute, University College Dublin, who joins us now. Welcome to the show, Professor Lucas.
Thank you so much for having me here.
Professor, what is really happening in Iran? The Iranian foreign minister claims that the unrest is under total control, a narrative also being pushed by state media. So what's the truth here?
Well, on the 16th day of the protests, which are in every Iranian province, the Iranian regime is trying to use today to get the initiative back and say, no, everything is fine here. Having spent days not even acknowledging the protest took place, all of a sudden over the weekend, they started saying, okay, these are U.S. and Israel directed. We're going to have to crack down on them. This is terrorism. And then what they've done today is that they've called out their supporters in Iranian cities. And we have seen large marches in Tehran and elsewhere because some people do support the regime. And they're trying to point to that and say, look, all decent Iranians really want us. They support us. And the only people who are protesting against us are either being manipulated by or they are working with the U.S. and Israel. Now, we don't know how successful those tactics are yet. We don't know how successful in part because the regime continues to shut down the internet. So we don't get reliable news out of Iran. And of course, we don't know how successful they are yet, because even if the regime was trying to regain control, this could take some time given the extent of the protest.
And Professor Lucas, President Trump just recently said that he could launch a military blitz on Iran as soon as tomorrow, suggesting that the U.S. might act before any negotiations take place. So what are the risks of moving towards a military confrontation without first exhausting the diplomacy card?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. First of all, I wish the media would not hang on every word that Donald Trump says, because Trump is unpredictable. He's chaotic. He doesn't actually know much of what's happening in Iran. So on the one hand, he says, oh, okay, we'll take military action against the regime. And then he says a few hours later, oh, we'll negotiate with them. We'll talk to them. What's more important is to make this very, very clear, that if the U.S. was to use military action in attacking the regime, it would undermine the protest. That's because the regime uses the pretext that those people who are genuinely demonstrating for economic, social, and political rights, they're just puppets of the U.S. U.S. military action gives them the space to push that narrative. Now, there are steps that could be taken by the U.S., and there are some officials that are considering this, not Trump, which is operations to open up communications, both within Iran and between Iran and the world. The United States could take positive action along with other countries by calling for the release of political prisoners, some of whom have been held for years in Iran. So there are pragmatic steps that could be taken, but threatening military action merely gives the image that, as past U.S. administrations have done, they are trying to dominate Iran rather than supporting the Iranian people.
And let's get outside of Iran for a minute here. What are some of the constructive steps that governments can take to support people in Iran calling peacefully for more political, economic, and social freedom? And is there still a diplomatic path that avoids further bloodshed in the country?
I think in terms of steps that could be taken, that you could see countries around the world, whether it be in the Gulf, whether it be in Europe, whether it be elsewhere, who could make clear that the right to peaceful protest should be upheld and that attacks on protesters, if they're protesting peacefully, is not warranted. That line should be drawn with the Iranian regime. If the regime did attack protesters, then you would be talking about sanctions and punishment of officials who are to be found involved with that. But I also think, as I mentioned a bit earlier, that anything that can be done to open up communications. We know that Iranians, for example, are using Starlink to get some information to the outside world. Any measures that could break almost that wall that Iran has put around the country and cutting off the internet, that would be welcome as well. I also think that, again, as I mentioned earlier, the call by all governments, not just the U.S., for the release of political prisoners, including Mir Hossein Mousavi, the man who may have won the 2009 election, but who has been under house arrest for almost 15 years, that should be done. Now, will this change what happens in Iran? No, fundamentally, that's going to happen in terms of what happens in the ground on Iran. Is there a chance for dialogue in Iran? That's the huge question. In other words, will the Iranian regime, and by that I also include the government, will they follow up on what the president has genuinely expressed earlier in these protests, which is a dialogue with all groups who are demonstrating, whether it's business, whether it's the Bazaris, whether it's students, whether it's labor unions, whether it's just activists, or will the Iranian regime insist on a bloody crackdown? That I can't answer for you right now. I hope for the first, but I fear the latter.
Another question that we have here is there going to be a regime change with these ongoing protests? And if the regime were to fall, what could replace it with no clear successor to Ayatollah Khamenei and chance for the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi? How realistic is a return to monarchy in this country?
I think it's too early to tell what happens to the regime or what would succeed it. I think, for example, that the regime is not just the supreme leader. It's the military institutions. It is the government. It's the judicial institutions. It would take a lot to topple all of that, especially given the strength of the Iranian security forces, and especially since the opposition, while being very well-intentioned, while being very well-organic, doesn't really have a leadership structure at this point. I think simply making the call that Reza Pahlavi could come back to the country, replacing his father as a leader, I wouldn't want to call for that. I don't think you know that there's strength of support across Iranian society for that to take place. So I think at this point, what we actually have to acknowledge is that Iranians first and foremost want to see reforms. They want to see political rights. They want to see legal rights. They want to see social rights. And until they get those rights, and perhaps because they are not getting those rights, this regime is losing legitimacy. So it may not change in the near future, but it may slowly be eroding where we have a transition in Iran to a different type of government and hopefully a more open and respectful society.
Professor Scott Lucas there for us. Thank you for joining us and thank you for your perspective. For more on this, I'm joined by British Iranian activist Elika Ashuri. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Elika, watching events unfold from London, how are you processing what's happening in Iran right now?
Well, Catalina, I think I can speak for most Iranians in the diaspora when I say we are feeling a mix of grief, anger, and anxiety watching this, from the safety of having freedom and internet access, while our families and the people in Iran are being killed and silenced in what is now the fourth day of a total internet blackout. And it's created a very clear sense of moral responsibility on our parts as well.
And you've personally lived through the regime oppression. Your father, Anousheh Ashuri, was also imprisoned in Iran and released 3.5 years later. Why don't you tell us a bit more about this personal experience that you've had with the regime and your father being incarcerated?
This is a very good example of why this regime cannot go on as it has in the last 40 years. They have continued this very familiar and disturbing pattern of acting with impunity, when people have risen and protested against all the barbaric things that are going on in Iran. They've used kidnappings, hostage situations, live ammunition, arrests, death sentences, and all killing and injuring innocent people. And, I was a victim of one of their barbarities, of course, in my family, but it's nothing compared to what the people inside Iran are going through, not to mention what's happening, to the women, because as you remember, these protests started in 2022, were a women-led revolution. And a lot of the women that risked their lives taking to the streets and calling for the end of this regime, they were detained and arrested. And when women get arrested in Iran, you don't hear from their whereabouts. When mononational women get arrested, their whereabouts are unknown. There were reports of assaults. So it's a very scary prospect. And it just shows how this regime is really teetering towards the end, because people have clearly delivered the message that they've had enough of this regime.
Enough of this regime, possibly also from the violence. I think we've all seen the images out there of the body bags. The US-based human rights activist news agency said it verified the deaths of nearly 500 protesters. So from what you're hearing, Elika, what tactics are Iranian security forces using against protesters?
Yeah, when, Catalina, we hear 500, we must know that these are confirmed numbers, but the actual numbers could be a lot higher. And I'm told from sources that they're in their thousands, and that the regime forces are targeting weaponless civilians with snipers and deadly weapons. And this is a very familiar pattern for the Islamic Republic to create this nationwide shutdown and to isolate people and to prevent the evidence of these atrocities leaving the country. This allows violence to escalate. The blackouts make it easier for the Islamic regime to exploit the situation and then to assess the situation worldwide and see where there are frictions and to see where there are disparities, and exploit it through online bots, through coordinated disinformation. And this has happened again and again. And this is a tactic that they've gotten away with so many times before.
Yes, Elika, and the Iranian crown prince now has also become a prominent figure during these protests. Some demonstrators are chanting for his return, while others say he's been disconnected from Iran for decades. So what is your view on the possible return, temporary or otherwise, of Reza Pahlavi?
I think it's important to take a step back here and to look at it through a very nuanced window, and to really look at the definition and nature of democracy. And that is the existence of multiple viewpoints where a majority of a country decides through a free and democratic process who their leader should be. And the problem at the moment is that we simply do not have that number because the people of Iran haven't got the voice to tell the world what they want as a majority. So when we hear claims from the diaspora or from around the world what the majority of people want, we have to take this as, speculation, because what we here in the West say people of Iran want is centering our beliefs and the movements we believe in and placing it into a movement of a people inside Iran who are risking everything to change the regime. And the one thing that we all have in common is that desire to get rid of this regime and to create channels where we can democratically, as a nation, decide what government we want going forward. So that's all I can say about that at the moment.
Ellie Cohanim, thank you so much for joining us and for your analysis on our top story.
Thank you.
Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell could face a criminal investigation from the U.S. Justice Department over a Senate committee testimony. It's the latest escalation in tensions between Powell and President Trump, who have previously come to blows over interest rates. The Fed chair has called the probe unprecedented action. Take a listen.
I have deep respect for the rule of law and for accountability in our democracy. No one, certainly not the chair of the Federal Reserve, is above the law. But this unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure. I have served at the Federal Reserve under 4 administrations, Republicans and Democrats alike. In every case, I have carried out my duties without political fear or favor, focused solely on our mandate of price stability and maximum employment. Public service sometimes requires standing firm in the face of threats. I will continue to do the job the Senate confirmed me to do, with integrity and a commitment to serving the American people.
So let's get the thoughts of economist Laurie Laird. Laurie, thank you for joining us.
Carolina.
Laurie, President Trump and Jerome Powell have clashed for some time now. Can you explain the relationship and why tensions have escalated to this point?
Well, this is they've been clashing, and that Donald Trump for the past, years now, but particularly in the first year of his second term, has been on Jerome Powell for not reducing interest rates more quickly. Donald Trump, it's sort of a paradoxical argument that Donald Trump makes, because how many times have you heard him say, we're the hottest economy in the world. We were a dead economy a year ago. Now we're the hottest economy in the world. Typically, hot economies do not need lower interest rates. A hot economy tends to need higher interest rates. So the argument that the U.S. economy needs juicing, there doesn't seem to be data behind that. Donald Trump would like to see lower interest rates to spur housing activity. He'd like the interest rate on the borrowing that the U.S. undergoes to be a little bit lower. So that's why he wants interest rates lower. And he has been hammering Jerome Powell since pretty much the day he took office. As for the word clash, I'd say this is the first time that two men have clashed. The vehemence of that statement that you and I just watched from Jerome Powell surprised me a little bit. He really has not responded in the past to these criticisms that Donald Trump has leveled at him. And some of them have been personal, that Jerome Powell isn't very bright, that he's a numbskull. Powell has not said very much. This is the first time that he's fought back, and it's a little bit unusual because he now is under a criminal investigation, and that's typically when people go quiet, when things go legal. But the root of the clash is that Donald Trump wants lower interest rates, like many political leaders. Jerome Powell doesn't want to give him lower interest rates, thinks that the economy doesn't need that right now.
And Jerome Powell is reportedly under criminal investigation over this $2.5 billion Fed headquarters renovation in Washington, D.C. Powell is calling this a pretext. What's the latest on this probe, and why are critics of this renovation concerned here, Laurie?
I mean, it does to me feel like a pretext. I know, again, Donald Trump has been calling for lower interest rates for a year and so persistently. So this does feel like, how can we get this guy out? Okay, let's accuse him of not just overrunning on costs for renovation, but what the criminal element could be, or the criminal allegation is that that Powell did not tell the truth when testifying before Congress on the nature of the renovation. So what they're trying to investigate is whether he misled Congress. If that were to be proven, that could be a criminal act. We're a long way from that. As for the overrun, yeah, this project does, it's a $2.5 billion renovation. And if you break that down per square footage, it is quite a bigger project than a lot of the renovations we've seen over the past 5 or 6 years. The projected overrun seems to be greater than what is historically the case. I mean, look, we always see building overruns. This one seems a bit worse. But you got to keep in mind, this building was built in 1937 and has undergone almost no renovation since then. So the fact that the costs are a little higher than what we've seen before isn't entirely surprising and probably isn't indicative of criminal action.
They probably needed these renovations urgently. So how unusual. We did hear Jerome Powell saying that this is unprecedented action. So how unprecedented is it for a sitting Fed chair to face this criminal probe? And is there a broader pattern here of officials who clash with Donald Trump that are later facing legal scrutiny?
It's a great question, and certainly this does seem to be part of a pattern. When people do not do Trump's bidding, he tends to use the justice system against that person. You asked earlier, why now? Why is he going after Powell now? And that's an interesting question. Jerome Powell's term as chair of the Federal Reserve ends in May. Donald Trump has said that he has selected a successor. He just hasn't told us the name of that person yet. So Powell will not be leading the Fed for all that much longer, just 3 more meetings before he goes. He does have the ability to stay on the board of governors for another 2 years. So he'll stop being the head, but he can still vote on interest rates. But here's the key. 12 people vote on interest rates. So even if you were to get rid of Powell, get him off the board, there's no guarantee that the other 11 people, even if they are led by a Trump-friendly appointee, there's no guarantee that those other 11 are going to vote for lower interest rates or vote for interest rates, the massive reduction that Donald Trump thinks the U.S. needs. I mean, Donald Trump has said he wants to see interest rates a full 3 percentage points lower than where they are now. Now, keep in mind, inflation is still close to 3% a year. That's well above the Fed's 2% target, which is one reason the Fed is a little bit reluctant to cut rates aggressively. But the timing doesn't make a whole lot of sense, given that Jerome Powell is in his late 70s, coming toward the end of his career.
And shortly, for our final question, you led us to this question, Lori. Jerome Powell's term does end in May, as you just said. So who are the front runners for this job?
Yeah, excellent question. And again, Trump said he's identified the person. The top betting is a guy called Kevin Hassett, who's actually a couple of years ahead of me at university. Believe me, never saw that he was going to be a Trump disciple. But he has been rolled out quite frequently in front of the television cameras to do Trump's bidding. He's thought of as a very reliable ally of Trump. He seems to be the front runner. That said, if the betting markets are correct, I'm a little surprised Trump hasn't named him before that. Another guy called Kevin Warsh, who's also very Trump-friendly, seems to be in the running. And the guy that the markets really like is already on the board of governors. He's called Christopher Waller, has been mentioned as a possibility. The markets really like him, think that he has a bit more independence than the two Kevins.
Lori Laird, thank you so much for your perspective and analysis. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines today. And starting with some breaking news, Somalia says it's annulling port deals and security cooperation with the United Arab Emirates. It's over what they say were credible reports and compelling evidence concerning hostile actions undermining national sovereignty. India and the USA trade talks are ongoing despite recent tensions. U.S. Ambassador Sergio Gore says another call on the deal is planned and that differences between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi can be resolved. The talks have been strained by U.S. tariffs on Indian goods and disagreements over Russian oil imports. French far-right leader Marine Le Pen begins an appeal in Paris this week that could decide whether she can run in France's 2027 presidential election. She was barred from public office after being convicted of misusing EU funds. A decision is expected before the summer. Hong Kong's High Court is hearing pro-democracy tycoon Jimmy Lei's plea for a lighter sentence. The 78-year-old was convicted of colluding with foreign forces and publishing seditious material. The case has drawn international criticism, and Lei could face 10 years to life in prison. And thousands of tourists are stranded in northern Finland after flights at Kittilä Airport were cancelled due to extreme cold, with temperatures dropping to minus 37 degrees Celsius. Flights to the UK are expected to resume today, and across Europe, snow and ice are disrupting travel, with Germany shutting trains and Baltic countries warning drivers to stay off the roads. Firefighters in Australia continue to battle uncontrolled bushfires across the state of Victoria. At least one person has been confirmed dead, and hundreds of buildings and structures have been destroyed. Authorities warn that the crisis is far from over. Project Folk reports.
From the inside of a moving vehicle, charred bushland and smoke rising from between the trees can be seen. Since the middle of last week, out-of-control fires have scorched hundreds of thousands of hectares of land across Victoria. Speaking at a press conference today, Anthony Albanese addressed the situation and confirmed the death of a cattle farmer about 70 miles north of Melbourne.
Our thoughts go to the family, the friends and the community who are impacted by this. And our thoughts are also with all those who are still doing it incredibly tough. Those people who've lost their homes, 47 in Harcourt alone. These are communities that are under real pressure.
Thousands of firefighters are still battling the blaze as bushfire smoke continues to impact air quality across large swathes of Australia. The town of Harcourt in the Central Highlands has been particularly hard hit. Cars, houses and shops were torched. People in dozens of communities have been advised to leave their homes.
Oh, it's gut-wrenching. It's destroyed Harcourt. Hopefully we come out of this bigger and stronger after this is all done.
The government has announced about $13 million of support for bushfire victims, including hardship payments, emergency accommodation and livestock assistance. Reports say weather conditions have eased since last week, when strong winds and temperatures above 40 degrees Celsius fed the flames. But that could change, and officials say 12 major fires are still burning across the state.
We will see fires continue for some time across the state, and again that is why we are not through the worst of this by a long way. There are fires that are continuing right now that are threatening homes and property, and I ask Victorians to please stay mindful of local conditions.
The fires are the worst to hit Southeast Australia since the Black Summer blazes of 2019 to 2020. 33 people died then in fires that destroyed an area the size of Turkey, with many more suffering the effects of smoke that choked towns and cities that summer. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at the top business news. Goldman Sachs says it stands by its 2026 oil forecast of $56, despite risks tied to Russia, Venezuela, and Iran. Brent crude has traded above $63 per barrel, while West Texas Intermediate hovered near $59. The firm said it expects a substantial recovery next year, with oil prices averaging $75. Global smartphone shipments rose by 2% year-on-year last year due to a rise in consumer demand and 5G devices in emerging markets. Apple, which led with a 20% market share, reported that the iPhone 17 series boosted sales, while the 16 performed well in countries such as Japan and India. Rival tech company Samsung, which is under pressure in Latin America and Western Europe, took the second spot, driven by the launch of the Galaxy A series. Turning to sports now. Former Manchester United midfielder Michael Carrick is expected to take over as interim head coach of the club. United is hoping to have an appointment in place on Wednesday before players return to training. Carrick will take the reins from temporary coach Darren Fletcher, who has been in charge for the last 2 games following the sacking of Ruben Amorim. And Barcelona has won its 16th title victory in the Spanish Super Cup following a 3-2 win over Real Madrid in Jeddah. The Spanish club have now won 10 games in a row. The Spanish Super Cup, which has been hosted in Saudi Arabia since 2020, will continue to play in the country until 2029. And a reminder of some breaking news. Somalia says it's annulling port deals and security cooperation with the United Arab Emirates. It's down to tensions over Israel's recognition of Somaliland. Somalia says there were credible reports and compelling evidence concerning hostile actions undermining national sovereignty. The Golden Globes took place in Los Angeles last night, kicking off Hollywood's 2026 awards season. Timothée Chalamet picked up another win for his role in Marty Supreme, beating Leonardo DiCaprio and George Clooney. But it was all about the Brits, as adolescent stars Stephen Graham, Owen Cooper, and Aaron Doherty all took wins for their roles in the gritty Netflix drama. Take a listen.
This is for all of our cast and crew, every single member of this production. You have a piece of this, because without you, this is not in my hands. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you all very much.
Standing here at the Golden Globes, it does not feel real whatsoever. What an incredible journey me and my family have been put through. And, you know, we are forever grateful for what these people have done for me and my family. But
Stephen Graham, Hannah Walters, Jack Thorne, Phil Barantini and Owen Cooper, each of you lives in every breath of that scene, and it wouldn't be what it is without you. And you're at the core of why I'm so deeply, unspeakably proud to be a part of this gorgeous piece of work.
Let's get the reaction of showbiz journalist Stephanie Tetschi. Stephanie, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much for having me on.
And Stephanie, what a night for the Adolescents cast. Very well deserved and understandably very emotional for them.
Indeed, it was very emotional for them. This has been one of the most poignant dramas to come out in Netflix. It's been the UK's most watched series on Netflix, and rightly so, with its gripping storyline. But for someone like Owen Cooper, who at age 16 has Hollywood at his feet, it's a lot to be said for his performance. And that was also backed up with Stephen Graham, who also was the first time him winning a Golden Globe, and also Aaron Doherty. So for all of them, for the trio of them to receive such an accolade in Hollywood, where they're up against, you know, big major production, it says a lot about this production and the impact it's made. You know, for Stephen Graham in his acceptance speech, you know, it was very heartfelt. He paid tribute to his wife, which he said has saved his life with his acting. He suffered from mental health quite a bit. For Owen, he said, you know, when he was taking drama lessons, he was the only boy in his drama lessons, and it was quite embarrassing, but it has paid off for this production. And I think it's such incredible to see that the Brits have taken Hollywood by storm.
And another big winner was Timothée Chalamet for Marty Supreme, so his first Golden Globe award, beating some real Hollywood heavyweights.
Well, it was well-deserved because his performance is absolutely stellar in it. But, you know, with award season, there's always surprises. He was in a stiff category with the likes of Leonardo DiCaprio, George Clooney, Ethan Hawke. And, you know, for film buffs, you would think clearly it's going to go to the well-established names. But no, Timothy has shown that, you know what, it doesn't matter how long you've been in the game. It's about how you perform in a film and how people who are watching it can connect with it. But he was very humble and he said, you know, my category is full of greats and I look up to them. So, you know, Timothy has also paid his dues in Hollywood. So I really do feel like there is that changing of the guard now when it comes to awards season. And it's not always set in stone that the big names are going to win on the night.
And speaking of the big names, Stephanie, Leo didn't win and he had to endure a couple of digs on top of that from the host last night, didn't he?
He did. You know, when it comes to awards and ceremonies, no one is spared from being the butt of the jokes. And, you know, for Leonardo DiCaprio, he likes to have an air of mystery about him when it comes to his private life. But the host, Nikki Glaser, made light of his penchant for dating younger women and said that, you know, he's achieved 3 Golden Globes and an Oscar, all before his girlfriend, Vittoria Ceretti, has turned 30 years old. So Leonardo took it on the chin and he found it quite funny. But you know what? It's the elephant and the big elephant in the room. So he is going to face a bit of that during award season.
He should get used to it by now. So tell us about some other big winners of the night. There was Hamnet and one battle after another.
Well, I'm really excited for Hamnet because I think this is going to do well for the Brits. Jessie Buckley, she won Best Actress in a Film Drama for portraying William Shakespeare's wife, Agnes, in this really devastating tragedy of when they lost their son and how it inspired him to write Hamlet. So I think she is a strong contender and we're going to be hearing her name a lot during awards season, but also there was new names such as Tiana Taylor, who starred in One Battle After Another, and she won Best Supporting Actress. It was the first time she's even been nominated for a Golden Globe, and she, in her speech, she paid tribute to Black women and said, you know, your voices deserve to be heard, and so does your dreams. So again, there's some fresh faces which are coming out during award season, which I think is good to put their names on the map of acting credibilities.
Yes, and every year it's a bit hard to separate politics from the Golden Globes, especially given the current context in the world. So there were a few political statements too there from Mark Ruffalo and Wanda Sykes. So tell us a bit more about them.
Well, you know, you can never separate, you know, film and politics. It goes hand in hand, especially in Hollywood. It's been quite a tumultuous few years for actors speaking about what's been going on in the United States, and both Mark Ruffalo and Wanda Sykes, they were wearing these badges that said ICE out and also Be Good, which was dedicated to Renee Good, who unfortunately lost her life at the hands of an ICE agent last week. So all of them have been quite vocal that they're not happy about this. And, you know, when it's award season, it's the perfect time because they know the world is watching and they know they can make statements about what's going on in their own home. Mark Ruffalo described President Trump as the most horriblest person. So they didn't kind of back off about that. It was their moment to talk about what's really going on.
Finally, Stephanie, the Oscar nominations are out next week. So are we likely to see Timothée Chalamet and Jessie Buckley up for awards?
Indeed, if I could place my bets, I would place my bets on these two, because I always like to say the Golden Globe sets the tone for the rest of award season. So the big names that we see being awarded, we tend to see them being highlighted and recognized at the Oscars too. So I do think that these two are set for a good season of picking up awards. But last year we did have a few surprises when everyone thought someone like Demi Moore would pick up awards for her films, and she lost out to Honora. So anything goes, but I think these two stand a very strong chance.
Stephanie Tetschi there, thank you for joining us, and please do keep us updated for the Oscars.
Very much.
A reminder of our top stories. President Trump says the Iranian leaders have called to negotiate after hundreds of protesters are killed, and an internet shutdown continues. Federal prosecutors open a criminal investigation into the Fed Reserve chair as his long-running dispute with the U.S. president escalates. And the award glory continues for Timothée Chalamet, beating Leonardo DiCaprio and George Clooney for the Best Actor gong at the Golden Globes. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Well, we're joined here by Eric Trump, who is the Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization. A very warm welcome to you. We're also joined by Ziad Al-Shar, who is the Chief Executive of DAR Global. Let me start by asking you, Mr. Trump, how many years have you been coming to Saudi Arabia, and how have you seen the skyline of cities like Riyadh evolve over the years?
I've been coming to the Middle East for many years, 20 plus years, and I've been coming to Saudi for 6-7 years at this point. Been here many, many times, and love the country, love the people, love the projects that we're embarking on. Dar, Ziad, the entire team, they're incredible. They're the best in the world at what they do, and we're partnered in a lot of different places. But we had an unbelievable success in Jeddah, as I think you know very well. We're building one of the most beautiful buildings anywhere in the world in Jeddah, right on the water. We're incredibly proud of it. Obviously, we're coming into Riyadh in a very big way right now. And we're working on other projects in the region. In Oman, spectacular, spectacular project. That's hotel, golf course, as well as an incredible hotel in Dubai. And so we're doing a lot of things together and others, and incredibly proud of it. But we love everything we're doing in Saudi. The country has treated us unbelievably well. The growth, the explosive growth in the country is incredible. What they're doing right here in Riyadh, the vision for Riyadh is unbelievable. I'd say it rivals anything anywhere in the world, and we're incredibly proud to be here.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to talk about some of the projects in detail in just a moment, but have you ever seen so many massive projects being launched simultaneously, or as are happening right here in Saudi Arabia right now?
Yeah, so I was driving last night, and I tapped my wife on the leg, and I said, look at that skyline. You know, I've never seen so many cranes in my life, and I've seen the boom of Dubai, and I've seen the boom of a lot of different places, and what they're doing with the Diriyah project is unbelievable. The scale, the scope, the level of detail that they're going in, the excavation of the rock to literally use in every single wall, the preservation of the old kind of, castles, and I mean, it's really an incredible thing that they're doing, and they're doing it with tremendous heart and soul, and I think a lot of people from around the world should look at that project and see what they're doing, because that's going to set a great benchmark for so much of the world.
Zia, let me turn to you. We've spoken in the past, and it's great to have you on the show again. But I'm told a lot of your ideas, both of your ideas together, are born on the golf course. Just tell us how the partnership with the Trump Organization came about.
So the interest in the brand started a long time ago, because when you want to do a golf project around the globe today, you only have one brand to look at, which is the Trump Organization. So this started a long time ago with golf in the region. And obviously, when we wanted to do more golf projects, you have one brand of luxury, exclusivity, and delivery for the customer, not only luxury and exclusivity. It's a brand that delivers to the people who are enjoying those houses and golf courses and golf clubs.
Okay, and what do you think the Trump brand means in this region?
So, when you look at the brand, since its inception, it has always been a brand synonymous with exclusivity, luxury, delivery to the customer, enjoyment, and going into a Trump property has always been like going to an event. Not just, having a house or enjoying a round of golf. It's just going to an event. So it's always like an eventful brand that people enjoy.
Yeah, and we've seen it firsthand. How does the partnership work? DAR licenses the Trump name. How does all of that work?
They're a local partner in our region. There's markets that we have tremendous expertise in. There's other markets where it's going to be much harder, right? Culturally, language barriers, type of construction, type of zoning, how you absolutely navigate. So it's really important for us to have a local partner in a region. You come into the Middle East, you want to have the strongest company, and DAR is exactly that, and so it works really well. Our architects, our engineers, our interior designers, our sales team, obviously marketing efforts, media efforts, everything is coordinated. I mean, we're effectively one team, and obviously we're going to operate the properties, we're going to run, we're going to manage every aspect of them, we're going to operate the golf courses, we're going to operate the hotels. But it's great to have that institutional boots on the ground knowledge of who's going to be your best contractor, who's going to be your best civil engineer, who's the best people to bring this to life, because listen, real estate's incredibly local, and so no different than we'd be the best person to do that in a New York or a Miami or a Florida. There's no better company in the world to execute that vision in the Middle East than DAR and Ziad. And Ziad and I have worked together for a long time, a very long time, and I mean it when I say this, the best, the most professional, the most fun, that matters to us, right? I mean, we can do every project in the world. We have the option of doing every project in the world, and we're really, really selective on the projects that we undertake. Very, very few. I don't want to be one of the big brands. I don't want to have 14 hotels in every city. I want to have one, and I want that hotel to be the absolute best. I want to have one golf course, and I want it to be the absolute best in every country. We're about building icons. That's all we want to do. We want to build the most iconic projects anywhere in the world, and that's who certainly Ziad is. That's what DAR is embracing on doing, and that's why I think we're gonna win this race. We're gonna win the race on price per square foot. We're gonna win the race on absolute quality, and we're gonna have a lot of fun doing it.
Yeah, if there's anything you'd like to add to that, because I mean, we had Mr. Trump saying there, you're one team, two strong names, but what sets you apart in this crowded market with all those cranes we were just hearing about?
You see, I want to deviate a little bit from the pure real estate play, because we are embarking this month in particular on something that we've been waiting for years, which is the opening up of the Saudi market for international investment. And when a market opens up, especially after a long time, and you bring into that market an international big brand like the Trump brand, this helps you to market these properties to the globe, and consequently the real estate developer will move from just being a housing provider or an entertainment project provider to becoming part of the FDI of that country. Because we plan to bring in the 125 nationalities who already deal with us in the other countries in which we operate to Saudi Arabia and become part of the integral evolution of foreign investment in the country.
Right, so you're going to see a whole new demographic of real estate investors, because not only has the stock exchange opened up to foreign investors, also the real estate market, as you say.
Exactly.
Have you got any delivery dates for us for any of the Trump projects here in Saudi Arabia?
So between the Trump Tower in Jeddah, the project we're launching tonight, and even the project we're launching on Monday, everything is going to be delivered by 2030.
And where do you see this partnership at the end of the decade?
I don't see it at the end of the decade. I don't see the end to something that is really working, that is delivering to the markets, to the countries, to the customers. This is a continuous, successful relationship.
I've heard you, Mr. Trump, expressing frustration with the business environment in Europe, and you know how there's a lot of regulation, a lot of red tape gets in the way. How do you find doing business here in terms of regulation?
Incredible. It pains me to say that. I've got a lot of property in Europe. You know them very well. I've got property in Scotland. I've got property in Ireland. We've got property all over the place. And Europe has lost its way, and my mom was European. I pretty much grew up in Europe. Everything's a no. Everything's a struggle. Everything's difficult. Everything's expensive. Energy, they've lost their energy policy. And everything is incredibly difficult, and it's really, really sad because Europe is an incredible place with incredible people. But everything is difficult when you're developing there. You compare that to the Middle East, you compare that to certainly Saudi Arabia, you compare that to the UAE. You can have a couple people say, yes, that's a beautiful project, that's a smart project, let's get it done. You're not going to have obstructionists that obstruct for no purpose whatsoever, that just don't believe in forward progress. This is a region that looks forward. It doesn't look backward. I think Europe, unfortunately, is a region that so oftentimes looks backward and doesn't look forward. And so I can tell you, building in the Middle East is conducting business is substantially easier than conducting business in Europe. And again, that pains me to say. I'd love nothing more than to have a super easy business environment in Europe. Unfortunately, it just does not exist.
You mentioned Diriyah just a moment ago, and Gerry Anzarillo is, I think, a mutual friend of all of ours. He's a friend of this program, and he teased this possibility of a collaboration with the Trump organization in Diriyah. Have you got any details you could perhaps offer us on that front?
So Jerry's been a friend for many, many years, going back to the casino days in Atlantic City. It's actually funny, I ran into Jerry right here in Saudi on our first trip, just kind of off the cuff. And Jerry's a wonderful guy, and what he's been doing with Diriyah is incredible. And the vision and the master plan is beyond. And I think the leadership of this country deserves a tremendous amount of credit. Very few countries anywhere around the world would take on such kind of a bold initiative and make it happen as quickly as they are. And obviously Jerry's a big part of that. And so Jerry's a friend to Ziad. He's a friend to certainly myself. He's a friend to our entire family. I mean, he's known my father for probably 40 years, and he probably knew me when I was a small little kid running around. And so it's fun to see these worlds link back up on the other side of the globe.
Indeed. We'll have to wait and see what he's got in store and what you've got in store collectively with Diriyah. You've both been exploring real estate tokenization. That's a first, I gather. And just for the benefit of our viewers, that means fractional ownership backed up by a blockchain technology. How did that come about, Ziad?
You see, always with the Trump organization is breaking the paradigms and really starting something that works rather than keep on trying what has never worked. And a lot of companies and a lot of institutions have been toying with tokenization since 2015, and they've been tokenizing assets. And when we had this discussion, it was clear that tokenization of assets does not work because it draws down a very small return. And this is where we came up with the idea of tokenizing at the level of the development itself and involving those investors who are today in this virtual world, in this crypto world, in the development of hotels where they can earn an IRR or an annual rate of return, which is much more attractive than tokenizing 10 apartments somewhere and earning 1.5% per annum. So this is where we started with the Trump Hotel in the Maldives, which is going to be an amazing property delivered in the next 3 years. And we're tokenizing at the development level, and it's an absolute first, always an absolute first with the Trump organization.
Yeah, and you've worked in blockchain in a previous role, and you're a self-professed crypto evangelist. So no surprise that this initiative came about, perhaps.
Listen, here's the reality of the world. Everything's going to be tokenized. Art's going to be tokenized. Hollywood's going to be tokenized. Commodities, oil, gas, they're going to be tokenized. The way money moves around the financial system is going to be very, very different. It's very different today than it was 3 years ago. And I personally believe you probably won't have the SWIFT system in a 5-year period of time because there's nothing that blockchain can't do better, faster, cheaper, more transparently. You have some of the greatest digital asset classes. Look at Bitcoin, probably the greatest return of any asset class anywhere on Earth, about 70% a year on average, year over year. For the last 10-year period of time. You look at the development of stablecoins and the ease of use of stablecoins. This is getting ingrained in people, and so there's no doubt that real estate is going to become tokenized, and that's exactly what Ziad and I are working on in a very big way. The way the financial system interacts is going to change. The way real estate is purchased is going to change. In fact, Ziad and I were the first people, and it made tremendous news. I said, Ziad, do you mind if I go up on stage and say we're going to actually accept cryptocurrency for the purchase of apartments for Trump International Hotel and Tower Dubai at the launch? And I said that. The audience went absolutely crazy. And I think there was more articles about that, and we're the first people to do that.
Yes,
and so cryptocurrency is here to stay. Cryptocurrency right now is roughly where the internet was in 98, 99. That's how much growth there is left in it, and it's exploding every day. Obviously, America's leading the way, and frankly, the Middle East is right behind. It's right there. The amount of love for kind of crypto-based projects, blockchain-based projects, is incredible. And last but not least, there's a lot of problems that blockchain solves for real estate. Title. Why can't all title, instead of being done in some title office using antiquated paper, why can't that be done vis-a-vis blockchain? The way the actual money's paid, the way brokers is paid. There's a lot of things that that blockchain can do to simplify and actually really enhance real estate, and we plan to exploit a lot of those things.
Okay, we're coming to the end, and I know you've got no interaction with Washington, and you've described a very large wall that exists between you and that has anything to do with government. 1,500 miles northeast of where we are right now, some major events are taking place on the streets of Tehran. And I wonder what you made of that, and whether you see perhaps a day in which Iran is a market that could be one day perhaps open for the likes of Trump, the Trump Organization, and Dar Global.
I would love it. I would love it. I think I can certainly, obviously, I do wall myself off from politics, but I can say that the one thing our family cares about is peace and prosperity around the world. I think my father's been one of the great peacetime presidents. The amount of wars that he's kept the world out of, the amount of wars that he's stopped. He wants peace. He wants prosperity. And it's exactly what this region wants. I know everybody in the UAE. I know everybody in Saudi. I know everybody in Oman, all these countries. And what do they all want? They want peace and prosperity. They want to, what they're building is incredible. And what's the one threat toward everything that's being built? What's the one threat toward Sharia? What's the one threat toward, these incredible visions and these incredible dreams and these incredible lifestyles and this economic boom and businesses thriving and children thriving and education thriving? What's the one threat to that? And that's crazy. I mean, the one threat to all of that is crazy. And so my father wants peace and stability, and he would love nothing more than to see that in Iran. Iran's got amazing people. I mean, absolutely amazing people. And hopefully that situation works itself out in a way that's beneficial not only to Iran as a country and its society, but clearly the entire Middle East.
Okay, and there's another huge piece of virgin real estate in the world, which is in Greenland. Do you think opportunities will present themselves there?
I mean, if you're asking me whether or not I think I'm going to be bringing a hotel to Greenland in the near future, I think the answer is probably not. Greenland is strategically important for a lot of reasons, a lot of global reasons, a lot of security reasons, not just to the United States, but pretty much the entire Western world, including exactly where you are from. And so, Greenland is becoming more and more of a source of conversation, especially as some of the northern sea routes open up, and especially as more people look to militarize that part of the world. We can't be babies. We can't be naive. We can't pretend something that is happening isn't happening. And I think my father will ultimately do what it takes, if required, to make sure that, kind of the Western way of life, certainly America, but the Western way of life and Europe is safe and protected against, forces that don't have our best interest in mind.
Okay, we appreciate you sharing that with us, and we appreciate both of you talking to us. We want to keep the conversation going and keep hearing more about successes in the real estate world from both of you. Eric Trump, Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization, thank you very much indeed to you. And thank you to you, Ziad Al-Shah, Chief Executive of DAR Global.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
President Trump says he wants it to start as soon as possible. Israel insists it's not opposed to it either. And the Palestinians are crying out for progress. So why hasn't the Gaza ceasefire moved to phase 2? All the living hostages have been returned, but Hamas is still refusing to disarm. Is this make or break for the peace process? That debate coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. Today, Iran leads the global front pages, with protests spreading nationwide, a deadly crackdown and also a growing battle over information. But it's not the only story driving headlines. In Washington, Trump faces fresh political storms from backlash over the Department of Justice probe targeting Fed Chair Jerome Powell, to a new crisis around ICE after the Minneapolis and Portland shootings. And finally, even Hollywood makes the news, with Golden Globes slammed as flat, predictable, and running out of energy. We'll start with Iran, as global media continue to focus on the widespread protests, framing them as a nationwide revolt facing an increasingly deadly crackdown. A major focus was Iran's internet shutdown, with Starlink emerging as a key lifeline and even reportedly being jammed and disrupted. Coverage also centered on the international angle, especially Trump weighing options and fears of escalation. The Wall Street Journal reported in an exclusive that the Trump administration is now stepping up planning for possible action in Iran, with senior aides preparing to brief the president on Tuesday. The report says options on the table include new sanctions, covert cyber operations, boosting anti-regime messaging online, and even potential military strikes. The piece also notes that officials warn that any U.S. move could backfire by feeding Tehran's claims of foreign interference or raising expectations among protesters. It also highlights the Pentagon hasn't positioned forces yet, suggesting decisions are still early stage. The Economist focused on the dilemma President Trump has created by promising to rescue Iranian protesters without a clear or safe path to do it. The analysis lays out Washington's limited menu of options: symbolic strikes, for example, or wider attacks on IRGC leadership, decapitation, or even non-military tools like Starlink, cyber operations, and tougher sanctions. The piece also carries a blunt warning that each option could indeed backfire, boosting regime propaganda and escalating retaliation against U.S. bases and also Israel. or even helping the IRGC consolidate power if the state collapses. The piece concludes that America's options in Iran are all a high-stakes gamble with no clean outcome. Foreign policy, on the other hand, argues Iran's latest unrest could be the regime's most dangerous test yet, driven not just by politics, but by a currency collapse that has shattered the daily life. The analysis contends that the plunge of the rial and fears over removing a preferential exchange rate sparked strikes in Tehran's bazaars, and then that spread nationwide. The piece describes a country hit by inflation, blackouts and water shortages, with security forces preparing to escalate. Still, it cautions that collapse isn't guaranteed. Elites may hold, and the opposition remains divided. Ishan Tharoor wrote in the Washington Post saying Iran's latest protests feel like past uprisings, but with a key difference. The regime's legitimacy looks more eroded than ever. Tharoor explains that demonstrations have spread nationwide, sparked by economic anger, and quickly turned into open calls for regime change, including pro-monarchy symbolism. The piece also argues that Tehran is also weakened externally after setbacks to its regional proxies and Israeli strikes exposing security gaps. The article concludes with Trump hinting at tougher action. Analysts warn collapse is possible, but outcomes remain uncertain. The Times reported that the UK is moving closer to banning Iran's Revolutionary Guard as Tehran's crackdown on protests turns increasingly deadly. The report highlights statements by Transport Secretary Heidi Alexander saying gaps in legislation make it harder to proscribe a state-backed force like the Revolutionary Guard than domestic groups, prompting ministers to explore new legal tools. The piece also underscores long-standing security concerns and alleged IRGC-linked plots inside Britain, and notes also that allies like the US, Canada and Sweden have already designated the group a terrorist organization. The Times of Israel highlights how Starlink has become one of the last remaining lifelines for information leaving Iran after the regime cut off internet and phone networks nationwide. The report explains how protesters are unable to post videos or testimonies through normal channels. Starlink terminals, illegal but now also widespread, are reportedly enabling footage to reach the outside world. But the piece also warns Iran may be actively jamming Starlink, causing severe data losses in some areas and also making connections unreliable. It also stresses that the risks for users are possession, or they are quite high because possession can be treated as collaboration with foreign enemies, potentially leading to arrest or even execution. Israel Hayom profiles Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of Iran's last Shah, portraying him as a central opposition figure attempting to channel Iran's current protests into regime change. The profile traces Pahlavi's royal upbringing in Tehran, his departure to the United States for Air Force training in 1978, and the monarchy's collapse in 1979. It also explains that after his father's death in 1980, Pahlavi retained the title of Crown Prince while living in exile. The piece highlights his intensified social media activity, his 2023 visit to Israel, and his calls for a democratic, secular Iran, positioning him as a pro-Israel, pro-Trump symbol of alternative leadership. Nadaf Eyal argues in Yadiot Ahronot that Iran's protests, despite shocking evidence of mass killing, have not yet reached the conditions for a true revolution. He says that revolutions are rare because they require two missing elements: security forces refusing orders to repress, and also an organized opposition capable of turning street anger into governing power. The author also notes that in Iran, the regime can still command lethal force and no disciplined alternative leadership exists. Eyal also warns that the more realistic risk is an internal coup that replaces clerical rule with military rule. He also adds that limited U.S. strikes may inspire protesters, but could also trigger Iranian retaliation, especially against Israel. Other stories also grabbed media attention in the U.S., such as the backlash from lawmakers after the Department of Justice opens probe into Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Politico explains how the probe triggered an immediate political backlash, with lawmakers warning it crosses a red line on central bank independence. The piece highlights Powell's claims that the investigation is not really about renovations, but pressure over interest rates. It also cites Republican Senator Tom Tillis, who called it proof the administration is trying to politicize the Federal Reserve, and also threatened to block future Fed nominees until the matter is resolved. The piece also underscores how even some House Republicans voiced shock, warning the move could backfire on markets and credibility. Politico magazine offers a blunt warning. After the Minneapolis killing and Portland shooting, ICE is facing a crisis largely of its own making. In a Q&A, former acting ICE Director John Sadwick says the agency has been pushed into hyper-visible, highly politicized street operations at unprecedented speed. A recipe for escalation, he says, for mistakes and also for public mistrust. He criticizes the Department of Homeland Security for rushing to label the Minneapolis incident domestic terrorism before facts were verified, arguing it damaged confidence in any investigation. The piece concludes with Sadwick's simple prescription: de-escalate, lower ISIS profile, stop publicly advertising raids, rebuild ties with local police, or expect more flashpoints. And as media outlets rushed to cover the 2026 Golden Globes, Page 6 argues this year's Globes became a snooze almost immediately, saying that the show felt lifeless and overly predictable despite a strong host performance. The piece praises Nikki Glaser's sharp opening monologue, including edgy celebrity digs, but says that the ceremony quickly flatlined once the awards began. Also, the piece describes winners as tired, the music choices as bizarre, and the podcast as weighed down by filler. Overall, the piece portrayed this year's Golden Globes as dull night, but with a funny host and an award season that felt or feels exhausted. That's it from us today. Thanks for watching The Dailies, only on Arabiya English.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to America Unfiltered with me, your host, Ellie Cohanim in New York, where we'll be discussing the stories shaping America and reshaping the world. From national debates to global affairs, we'll be looking at the stories making headlines right now. Let's get started. This week, my guest is Josh Hammer, Senior Editor-at-Large for Newsweek, Senior Counsel for the Article 3 Project, and host of The Josh Hammer Show. Josh, you've been a leading voice in the conservative movement. You were a good friend of Charlie Kirk's. From what I understand, you were in touch on an almost daily basis. Can you share with us your assessment of where the conservative movement is now in the aftermath of Charlie's assassination?
Well, Ellie, happy to answer that. First of all, just want to say it's great to be with you on your brand new show, and wishing you a hearty congratulations on this wonderful new show as well. I hope that it is extraordinarily successful. So Charlie was a friend of mine, much as you are a friend as well, Ellie. And Charlie and I had gotten closer over the final year and a half or so, give or take, of his life. And it's true, we actually were in touch as recently as less than 24 hours prior to his tragic assassination on September 10th. In fact, the night before, he actually had organized a Zoom call with me, with Rabbi Pesach Walicki, and a couple others, just trying to talk through strategies for his forthcoming campus tour, especially when it comes to trying to combat hatred of Jews and anti-Israel animus and so forth on college campuses. So we were in touch, and his loss is a monumental one, and it is one that we are still feeling. And to your question, is actually not at all a coincidence in my mind that you've now seen the floodgates of all of some just utterly horrific seething hatred and animus that has burst through the floodgates in the aftermath of Charlie's assassination. In hindsight, it seems pretty obvious, and some of us recognize this while he was still alive, but it should be deeply obvious to those now in hindsight, if it wasn't at the time, that Charlie really was the glue holding a lot of the American right together, that in many ways he and his organization were the dam holding up a lot of the floodgates of some really nasty and dark stuff. So in the tragic aftermath of Charlie now, I think you're seeing a lot of individuals who are cynically trying to jockey for market share and trying to exploit his death to try to hijack the movement, to try to take in a particularly dark or conspiratorial direction. And a lot of it is fairly ugly. No one knows that, Ellie, more than me, especially after Candace Owens accused me of having foreknowledge and therefore complicity in Charlie's assassination, and an utterly mentally insane thing to say that once upon a time would have been fit for a lunatic asylum in this country. But following that, Ellie, I mean, I can't even tweet "the sky is blue" without getting a flood of Nazis in the replies of my social media feed. So it's nasty. Some of it happens, I think, to be bot foreign funded. It actually was a brand new study just this week from the NCRA, the Network Contagion Research Institute, showing that a lot of Nick Fuentes' social media traction seems to come from foreign bot farms in places like Pakistan and Nigeria and so forth. But some of it is organic, some of it is real. And there are real divides. Not all of it is foreign. There are indeed some very real divides. And those of us who are on the pro-Western civilization side of this argument have our hands full right now, because we are dealing with a lot of folks who think of themselves perhaps as being of, for, and by the right, but they're really not. They're actually of, for, and by team barbarism, not team civilization, as Charlie would have phrased it. So Ellie, we got to do the best we can on a day in, day out basis there. I'm fighting the good fight. I know that you are as well, and God willing, we will prevail in this.
Yeah, and Josh, you brought a lot to this particular subject right now. I'd love to break it down a little bit for the audience. Specifically, you mentioned Candace Owens launching personal attacks against you, and figures like Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson. A lot of people are saying that they're noticing real anti-Semitism coming from these personalities and others who are identified with the right wing of the political spectrum in the United States. So what's your take on what's happening right now with these figures, and where does it leave Republicans as they get ready for the midterms and the 2028 presidential election?
Well, these folks are saying invariably really, really awful things. And once upon a time, Ellie, the American right was constituted such that there was not room for this sort of talk. And I think what I can identify, Ellie, if I'm being most charitable, if I'm trying to be most charitable here, some folks actually seem to have animus, whether it's Jew hatred or just racism or misogyny, in their bones. I have no doubt that at this point Tucker Carlson actually really hates Jewish people. I have no doubt that Candace Owens hates Jewish people. But when it comes to some of the apologists for quote-unquote platforming these individuals there, the most charitable way that I can possibly put it is that you have some folks who are looking at the big tech censorship fights from 2017, 2018, 2019, including 2020 and the very controversial election that we had here in the U.S. I think a lot of folks are looking at that, and now they're running to the complete opposite end, where they have such PTSD, they have such trauma from all the big tech censorship fights, that now they just say, okay, it doesn't matter what he's saying, just platform, 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 platform. But there's a difference between saying that someone has a First Amendment legal right to voice opinions, or perhaps even that you have a moral right to access a certain venue, such as Rumble, which bills itself as an all-out free speech website, maybe even YouTube. It's very different to say that you have either a legal right or a personal, civil, or moral right to access a certain platform and to spew your bile. That's different than saying that person and his or her opinions are welcome as part of the coalition, are welcome as part of the fold. Those are not the same thing. And I think a lot of folks are deeply conflating it. Just because someone vaguely codes him or herself as being on the right does not mean that that person is actually on the right in a big alliance, building block, coalition sense of the term. By the way, we've mentioned Charlie Kirk numerous times. Literally no one understood this greater than Charlie Kirk. There is no one that Charlie Kirk opposed more vociferously over the entire course of his career, over his tragically truncated career. There is not a single person who he more vehemently opposed than Nick Fuentes. He opposed Nick Fuentes louder and clearer and with a more fiery passion in his belly than any single figure on the left over the years. And because there's numerous reasons for that, but he saw in Nick Fuentes, who was a Holocaust-denying, deeply racist, an epic fool, just an epically foolish and horrible human being. He saw in him a threat to his own cause. He saw in him someone who would discredit the right, and therefore would have voters run away from the right towards the left because they wouldn't want to be associated for really at all with someone who is effectively a Nazi. Now, the conservative movement has had these battles. They've had these fights going back for many, many, many years. Many of us have heard the stories of a previous generation's battles back in the 1960s when it comes to the John Birch Society and things like that there. I don't think that we need to rehash this, but it's worth stipulating that if you are in the art of conserving something, Ellie, if you are involved in conserving something, which is literally what it means to be a conservative, you are attempting to conserve and preserve this civilizational cultural inheritance from one generation to the next, in what Edmund Burke famously described as an intergenerational compact between the dead, the living, and the yet unborn. If that is what it means to be conservative, and that's what I think it means to be conservative, if that's what it means, then by definition, boundaries must be drawn. Because if you are paradoxically trying to conserve everything at the same time, aka platform everyone, ironically, you're actually conserving nothing at all.
And Josh, my last question on this topic, some people are pointing fingers at the national conservatism movement. Do you see any fault in that movement, in where we are right now?
Ellie, look, I have been a part of the national conservatism movement since the start. I thought that it was an attempt to orient the American right in an intellectually healthy direction, away from the liberal abstractions of yesteryear, and trying to become a more tangible, practical vehicle to really help the men and women of this country. That is the reason that I was attracted to it. I also personally am a nationalist. I vehemently oppose universalism and globalism. I believe in the nation state. So there's been a lot to love about the National Conservatism Conference. I am concerned that the leaders of the movement have done an insufficient job in trying to patrol the boundaries of this particular coalition and trying to define what it is that the movement stands for and what it is that the movement does not stand for. Now, in fairness, going back to the very first conference we had back in Washington, D.C., back in 2019, I was there. At the time, I was covering it as a journalist. I wasn't even a speaker. I remember my friend David Bragg, one of the co-founders of the NACA movement, saying very clearly in his speech that if you are a racist or white supremacist, there's the door, go see yourself out, you're not welcome here, period, full stop, end of story. So they've opposed racism, anti-Semitism, etc. since day one. But as the situation on the right has deteriorated, I think that the leaders of the movement have failed to police and patrol the boundaries and to orient this in a healthier direction there. So I was very personally disappointed in some of the speeches from the movement's leaders that I heard at the September 2025 conference, the one a few months ago that I personally spoke at there. And I would expect, Ellie, that I will be less involved with the movement going forward because I'm very disappointed with how the leaders have handled it. But that's not to say that there are not some good ideas there. There are. But it has failed to keep up with the current times, and the leaders have failed to keep it heading in a healthy and viable direction.
Well, so you're perhaps sharing some breaking news with us, and I hope that the leaders of the movement do take perhaps what you're sharing is a bit of a wake-up call to them. Josh, I want to move us on to a book that you've recently published titled Israel and Civilization, The Fate of the Jewish Nation and the Destiny of the West, which is described as, quote, a next-generation manifesto declaring that the fate of Western civilization depends on the security and thriving of the Jewish people and the Jewish state of Israel. With that lens, Josh, how do you view the current Israel-Gaza negotiations?
Well, the current negotiations, Ellie, seem to me to really not be going anywhere in a hurry, which is something that I could have seen coming. I'm sure that you could have seen coming. Anyone who's been around the block and has followed Israel's recurring invariable fights against radical Islamist jihadists, I mean, anyone who's followed this for years now could, I think, have easily seen coming that Hamas is not going to simply just lay down their arms and disarm, as the Trump administration's 20-ish point peace plan called for. And the reason that they're not going to do so is actually very, very simple. It's literally in their charter. They can't do it. They are ideologically committed to not laying down their arms. There was actually just an exchange that the wretched Anna Kasparian, Cenk Uyghur's sparring partner or his teammate, Anna Kasparian, was on Bill Maher's show and Bill Maher said, oh, you know, Hamas will just keep on trying to kill Israel. And Kasparian says, well, how do you know that, Bill? And he says, well, it's literally in their charter. Because it is. Hamas did not mince words, Ellie. This stuff is actually publicly accessible. A lot of folks who have not Googled it, you should really just go ahead and Google it. It's available via the Yale Law School library. You can go and literally read the Hamas founding charter. It's from the late 1980s, 1987, 1988, right around there. They say that they aim to kill all the Jews of Israel. And by the way, they want to kill all the Jews around the world. And as if that's not good enough, their actual goal is to kill all so-called infidels, which is all Christians as well, and frankly, a lot of Muslims as well. Really, all Muslims who do not subscribe to their uniquely toxic brand of Sharia supremacist ideology. So these are just a horrific batch of 7th century aspiring Sharia supremacist radicals, and they're not going to lay down their arms anytime soon because they can't, because their entire life's purpose is to not lay down their arms. And anyone who is not a fool, I think, should have seen this coming. It's one of the reasons that I was personally advocating so hard for Israel to finish this job quickly, to not let this drag out there before the overwhelming pressure and the diplomacy just kind of takes over there and there's no military action left. That's not exactly what happened. And this is just kind of the story of Israel's existence, isn't it? I mean, having these recurring problems in Gaza. The northern border that Israel has with Lebanon is suddenly a little hotter all of a sudden. It's nothing close to what it was as recently as 2 years ago, but it's still getting a little hotter than what it was last summer after the death of Hassan Nasrallah and other actors like that there. This is very much kind of just the story of Israel's existence. And to kind of take it back to the themes of my book, Israel and Civilization, if the United States and if Western civilization more generally cares about itself, it will recognize that this is a very stark moral and strategic dichotomy between a deeply important player in the region, the wellspring, the birthplace of Western civilization, also the canary in the coal mine when it comes to Islamist hegemony in the region. It will look at that on the one side, and then this Sharia supremacist 7th century aspiring jihadist death cult on the other side, and will say, just let them do their thing. So look, if the president, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, if they want to continue to try to to try to negotiate some sort of viable, sustainable way that this works out, that's fine. I have absolutely no objection to that in principle. I am just saying in practice, Ellie, I don't understand how it could possibly work and how Hamas could just voluntarily lay down their arms. They are saying, by the way, the most recent thing I saw is that Hamas is now saying that they're open to possibly finding some warehouse to lay down their arms there. I will believe that when I see it. It kind of reminds me of the word hunna, which roughly translates, Westerners translate it typically as a ceasefire, but for jihadists, the notion of a hunna is actually not a true ceasefire in the Western English language sense of the term. It refers to kind of a strategic, momentarily cessation of hostilities to allow that group to rearm then for future hostilities. That's what's going on there, and I'll be skeptical, frankly, if it's anything other than that.
Well, and I think any honest observer of the Middle East knows that Hamas is a foreign terrorist organization. They're not going to be giving up their arms easily. But Josh, what that brings me to is your book and the notion that you argue that Israel is the tip of the spear for Western civilization, while at the same time we're seeing perhaps less and less support for Israel in the American public. How do those two trends work with each other, and what is your argument for why the U.S. should be continuing to support Israel?
Well, Ellie, the reason I think fewer Americans are supporting Israel today is because fewer Americans, frankly, support America today. There are fewer Americans who understand what it actually is to be an American in the first place, what it actually is that made this country, what made it great, and what will keep it great there. There's a reason that historically it's been a close correlation between optimism, approval ratings of the country, confidence in America's future, and support for Israel. So, for instance, after 9/11, which was just a horrific atrocity on September 11, 2001, in the year and a half-ish that followed, President Bush had astronomically high approval ratings. And people were very confident there because this is before his collapse, but at the time they viewed him as a very, very strong leader. And they were confident about America's future because we were going to go in and get the bad guys, get bin Laden, et cetera, et cetera. It's not a coincidence that around that time, that's when U.S. support for Israel completely skyrocketed. It was around the highest polling incidents or highest polling timelines of U.S. support for Israel really in the post-1948 history of the modern Jewish state. And again, you see that now playing out as well because Americans, based on all the polling that I see, are not particularly confident about the country. They're not particularly optimistic about the future, whether it comes to threats foreign and domestic, whether it comes in the form of the Chinese Communist Party or Russia or Iran or whoever the case may be, or whether it comes in the form of domestic social maladies as well when it comes to doom scrolling, addiction to Instagram and TikTok and our big tech oligarchs, whether it comes in the form of drugs, of horrific fentanyl overdoses and all of that there, despondency, loneliness. A lot of things are very much on the rise that are not indicative or conducive of a healthy society. We've also seen in recent decades precipitously declining rates of Americans who attend religious houses of worship, especially Christians who are simply not attending church or not describing themselves as Bible-believing Christians at a rate anywhere close to what was the norm in America for a very, very long time. So to me, it seems almost self-evident that support for Israel would decline amidst all of these particular trends. But Ellie, I've said for my entire adult lifetime, my entire political commentary career, that there's not a panacea, but if there's one thing that's as close to a panacea as possible, that's as close to a one-size-fits-all solution, if I could just snap my fingers and here's what I would do to solve the vast majority of America's social, economic, et cetera, all of our maladies there, it really would be to have a new religious awakening in this country. And that would solve so many of our worries. It would have people start dating again, get married again, start having children again there. They would find meaning and purpose there. They would shy away from drugs and various other vices there. And they also would make common cause with the American founders, who were a biblically literate, intimately biblically literate group of men. And they saw as deep inspiration for their project, for the founding of America, they saw as deep inspiration the ancient story of Israel and the Hebrew Bible more generally. It's not an accident that this group of pious, devout Christian men, at times they wanted to make the national seal of the United States Moses parting the Red Sea with the Israelites trailing behind. That was Benjamin Franklin's proposal. It's not an accident that you had men like John Adams, our second president, describe the Hebrews as the greatest civilization that ever lived because they introduced monotheism to the world. These two things are related. When you have more God and Scripture in your life, you're going to have a more, I think, intimately familiar relationship with the roots of all of that, which really kind of takes you back to support for Israel. So that is kind of one of the things that I most fervently hope for. I don't think that's necessary, by the way. I don't think it's necessary to support U.S.'s relations. You can absolutely support U.S.'s relations if you are an agnostic atheist. I don't think it particularly matters there. But just kind of looking at a broader whole, I think that would be the easiest way, frankly, not just to boost U.S.-Israel relations, but really just to boost America in general, would be to have some sort of religious awakening in this country.
Josh, that's really interesting what you're saying about religiosity, and it kind of ties back to our conversation about Charlie Kirk. His book that just came out that he was writing is about the Jewish Sabbath, and it's interesting to note that his mostly Christian audience is resonating so much with this idea of taking a day of rest that comes out of Judaism and the Jewish tradition. So I do hope that more people will read that book and also heed your call for that. But I'd love to now turn to another area of your expertise, which is the American legal tradition. Depending on who you ask regarding President Trump's immigration policies, it's either some of his most popular or most controversial. Meanwhile, just last week, the Supreme Court agreed to hear the case on birthright citizenship. Josh, can you walk us through the significance of that?
Sure. So this is one of Donald Trump's first executive orders that he issued on January 20th, 2025, where he is seeking to end birthright citizenship for the children, at least of illegal aliens, possibly for the children of certain types of legal aliens as well, but a minimum for children of illegal aliens. So, Ellie, the context before we dive in here is that America is one of only 30-ish countries in the world that has this policy, that has automatic citizenship for anyone who was born on our soil. Essentially, period, full stop, end of story. There are some exceptions if you are the son or daughter of a diplomat, of an ambassador, a consul general, etc., does not apply. But for the most part, America, Canada, we're two of the only 30 countries in the world. So we're already very much an outlier. Now, if you listen to how the media reports this, Ellie, they will often say, oh, the Supreme Court has long held that the 14th Amendment requires birthright citizenship for the children of legal aliens. No, it doesn't. No, it literally doesn't. How do I know? Because I've studied this very, very closely since law school. I have written and studied it at great length, actually. So the relevant legal language, we're talking here about Section 1, Clause 1 of the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, which says, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm not reading it verbatim, but it basically says, every person born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof shall be a citizen of the United States and of the state in which he or she was born. And the purpose of this clause, Ellie, taking us back to 1868 when this amendment was ratified, the purpose was to overturn a case called Dred Scott, which came out about a decade earlier, Dred Scott versus Sanford, the single most egregious case in the history of the United States Supreme Court, where they infamously held that it's appallingly racist, appallingly terrible legal logic. They said that black people were not and could not be citizens of the United States. So the clear intent of the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment, which was 3 years after the end of the Civil War, was to make sure that black people were citizens, period. That's the entire point here. It had nothing to do with the children of illegal aliens, with the drug cartels, the traffickers. Now, the legal debate hinges upon how one interprets that qualifying phrase, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So the pro-birthright citizenship for illegals crowd will say that subject to the jurisdiction thereof simply means that you're here. And you're subject to the jurisdiction because if you commit a crime, we will prosecute you for homicide. If you commit a tort, we can sue you for battery or for larceny or whatever the case may be there. But that doesn't actually add up, does it? Because it would be legally superfluous language. It's not actually necessary. It's obvious. You don't have to write that. It is obvious that if you are on soil and you commit a crime, you can be prosecuted, unless you have some sort of bespoke diplomatic immunity that applies to literally everyone. So what does subject to the jurisdiction thereof actually mean? Fortunately, we actually know the answer to that. Because if you look back and you look at the men who actually drafted the 14th Amendment, men like Senator Jacob Howard of Michigan, men like Senator Lyman Trumbull of Illinois, they say very clearly that the purpose was to constitutionalize, to grant an imprimatur of constitutional legitimacy retroactively to a statute that Congress passed 2 years prior called the Civil Rights Act of 1866. And that particular law speaks of, instead of subject to the jurisdiction thereof, it says, and not subject to a foreign power. So now the light bulb's going off, because the actual then meaning then of subject to this jurisdiction means that you are not subject to a foreign power.
Josh, I'm going to jump in there and just ask, do you think it's possible the Supreme Court might overturn birthright citizenship?
Unfortunately, Ellie, I am not optimistic about this. I would love nothing more than to be wrong, because I think that it is a horrific public policy that incentivizes the cartels and the trafficking rings, encourages birth tourism, all sorts of other terrible things. It is a ludicrous policy. It should have ended a very long time ago, but I don't see it happening, unfortunately, when it comes to this current Supreme Court. I see maybe 1 or 2 votes, Clarence Thomas and Sam Alito. I think everyone else is a question mark. Maybe you get a Gorsuch, maybe a Kavanaugh. Honestly, if I had to predict, Ellie, I would be skeptical that you get any more than Clarence Thomas or Sam Alito. So unfortunately, I don't think that this argument is going to fly at the Supreme Court, which says nothing about, frankly, the legal merits of the Trump executive order, which is legally sound. It says everything, frankly, about the somewhat squishy nature of some of the Republican nominated justices at the Supreme Court. I very much hope to be wrong. I genuinely pray that I'm wrong. It's a very important policy, and America has to get it right. But unfortunately, I don't necessarily see it happening with the current court.
Josh, it's interesting because you're talking about Republicans on the Supreme Court, but I wanted to also ask you about Democrats who seem to be using the lower courts and the U.S. justice system to impede Trump's overall agenda, his immigration agenda. Do you think that Democrats are going to be successful? Are they going to be able to run the clock out on the Trump administration?
They might. They definitely might. So there was a case at the court last term called Casa, which was a fairly strong ruling, a 6-3 ruling, where they said that the notion of a so-called nationwide injunction, the notion that a lower court can just bring the entire government to a halt with just a lone single district court judge, that this flies in the face of the constitutional order and is offensive to a constitutional order. But they did leave some wiggle room. They did say that in very, very, very exceptional cases, blah, 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 ... maybe it might be appropriate. So there's that. There's also some other creative workarounds that some of these left-wing lower court judges have already been implementing to get around the CASA decision. So, for instance, they've been trying to certify a very large class of people when it comes to class action litigation under Rule 23 of the Civil Procedure Rules. That's been a longstanding point of debate between liberal and conservative justices. There's actually the late Justice Antonin Scalia, a strong conservative who was very opposed to this free-flowing liberal granting of massive class action certifications there. So there are some long-standing unresolved tensions when it comes to some of this, and these are some of the tools that the courts are still using to try to run out the clock, as you correctly put it. We'll see. Stronger action is ultimately needed. I want to see some impeachment articles filed. I want to see some judges impeached. Judge Boasberg in D.C. would be a very good candidate. I would like to see Congress pass jurisdiction stripping legislation, trying to strip federal jurisdiction from certain lower courts, possibly even trying to abolish some entire judgeships outright. That is their power under Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. So stronger remedies are currently called for at this time because, Ellie, you're absolutely right that unless those stronger remedies come, frankly, ASAP, there is a real chance that the judicial insurrection could run out the clock on this administration.
Well, Josh, you and I have covered so much. Thank you for joining me.
Ellie, it's been an absolute pleasure. Congratulations again on the new show, and God bless you, my friend. I hope to see you very soon.
That's all we've got time for, Josh. Thanks so much for joining me and sharing your insights. You've been watching America Unfiltered with Ellie Cohanim from New York. Until next time, goodbye.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
President Trump says he wants it to start as soon as possible. Israel insists it's not opposed to it, and Palestinians are crying out for progress. So why hasn't the Gaza ceasefire moved to phase 2? All of the living hostages have been returned, but Hamas is still refusing to disarm. Is this make or break for the peace process? You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. 3 months on from a ceasefire hailed as historic peace in the Middle East, and the truce hasn't progressed beyond the first stage. President Trump declared the deal, implemented in October last year, as the start of a new chapter, but not many pages have turned since then.
If they don't disarm, as they agreed to do, they agreed to it, and then they'll be held to pay for them. And we don't want that. We're not looking for that. But they have to disarm within a fairly short period of time.
His time frame is, as is often the case, ambiguous. But there can be no doubt the president's patience is wearing thin. Humanitarian groups say the promised increase in aid hasn't materialised, nor has the proposed Board of Peace.
There's an attempt to bring an international force. So far it hasn't come to fruition, but we'll give it a chance because if it can be done, again, as the President and I have said, if it can be done the easy way, fine. And if not, it'll be done another way.
On this episode, we'll debate why 3 months on has the truce not moved to phase 2. If Hamas's refusal to disarm is the biggest hurdle, and if the whole deal was too ambiguous to ever succeed. Well, joining us for this discussion is Rowan Osman, a Syrian-born German Middle East commentator. Thanks for being here, Rowan. Ksenia Svetlova, former Israeli Knesset member and executive director of ROPES, the Regional Organisation for Peace, Economics and Security, is back with us. And rounding out our panel is Dr. Jamal Nizal, a spokesperson for the Palestinian political party Fatah. To all of you, welcome to Counterpoints and thanks for being here. Well, just before New Year's Eve, the US and the Israeli leaders met, both expressing their desire to move to phase 2 of the Gaza ceasefire plan. But that meeting came and went without any announcement. So here we are, 3 months after the truce came into effect, and there's still no time frame for any progress. So Dr. Nizal, let's start with you first. Why, 3 months on, has this deal not progressed to phase 2?
Well, much like a 5-year-old child wouldn't like to go to the dentist, neither Netanyahu nor Hamas would like to get closer to phase 2. For Israel, phase 2 means a complete withdrawal from Gaza. The requirement on the side of Hamas is to get into the issue of disarmament. Neither Hamas nor Israel are interested in doing that. They have a homework to do. Neither one of them is keen on fulfilling their obligation and according to this agreement. Israel has to withdraw from Gaza. I don't think it's in Netanyahu's interest to withdraw from Gaza now. And Hamas has to disarm. I don't think Hamas wants to disarm. What I'm afraid of is the current situation as it is now can be frozen and beneficial for the two parties involved here, Hamas and Israel. If they freeze the so-called front, Israel gets to keep half of Gaza, and Hamas can stay in power. So it's a win-win situation for the two sides. At the receiving end, we have the Palestinian population in Gaza who are suffering severely from this situation, and the two parties, Hamas and Israel, think they are winning. Both of them are winning on the account of the Palestinian people. We want, as Fatah movement, we want to see phase 2 started as soon as possible. We want the Israeli army to withdraw from Gaza. We want the Palestinian Authority to be involved as a government in Gaza, and we want the issue of the armament to be resolved within the Palestinian context. We would want for the guns and the factories of the missiles of Hamas to be handed into the Palestinian Authority. We have to find a solution for that. So I'm afraid that neither Hamas nor Israel are interested in getting into phase 2.
Ksenia, do you accept that Israel is effectively being dragged kicking and screaming towards phase 2?
Well, yes, actually, it's a case in which Palestinians and Israelis can agree. Because I do think that, given that it's an election year, and you have the most right-wing government in Israel ever, the history of the country, there is simply no appetite for this specific government to do anything and to withdraw from Gaza or to accept right now some kind of a new political body that will be created there. Anybody that will be created, I think that it's absolutely clear. It will have connections with Palestinian Authority, as it should be. As it should be, because Israeli government has actually not bad relations with the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. However, they absolutely decline, any possibility of return of the PA to Gaza. There is security cooperation that is ongoing in the West Bank. Yet at the same time, the same kind of security cooperation in Gaza is absolutely rejected. This is for the Israeli government. Now, if we are looking at the Hamas, I think that we could say at the first day when Trump announced his plan that unless there will be a clear schedule, there will be clear targets, and there will be clear commitment also of the international parties involved, the Arab governments and so on, that they will enforce it. They will simply enforce it. And unless it will happen, then yes, I've never seen basically, an Islamist entity laying down its arms voluntarily. Hamas didn't do it, and there were negotiations with PA for 17 years, 16 years, 17 years, 18 years, and they declined to do that for the sake of the Palestinian unity or anything like this. Now, when they understand that if they can just stall it, they might have it all. They will keep their guns, whatever is left there, and they will keep it into power. I think that it's clear that the interest of both people, and, I'm speaking from, I know, for a fact that many Israelis may be not supportive of the idea of the Palestinian state right now. However, I think that all of them understand that keeping Hamas in power in Gaza is really a bad idea. We've been there already. We've been there before. So, and it's of course interest of Palestinian people to have the reconstruction begin, to start having...
But it might be beneficial for Netanyahu to keep Hamas in power, if I may say so. It might be politically beneficial for Netanyahu to keep some sort of Hamas government.
Hamas is the best partner that Netanyahu can wish for. And it has been such, a case since 2009. He will not admit it, but it's very clear that everything that was done during 2 years of war was done in order to basically keep Hamas in power in Gaza. And this is what's happening.
Rowan, I can see you shaking your head there. What's your take on this?
It's a bit ironic that myself, who's half Syrian, half Lebanese / German, about to make Aliyah to Israel, I'm a newbie, but I know both sides of the fence. And I care deeply for the peoples in the Middle East. I identify with all of you. It is ironic that I am in a position where I feel compelled to object to equating between the Israeli government and Hamas. That is unacceptable and outrageous.
There we go again. There we go.
The fact that if I may, the fact that the government might be extreme in its approach is understandable, given the circumstances. And we know how we've come to where we are today. We forgot to mention...
This government was elected before 2007, Rowan.
We forgot to mention something important. Ram Gvili, they can give back the body they kidnapped, they stole on October 7th. They killed somebody and stole his body. And the Israelis, whether on the right or the left side of the political spectrum, expect from any Israeli government to bring everybody back. That was the commitment and the demand. However, Hamas failed to find the decency. I'm not expecting chivalry from thugs and gangsters, but at least have the decency to have some compassion for your own people to end this misery. Give back the body, call Israel's bluff, if that is what you're suggesting. You're implying that, no, you're explicitly saying that Hamas is the best partner of this government. I disagree. The Israelis made a deadly mistake by underestimating Hamas, by underestimating them and thinking they will be distracted if you allow money to be injected into the Gaza Strip. But instead of investing into infrastructure, into building anything positive, they built more than 500 kilometers of tunnels underground and failed to build a single shelter for their families, their women and children. And if I may ask Fatah or the Palestinian Authority, how did you contribute since October 7th? First, you could not prevent October 7th from happening. And since then, do you have that kind of ties that allows you to ask anything of Hamas? Why should you be trusted in the Gaza Strip? People do not trust you, understandably. Your people, not only the Israelis. I was recently in South Africa and I met Gazans who left the Gaza Strip recently. And I was shocked to hear that they believe that no politician, they paid to get out, and they believe there is not one single candidate among the Palestinians who can navigate out of this mess. So they do not trust you. What is your legitimacy, your credibility? It is concerning, of course. With all due respect, I don't see you being an effective partner in Gaza.
All right, Dr. Nassal, pick up on that and respond. But we are going to come back to this, the Board of Peace in greater depth in our coming segment. But obviously, respond to those comments from Rowan. Jamal?
Yes. Well, I'm not seeking Rowan's vote. And if she declines from voting to the Fatah movement, I will thank her for that. Don't vote for us, please. So what we want is to win the trust of our people. They know what we can do for them. For example, we can avoid dragging our people into a catastrophic situation as the one Hamas got us in by doing what they call the October 7th, or the Tufan al-Aqsa, which is a silly word. It has nothing to do with Al-Aqsa Mosque. They did this, and it's a mysterious issue that hasn't been cleared because the Israeli government refuses to allow any investigation commission.
The Dome of the Rock is, sorry.
The Israeli government will never give us the information, the complete record of what happened on October 7th. So this is for the Israeli government to clear this issue. But when it comes to Fatah or the PLO, as you have seen, the border crossing to Rafah cannot be reopened without reinstalling the Palestinian Authority in this border crossing. It's an international agreement, the agreement of 2005. That's a partnership between the Europeans, the Egyptians, the Israelis, and the Palestinian Authority. Our strength is our political status. The entire world recognizes the Palestinian Authority and the PLO as the representative of the Palestinian people. The international community wouldn't be engaged into the reconstruction process without the Palestinian Authority playing a major role in that. The international community wouldn't send forces, deploy forces in Gaza without a specific role of the Palestinian police headed by the Palestinian Authority. So our program as a Fatah movement, as a PLO, is a bridge to the international community. What Hamas represents is a wedge between the Palestinian people and the world, because the world says, as long as Hamas is in Gaza, we will not be engaged in the reconstruction process. So the PLO Fatah is a chance is an opportunity for the Palestinian people, and Hamas is an eternal headache that is imposed on our people by Israel. Israel financed Hamas. You know that. They installed them in Gaza, helped them stay in power, and now they can't do anything about it. And I am sure my counterpart in Israel agrees with me on this. It takes two to tango between Hamas and Israel. They played this card for almost 18 years.
I just want to add to that, Rawan, it takes, to be local in order to understand these little nuances that perhaps, escape you when you are abroad and overlooking the situation.
I am a local. I'm talking to you from Jenin, Rawan, by the way.
Yeah. But I want
I'm in
you to know that I remember vividly
I don't appreciate the
of
condescending remark. Maybe I know more than you think.
When Netanyahu decided to run on the ticket of I will bring down Hamas. I will bring down Hamas. That's what he promised in 2009. But then he decided not to bring down the Hamas, but actually just the other way around. And in 2015, when I was a member of Knesset, I was sitting in the same parliament with Bezalel Smotrich, who is currently not only in the Ministry of Finance, but he's also one of the ministers in the Ministry of Defense and very powerful man in the West Bank. Then I remember him saying, Hamas is an asset because Hamas is extreme. As long as they're in power, they're not obliged to do anything, with the peace process. But the Palestinian Authority that is more moderate, they're an obstacle to us, to the extreme right wing, in Israel. They are an obstacle. And this Netanyahu embraced exactly this theme, and he integrated well when he could. Basically, use the circumstances in 2019 when PA stopped sending any money to Gaza. He could just take that and to finish off Hamas militarily, financially, in every single way. Instead, he went to beg for money for Qatar, who is an enemy of Israel and the enemy, I think, actually of all good people. Not only Israel, but in this sense, this is, and I stand behind my words. Hamas is a partner. He chose his partner. He declined to be a partner with Mahmoud Abbas, with the Palestinian Authority, and he very consciously decided to partner, to gear up with Hamas.
Okay, we're going to come back to, as I said, the role of who should play what role on this board of peace if we're ever to get to phase 2 in our next segment. So I'm just going to put a pin in that discussion. We'll circle back to it. Rawan, I want to ask you, because you come to this debate perhaps with a broader regional perspective, Egypt and Turkey have suggested that phase 2 should start first. The International Stabilization Force should be allowed in to create a buffer zone, and then Hamas can disarm. The disarmament can begin when there is an international force in place. That seems like a sensible compromise, doesn't it?
Not really, again, because the left in Israel expects everybody back, including a dead hostage who was stolen. And there's a lot of heat, a lot of debate, a lot of conflict within Israeli society because they expect everybody back. Egypt and Turkey are like the mother and father of the Muslim Brotherhood. They would gladly help Hamas stall. No, you cannot allow them more time. Look at what's happening in Lebanon, where I have family. I watched the decline, what Hezbollah's done, and I'm watching the Lebanese fighting to get rid of Hezbollah, and Hezbollah still stalling. Do we allow Hamas to do the same? No. I believe that in the past, yes, many...
So if I may jump in, why is it legitimate? Why is it illegitimate to criticize Hezbollah and not legitimate to criticize Hamas?
We are criticizing Hamas. I don't understand what you're talking about. We are criticizing Hamas. I believe that I called them a little earlier thugs and gangsters, and I do not expect chivalry from them, just a little bit compassion for their own people. It is not acceptable that they stall, and the least we expect is that they disarm. But every day, especially on Arab media, they refuse to disarm. And this is something known to everybody, except for the average naive Westerner. If they will not disarm, how can we imagine any alternative vision imposed or in any way effective in Gaza? We know that they are not trustworthy, they have ill intentions, And in Egypt, even if the government or the president is not fond of the Muslim Brotherhood, they have many, many supporters. And when we know that Erdogan is concerning, what Turkey is doing in Syria is concerning, isn't it legitimate that Israel today is very, very, very skeptical when Turkey is involved in any suggestions because we don't see it as sensible? We know that they have ill intentions.
Okay, Ksenia, do you want to pick up on that? I mean, what's the feeling about allowing this Turkey-Egypt plan to go ahead? Do you think that it's a sensible idea to allow this international force in before Hamas disarms?
Well, first of all, I have to tell you that, on the hostage issue, there is absolutely clear in Israel that the right side, the left side, they all agree. The hostage has to be the body of the hostage. Unfortunately, it's a body. It's not a living person anymore. He was killed by Hamas. It has to be repatriated to Israel. Okay, so this is his obligation by Hamas. Israel intelligence has reasons to believe that Hamas is deceiving. It is always deceiving. It's not the first time. It does not have any.
But what if the body is already in Israel and we don't know of it?
Sorry,
what if
Jamal,
the body is already in Israel and we don't know of it?
It doesn't have any compassion, neither for the Palestinians, not for the Israelis, of course. So we do not expect it from them. I think that the issue of the international peacekeeping contingent is the most weak thing in this plan that was introduced by Donald Trump, because it's unclear to this day what is the mandate that these forces will have, and who will they be exactly? Because President Trump mentioned that there are 59 states that are ready to send their troops. Unfortunately, we know that this is not exactly true. It's not compatible with the reality as we know it. And many countries want to stay away. And because they understand that it's a hot mess, they don't want to be involved in that. I really suspect that there are only two parties that want to be engaged in disarming Hamas and actually can be engaging in this. One of them is Israel, which I don't think that at the stage after the ceasefire needs to go back. The second party is the Palestinian Authority that has the gunmen, that has, the firepower, that has the ability and the desire to rule Gaza again, and for the sake of the people to get rid of Hamas as a military power forever. But they are not allowed to even come close, there. So we will never know, perhaps, whether it's possible or not. As for the, involvement of Turkey, I assess it as very negative in any kind of way, So, there is a huge difference. Sorry, Ravan, but I'm an expert on Egypt, actually. This is the object of my academic studies. Huge difference between Egypt and Turkey. And their attitude to the Muslim Brotherhood. I'm sorry, it's not that their president is not fond of Muslim Brotherhood. No, this organization is officially banned in Egypt, and there is a huge struggle that they finance them to get rid of them, so it's not the same. But cannot be said about Turkey. So I do not believe that any presence of Turkish soldiers, of Turkish money, of Turkish investments, of Turkish advisors or anything like this can be beneficial, not for Israel and not for the Palestinians. There are moderate Arab countries. We are, looking forward for them to take a more significant place in this process. And those were sidelined, unfortunately, during the last 3 months. United Arab Emirates. Okay. These are the countries that should be leading this effort, along with Egypt, Morocco, and the other Sunni moderate countries.
Before we move on to our next phase, I just want to ask you very quickly, Dr. Nazal, we've been hearing about the return of this final body of the hostage, who is unfortunately deceased, and of course, every hostage, be they alive or unfortunately not, are of equal value. Is there a sense, though, in your mind, that just as it can be argued that Hamas is playing for time by not disarming, is Israel playing for time by saying, well, there's one person that still hasn't been returned, so phase 2 cannot start until then? Is this an unsavory tactic?
We cannot trust the Israeli government because it is wicked. We cannot trust Hamas because it is ignorant. When it comes to the issue of the last remaining body of the last Israeli hostage, it might well be that his body is already back in Israel without the Israeli government telling us the truth. But they use this issue as a pretext to continue with not entering into phase 2. It could also be that the carpet bombardment that Gaza was subjected to by Israel has destroyed also the body of this Israeli individual. So we don't know the truth, actually. But it could be that Israel is using this as a pretext. Israel may have found the body and not told us about that. I'm not willing to believe that Hamas is cheating when it comes to the last remaining remains of the Israeli
Why not? They're cheating with everything else, Dr. Nazar.
They are cheating with a lot. They are deceiving and they are making a lot of catastrophic mistakes. I'm talking about Hamas. So I don't trust neither the Israeli government nor Hamas. However, when it comes to the issue of the disarmament, there is the easy way that can save the face of everybody, which is allowing the Palestinian government, which has disarmed Hamas and Jihad Islami in the West Bank, in every place that it was allowed to enter. It has a good record of disarming these groups. So if the Palestinian Authority is enabled from working in Gaza, there can be an agreement with Hamas on making Hamas hand in all its weapons to the Palestinian Authority once there are international guarantees for Israel not coming back to attacking Palestinians in Gaza. But Israel doesn't want to give us this card, the card of withdrawing from Gaza and promising to not come back. So if we can give Hamas the guarantee that Israel is not going to attack them again, I believe making a Palestinian government, the Palestinian Authority work in Gaza would help us tackle this issue,
If I may just briefly.
issue of...
Okay, yeah, sure, go ahead, Rowan.
I would like to emphasize a point that was mentioned earlier. The Israelis have intelligence that are almost confirmed. Hamas knows where the body of Ghanikvili is. 1. 2, you would like, as the Palestinian Authority, to give guarantees to Hamas that Israel is not going to target them again. Why should Israel not target them again? Israel...
because we're talking about a ceasefire.
I understand. But they also, everybody agrees, including many sensible Arab countries, that Hamas should disarm and dissolve. So why should anybody give Hamas any guarantees? And if you are so effective with Hamas, why didn't you contribute since October 7th? Why couldn't you prevent October 7th? And I'm going to ask you, why were you defeated in Gaza by Hamas? They've driven you out. You remember that very well.
Are you aware that
one last point, if I may, one last point. I should remind you that even in the West Bank,
how is the Palestinian Authority supposed to...
the Israeli security forces,
Dr. Jamal,
would not be able
we'll let Rowan finish and then I'll come to you.
I just need to emphasize one last point. Without the help of Israeli security forces in the West Bank, no, you would not be able to control jihadist militia members. You would not be able to control your own people.
The Palestinian government entered war with them in Jenin 2 years ago.
And the Israelis help you there, and they still help you, and there are
They didn't. They torpedoed the effort. The Israeli government...
Jenin, and you
give me a break, please.
Okay, Rowan, I'm going to let Jamal respond because then we need to sort of get back onto this peace plan and not go back through history. So, Dr. Nazal, a response from you, and then I'll bring us back onto the topic.
Almost a year and a half ago, the Palestinian forces tried to enter the refugee camps in Jenin, because they wanted to tackle the issue of these gunmen who were hidden there. We almost reached an agreement, but Israel destroyed this agreement and decided itself to launch a terrible campaign against the refugee camps, especially in Jenin. The gunmen escaped and they got caught by the Palestinian forces, and some other individuals were arrested by Israel. But the Israeli role in this was destructive. If they gave us time and they refused to let the Palestinian Authority receive arms from Jordan to continue with this campaign. So they played a destructive role, and without them, we would have been successful in reaching an agreement of making these gunmen handing themselves to the Palestinian Authority. I was today in Jenin, and I saw that most of them are being held in the Palestinian prisons because some of them killed members of the Palestinian Authority itself. But when it comes to Gaza, we have to give the Palestinian Authority the chance to be in Gaza, to help bring peace and security to our people. People trust us. If you ask people in Gaza, they know why they can trust us. And if you ask the question why the Palestinian Authority couldn't prevent Hamas from doing October 7th, that means you still haven't had discussions with the people you are visiting in Palestine. We are not in Gaza. We weren't in Gaza. How are we supposed to prevent this from happening? What we could do is prevent this from happening here in the West Bank. That we were successful in. And if we saw in October 7th
Israel,
a successful
not
model...
Palestine, by the way. Israel, not Palestine.
Okay. I'm going to move us back on track. Thank you for your response there, Dr. Nazal. I'm going to move us back onto the
Jerusalem
progress towards phase 2 of this ceasefire deal, because we are getting close to the end of our time here. And something that you have all raised, actually, brings us to this point, because we have been here before. The first Gaza ceasefire back in November 2023, I believe, stalled in phase 1 as well. And there are some quite legitimate fears that without any concerted progress soon, this deal could go the same way. Now, everyone's been discussing what governance in Gaza should look like and whether the Palestinian Authority should have a role in that. Ksenia, let's ask you, the proposed Board of Peace still hasn't eventuated. We know the former UK PM, Tony Blair, was supposed to be part of that organisation, but his name was quietly removed because of insistence from some regional countries. Is this a pipe dream? Was it ever going to succeed, and will it ever be accepted?
Well, I actually happen to know, some people, some of them are Palestinians, that have negotiations with American representatives about forming, this Board of Peace. I do believe that the American government, the American administration is capable to move it forward if it will prioritize this issue. Because when Trump decided to prioritize the release of the hostages, something that was not, it was not achieved before for a reason. There was not enough energy that we in attempts of Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, the emissaries of Donald Trump. It's not impossible. There's nothing impossible in this idea. But it's hard for me to believe that right now, due to the fog of war, in Russia and Ukraine, Venezuela right now, and so on, that Gaza is actually a priority currently for the American administration. If it's not, if it's being sidelined, and especially if also West Bank, with all of the settler violence there and so on, has been sidelined, then yes, situation will not improve and there will not be a Board of Peace because, it will not be created by itself. I think that, again, it matters also in what order things happen, because I think that if there will be this representative body of people that have, trustworthy reputation, and, I think it will be easy also to get together this peacekeeping force. However, the task itself of governing Gaza, which was also always very, very hard, and it's twofold, more difficult now, or even tenfold more difficult now due to the horrendous situation on the ground. This is something that, again, the Palestinians would need the help from the whole world. And the eyes needs to be, very firmly, on this issue. If it will not happen, then unfortunately, we will just slide into perpetuating of the situation in which, yes, Israel controls, some territory. There are some pipe dreams about establishing some homes, for the Palestinians in Rafah, some communities. I don't think that this is realistic. If there will be no alternative government, if there will be no vision for Gaza, and for that question, it's not only the American government, it's also Israel. Israel has been unable to answer this question since 1967. What does it actually want to see in Gaza Strip? How does it see the relationship with Gaza Strip and with Palestinians in general? I think that the moment that we will honestly answer that there is no other alternative but the two-state solution. Yes, it's like the wheel, you cannot reinvent it. It's been invented once. So since then, it's the only viable solution on the ground. When we will get again, with our leadership to this realization, then, it will be easier to answer all other questions.
Mm-hmm. Ruan, from a regional perspective, this idea of a board of peace, do you think it is a viable option? And then when you hear US President Trump saying things like, well, you know, now that they've removed Maduro, that they're going to run Venezuela, President Trump says he's going to be the head of the board of peace. Is this a colonial project?
Not really. Let's go back to the region. Of course, the US has a lot of influence here, but fantasies will have to adapt to reality. So I agree with your guests because you can see, although we disagree on the future of the region or the way we imagine it, we agree that we need a solution. Things cannot continue the way they are because there are children who did not choose where they were born, whether they were born in Kibbutz Be'eri or in Rafah, they had nothing to do with it. And we have the responsibility as adults in the room to try and push for a solution. I do not know if the Americans are willing to adapt this vision, but reality always forces them to be pragmatic. And this has happened even with President Trump. Now, here on the ground, I hear an Israeli, and I know that she means well, recycling an old solution that failed. If the two-state solution was implemented, if it was possible, if it was realistic, if it was optimal, it would have happened. It's never going to happen. But talking about the two-state solution, and as your guest earlier said, that Jerusalem is Palestine.
Now you talk like a spokesman of the Israeli government. I don't think you should do that. How about, as you mentioned, that Jerusalem is It will happen. The Palestinian state is already a reality.
I will listen to
Why
you
don't
in
you
a
take
moment.
a taxi and go to Ramallah, where you can see the Palestinian government
I would
and
get
institutions?
killed there because I would get killed.
Why don't you take
there?
a taxi and go to Ramallah? You will see the
Because
Palestinian state by yourself.
I would get killed there. In Israel,
Why would you get killed?
safe. I'm safe. So my point is, if we have very...
I just been to Ramallah.
What BS are you saying?
Let's let Ruan finish her point, and then I'll bring it to both of you for a response. Ruan, finish off your point there.
What? Well, that's really outrageous and silly. It's also not realistic.
Jerusalem is de facto Israel. It's de facto Israel. It's not Palestine. Because Jerusalem, as someone who studied Islamic studies, and I'm
Jerusalem is the capital of Palestine.
We're not going to get into the redrawing of borders. Let's focus on the point at hand. The board of peace,
is the capital of Palestine.
Jerusalem is not mentioned once in the Quran. So if we go back to reality, the two-state solution, maybe we should consider that Palestine, when we use that word, we should
سبحان الذي أسرى بعبده ليلا من المسجد
Palestine that was already divided. 78% of the land became Jordan. The 22 remaining, the Jews accepted to divide. So it was possible, but the Palestinians said no repeatedly. We've reached a point where we should stop attempting to recycle old solutions that failed. Let's be real.
We have to recycle the old talking points also.
All right, we're almost out of time, so I'm going to bring us back onto the topic at hand. We've only got about 5 minutes left. So let me go to you, Jamal. Is the two-state solution dead? And I also want you to circle back to this board of peace. Would the PA support the board of peace? Does it support the board of peace, regardless of whether or not it has a seat at the table?
The PA supports the Trump plan, and we supported the UN Security Council calling for implementing it. We believe Mr. Trump wants to see peace achieved in the Middle East, and we know that he aspires to widen the Abraham Accords. And for that to happen, it takes for Israel to recognize Palestine. This will happen. Maybe not in my lifetime, but I hope it will. The Palestinian state is a reality. The institution building in the Palestinian Authority is a reality that is visible for the eyes of everyone who can visit this place. We know Israel is doing its best to weaken the Palestinian Authority and sometimes to destroy it. And while Israel gave money to Hamas, Israel is still withholding the tax revenues that belong to the Palestinian government, which constitute 65%
because of pay for slave,
the monthly budget of the Palestinian Authority.
Okay, we're almost out of time, Ruan, so I'm going to let Jamal finish, and then I'm going to hand it to Ksenia, or else we're going to run out of time.
You started your show, you started your contribution, Rawan, by criticizing us for equating Hamas with Israel. And now you're acting like an Israeli spokesman, a spokesman of the Israeli government who believes that Jerusalem is the capital of Israel and not of Palestine. Jerusalem is the capital of Palestine. The state of Palestine will be born. I know this because I know how persistent the Palestinian population is. I'm now in the city of Jenin, and I grew up in Jenin under curfew. The city is sometimes under curfew, but the people are here. I came from Jordan just a week ago, and I see the number of the Palestinian people who come back is more than the number of the people who want to leave the place, although the border crossing to Jordan is open. So the willingness to stay here is very big, because this is the land where we're born, and this is the land where we want to be, and this is the land where we aspire to be free, and we will be free, even if you don't want us to be.
Okay. Ksenia, let's round us out. What's your take? This board of peace, can it succeed? Will it succeed? And is there a concern that President Trump is going to run Gaza the way he says he will run Venezuela?
Well, it doesn't seem that he will run either Gaza or Venezuela, and I think that the big danger is that not an expert on Venezuela, but I do happen to have expertise on the Israeli-Palestinian peace process, and also as Israeli, as a concerned Israeli, I think that this is should be our priority. That this plan will succeed. This is currently our best chance, our only chance to get out of this mess, of this horrific mess. And to start transitioning to something better. So there are no guarantees. And again, it's something that it's in the hand of the people themselves. I'm not an advisor to the Palestinian Authority, but if I would be, I would say to them, listen, start to combine, by yourself right now in some kind of word, and show, to the world that, there are capable people that know what to do. They know how to run place. And again, I have to just remind everybody, not Indonesian soldiers, not Turkish governors, not anybody. They have none experience in Gaza. It needs to be Palestinian to have experience in Gaza and to understand who is against whom and what is happening there. I do believe that without, a very significant Palestinian presence, a good team of people, that will be willing to take this very hard task on them, there will be no process. There will be no progress made for Gaza or for all of us. We need for this ceasefire to succeed. There is no other way. The other way is bloodshed, and we certainly do not want that.
Unfortunately, we're out of time, so I'm going to have to end it there. But this has been a very interesting discussion. These coming weeks, hopefully not months, may give us some sense of direction. But I appreciate the contribution and the analysis from all of you. It's been a wonderful discussion. Rawan Osman, Middle East commentator, thanks for being with us. Ksenia Svetlova, former Israeli Knesset member and executive director of ROPES, and also Dr. Jamal Nazal, spokesperson for the Palestinian political party Fatah. Thanks for being with us on Counterpoints. And for all of you watching, thanks for tuning in to this episode. You can, of course, keep up to date with all of our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and, of course, follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you for the next debate.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Professor Ammar Yaghi, congratulations. I mean, wow, it is such an honor to be talking to you, the first Saudi scientist to win a Nobel Prize. I mean, I'm really grateful to be here today. And when your name was announced in Stockholm, was it a moment of surprise or more of the accumulation of a lifelong inner journey, so to speak?
It was a surprise. I mean, I received the call from the committee when I was landing in Frankfurt and taking my bags to deplane. So it was very surprising, and I was right there in the plane while they were telling me that I have been awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. And they were talking about the different presentations that they were going to make in 90 minutes before the official announcement. And they asked me whether I would be available to give interviews. And I said, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to because I would be on my next flight during that time. So it was absolutely fantastic. And there is, you can't prepare for moments such as this.
Yes, I can imagine. Well, tell me more about how you felt. How did it feel after all this hard work that you've been doing, all this research you've been doing to finally have this moment announced?
Well, I think scientists do science for two reasons. One is that they want to stimulate their mind, advance the frontiers of knowledge for the benefit of humanity, but they also want to be recognized for their work. And I think that those are two important components. If you ask a scientist to work in an isolation and they can't report their work, they can't talk about their work, they probably wouldn't do it. So I think that this is important to keep in mind, is that we work for advancing the frontiers of knowledge. And when our research, our results have benefit to society, it's really an amazing feeling. And to be called by the Nobel Committee, which is the highest honor a scientist could receive, that's just an icing on the cake. And it's really part of an important legacy for a scientist to be awarded such a prize. It also, I think the prize allows us to, especially the emerging generation, to open their eyes to what is possible. I think it enhances the science, it encourages the youth, and it brings the science up front and center in society. I think those are very, very important for building an educated society.
I can imagine, and I will get back to that in just a moment. Professor, now, as the first scientist carrying the name of Saudi Arabia to receive a Nobel in chemistry, how does this reflect on the significant advancements Saudi Arabia is witnessing in the fields of research, development, and as well as innovation?
Well, first, I want to thank His Majesty King Salman bin Abdulaziz, and I also want to thank the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, for the support that they've shown me during the last years, for supporting my research, encouraging me. I think this is important to mention. Science cannot be done in vacuum. It requires a lot of different contributions from different sides, and they have done a tremendous job in supporting me. I also want to thank KAXT, King Abdulaziz City of Science and Technology, for their collaboration, scientific collaboration over the last many years. These two aspects have helped me craft our research and direct our research in directions that benefit society. And we've taken the basic science all the way to applications and to commercialization through these collaborations and through the support of His Majesty and His Royal Highness in this regard. And I just want to mention that and thank them very much. This is an important time to acknowledge the people who have contributed to my success. In terms of its impact on society, I think the kingdom is going through an amazing transformation to become an important contributor to the world scene of science, and not just science, but also technology. And you can see every day different initiatives, such as the 2030 initiative, which is an important initiative for evolving the science in the kingdom. This is very important. The kingdom has a lot of smart people, and especially in universities, and these initiatives are very important at providing them opportunities, opening the door for them to experience and achieve their potential.
Beautiful. Completely agree, Professor. Now, let's talk a little bit science. When you first imagined materials, molecule by molecule, did you ever think it will lead to drinking water from air desert? I mean, such a radical transformation, at least for me.
Very good question. When I set out to do research, I wanted to build materials like one would build Legos, or take molecules like building blocks and put them together to make different forms. And that was very, very exciting. And I did it, honestly, I did it because I love molecules and I love the beauty of molecules. Their molecules is what attracted me to chemistry when I was 10 years old. I discovered drawings of molecules. We call them stick and ball diagrams. And I didn't know what they were at 10 years old, but certainly I figured out in future that these are molecules, and I became more and more interested in them, and I became deeper and went into the knowledge deeper and deeper. And finally, I had my independent position at Arizona State University back in 1992, and there I was free to exercise my ideas. And again, we wanted to implement the concept of building materials from molecular building blocks, and we succeeded. And that was an amazing moment. But once you build materials, and in this case, we have basically opened a gold mine where any molecule could be stitched together to make a new material. So the possibilities are almost endless. Now, it's not just beauty of what you've created, but also now we have to ask questions about what are they useful for. And that's when we embarked on applying the chemistry to taking water out of desert air to make drinking water, taking CO2 out of the air to clean the air, and many storing hydrogen into the pores to make clean energy. So all these things are a progression of the initial success that we've had in assembling materials from the molecular building block approach, and that's what the committee has cited for the development of metal organic frameworks.
Well, it is an amazing accomplishment indeed, Professor. Now, will MOFs one day allow entire cities to run on captured water and recycled air? I mean, is that science fiction or an engineering deadline, so to speak?
Well, it sounds like science fiction. In fact, there were movies made about trapping water from air. But the power of these materials is that they can make dreams come to reality. And this is the beauty of it. We have a startup called Atoko in the south of Los Angeles, in Irvine, that is already testing devices that would deliver 2,000 liters a day from trapping water out of the air and requiring very little energy. They also have another product that would deliver 850 liters a day of water, clean drinking water, using only ambient sunlight. No electricity, no power input, just ambient sunlight. So this means that these products will be widely deployed in cities, villages, everywhere where there is a need for clean water. So this is not science fiction anymore. It is reality, and it's made so by metal organic frameworks.
Beautiful, beautiful. And we look forward to having that implemented in many, many other cities around the world, especially in countries of need. So, Professor, allow me to ask you this. Is there a discovery you dream of that science hasn't yet caught up with?
Well, yes, I dream a lot about the future. And you have, as the saying say, you have to have a dream for a dream to come true. And scientists in general, and especially me, I was taught by my father and then by my PhD mentor that you have to do something completely new, okay? Completely new as a scientist. And that's what we strive for. Yes, right now I have dreams, I have ideas on how we can take this chemistry to the next level, which is, could we design MOFs that operate like DNA, meaning that they have sequences of information that code for very specific properties? They could be carbon capture and conversion of carbon to useful materials. That could happen in just one material. That's what we're working on now. It's a big challenge. If we can solve it, then we would have completely changed further the way people think about making materials. So that's one direction. The other direction is that we have many ideas on how we can accelerate discovery using AI, using machine learning and large language models, AI tools that allow us to take things that we research for 2 to 3 years to achieve a result and reduce that time down to just weeks. We have already preliminary results that show that we can speed up the discovery of new materials so that we can achieve new materials that have very specific applications much quicker, 50-fold faster than what we have been doing. So the future is very bright, and we only scratch the surface. There's a lot more work to do. And we have many, many ideas about how these materials can be modified further and with the use of AI, completely transform the way material science and chemistry work. This is something that I might add is a significant part of my collaboration with CAXT in Saudi Arabia.
Amazing. I'm glad to hear that you have the support for that amazing vision that you have, Professor. Now, allow me to end with this. After winning this prize, what messages do you have to all the youth? I mean, you mentioned earlier how important this prize is for the youth, and especially the youth of Saudi Arabia, that you made this possible for every single child in Saudi Arabia to look up to having a Nobel one day in their lives. And not only in Saudi Arabia, but all the Arab children look up to you in that. So what are your messages to them?
Well, my message for Saudi Arabia is that you live in an amazing country that has tremendous resources and leadership that has the will to put those resources behind your education and behind the development of science and technology. This is a time in the history of science where it's never been better to do science. We have amazing equipment, amazing facilities that provide amazing opportunities for young people to engage in science. And as I mentioned with AI, this becomes even transformative to one's opportunities and for them to plug into solving societal challenges and developing technologies to make better standards of life for not just Saudis, but everyone in the region and the world. So my advice to them would be science allows you to get to the top the quickest. Okay, it just requires patience, and you have to do the experiment. If you do the experiment, you have the possibility to discover. And when you discover it could transform the world. So I think that my message is to do the experiment and to be bold and not afraid to try new things. So the experiment is paramount to discovery.
I agree. I think having the courage to experiment unknown things is absolutely the key to some amazing adventures and findings. Professor Omar Yaghi, congratulations again. The first Saudi scientist to get a Nobel Prize in chemistry. It's been an honor.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your interest and for this wonderful interview.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu, and you're watching W News Extra. Broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios, these are our top stories. President Trump says the Iranian leaders have called to negotiate after hundreds of protesters are killed and an internet shutdown continues. Federal prosecutors open a criminal investigation into the Federal Reserve chair as his long-running dispute with the U.S. president escalates. And the award glory continues for Timothée Chalamet, beating Leonardo DiCaprio and George Clooney for Best Actor at the Golden Globes. President Trump says the Iranian leaders have contacted the United States to negotiate, and he may consider military action as the ongoing unrest continues. The U.S.-based human rights activist news agency says it has verified the deaths of nearly 500 protesters since December. Meanwhile, an imposed internet shutdown is still in place. Speaking on Sunday night, Trump said the Iranians want a meeting, but the U.S. may have to act before that. Take a listen.
There seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent. If you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it. And we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. But I don't think they're trying to play. I think they just want peace. They want to have freedom. The protesters are after freedom. Iran has not allowed freedom for a long time. And the protesters, I don't think they're trying to appease me. They're trying to get somebody to help them. They're under siege. And now it looks like they're being shot, which is a very bad thing.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes and Al Arabiya senior presenter Raria Alami. Raya, what's the latest we have on the situation in Iran? The Iranian foreign minister just came out. He said that he claims that the unrest is under total control. Can we trust this narrative? What's real? What's fake?
Well, that's true. I mean, true in the sense that's what the government said, that these protests are now and demonstrations are now under control after 2 weeks of them breaking out. The reality of the matter on the ground, that there were protests in many different Iranian areas just today. So I don't know if we can verify these claims that the regime or the government has these demonstrations under control. But what's happening so far is that hundreds of people have been killed during those protests. There are some reports that are talking about 650 people being killed, over 11,000 arrests during those demonstrations. And they are very widespread. They have spread over 186 cities in Iran, over 31 provinces, so probably all the provinces in Iran have witnessed some of these demonstrations. And probably the most prominent development is that all communication is completely cut off. Internet is cut off, phone lines are cut off, and that's actually affecting the flow of information coming out of Iran, up to the point that President Trump is saying that they're going to talk to Starlink, Elon Musk, to try and provide internet connection for the Iranians during this time, even though, I mean, Starlink is available in Iran illegally. So therefore, some people have been using it to, get information and videos out. Yet, apparently, even that is being jammed and also disrupted. We also should not forget that because it's illegal, so any Iranian is found with the Starlink equipment, that could lead to their arrest on charges of basically conspiracy with foreign forces, and it could lead even to execution. So it is a very, very serious charge in Iran.
Yes, and Jono, President Trump has also recently said that Iranian leaders want to negotiate, but there's also reports he could reportedly blitz Iran as soon as tomorrow.
So again, what we're seeing is the usual Donald Trump brinksmanship, and he does it so well. He's signaling this openness to talks with the leaders of Iran, which is, of course, what would be the ideal scenario here, is talks to figure out where we progress to next or what actually happens here. But simultaneously, he's escalating the threat of force, which is what we've seen in the last hours that he's made these announcements. We may have to act before a meeting. That's a very deliberate line that's been used by Trump here as well. It keeps Iran guessing, but it's giving also the maximum pressure ahead of any negotiations that may come to the table as well. So if we're to believe, and this is from the Trump administration themselves, they will jump to the defense of any people who require this. And you've heard it there as well. Iran has not allowed freedom for a very long time. That was what Donald Trump said himself. If you're to believe that, and you take into consideration the Venezuela capture of the president of Venezuela, you have to look and say, is the same going to ring true for Iran? Is he going to come to the defense of the people who are there, who are rioting for change and for some level of diplomacy and a change to the regime that's in place? And you would have to think that, negotiations aside, he's likely to send forces into Iran. That's likely what this administration is going to do. The state media is saying, like Rawia said, it's under total control. We don't know how much of that is true. There are flights in and flights out, so we're getting this information. The videos that we're seeing are a lot of the time from people who are either, as Rawia pointed out, using Starlink illegally, or who are travelling out of the country with that video evidence and then sharing it. So we're probably 24 hours behind where we should be in terms of what is actually happening on the streets. We know that there are continued demonstrations today. So of the 11,000 people that have been arrested, what is the plan? What is Iran's plan here? Are they going to arrest every single person who's taken to the street and done a demonstration? Or are they, in fact, going to now discover that, wait a second, there's other forces at play here, i.e. the US, who are going to come in here and play their cards and say, listen, we need a bit of a change in the regime here. It's not what the region needs, that's for sure. But I don't think the US can sit back and take a back seat in something like this. If you're going to play the card that you normally will jump to the defense of people who require the assistance of the US, and without outwardly asking for it, the people of Iran need something right now in order to bring this reform and this change about that they so desperately seem to be requiring.
If I may add something to that as well, that it seems that the reports that are coming out of Iran are talking about also pro-regime protests. So you have protests on each side, and even some of the reporters from there, even in Arabic, they are and Farsi, they are talking about that some people are truly seeing those demonstrations as interference by the West or by foreign forces, as the government is trying to portray them and frame them, namely by the U.S. and Israel, as well as obviously the mainstream demonstrators that see this as it started. Apparently, these demonstrations as for economic reasons, and now it's turned into a widespread call for regime change. But if we go back to what you said about Venezuela and drawing some sort of comparison in between, a lot of analysts were saying, or at least voices also from Iran, trying to promote this narrative that Iran is not Venezuela. There is no organized opposition that they can lean on. The only one they have is the son of the former Shah, Pahlavi, who already has the endorsement of Trump, obviously, and the backing of the U.S. Yet he's been there for many, many years, obviously, since 1979, since the beginning of the Islamic Revolution in Iran, throughout all the protests that happened before. Yet this time he is being polished as possibly the alternative to the existing regime. So how much the people of Iran are going to accept him? I mean, some people they're thinking that he could be a better alternative, even though maybe for an interim period because of the lack of other alternatives. Yet at the same time, maybe an operation like the one we witnessed in Venezuela might be difficult in Iran, because it's not just about the supreme leader. You have the Revolutionary Guard, you have a system for the regime that has been there for many, many, many years, for decades. Mm-hmm. So it's not just relying on the person of the supreme leader, the Ayatollah. There is a lot more more complications than it would be.
And I certainly don't think that even in Trump's, in his wildest dreams, is to go in and do a drop operation whereby he's picking up the Ayatollah and bringing him out of the country. That's certainly not something that's going to happen. And likewise, I don't necessarily know if Reza Pahlavi is going to be the ideal successor, because this is a man who has spent majority of his life in exile in Washington. He's very closely aligned with Washington and to the US in general. That's where he's been in exile. He knows nothing of the day-to-day runnings of Iran because he simply hasn't been there. And he is, yes, the crown prince and by birthright. Therefore, he is the successor to the Shah's dynasty that was there. But, and we've spoken about this earlier on, Catalina, when you said that there's a lot of Iranians who also have said that they don't want to return to the Shah dynasty. They don't necessarily need that. They may need some sort of a democracy in there as well. And like you said, Rawiya, there is no clear alternative right now. But Donald Trump himself did say that if any protester had been harmed or killed, and there was any evidence of that, that he would use force on Iran. We've now seen that there's evidence of that. We're hearing this from the humanitarian organizations. So I think he will have to act, or at least do something aside from just these negotiations, which are on the way.
Exactly, and here we have another perspective, because there's been a lot of reaction all around the world, as we've been seeing, social media, politicians alike. So now we have the perspective of the leader of Reform UK, Nigel Farage, who has spoken to Al Arabiya News correspondent Aruba Abdel Haq about his views on the protests and the British government's reaction along with Donald Trump's. Let's take a listen.
I have been opposed to this theocratic regime for 40 years. I was appalled in 2015 when the West basically appeased them with the JCPOA deal. All that it's done is to prolong the misery of the wonderful Persian people. I've been consistent on this all the way through. Reza Pahlavi is a good friend of mine, and he's part of the solution, perhaps, to where we're going with this. But when you meet these people who've got family,
to save the people, but they are killing to save.
And they've got family members missing, and you realise the sheer brutality and awfulness of this regime. And I just cannot understand why the British government will not stand up and support these lovely people.
Do you think the Iranian Revolutionary Guard should be proscribed as a terrorist organization?
I have thought so for years. They should have been prescribed years ago. The weakness of the British government I find absolutely shocking. I'm also praying that Donald Trump gets involved, and quickly.
So, Raya, what's been the reaction all over the world? We've seen so many reactions on social media. We've seen protesters for, against. Is there an overall consensus? What are we seeing?
Well, there have been demonstrations all over the world in solidarity. Their anti-Iranian regime demonstrations in different countries. We've seen in different cities. We've seen in Los Angeles, in Paris, in London, also Berlin, Istanbul, in Canada, Toronto. They're all sort of, in solidarity with the protesters in the streets of Iran. Yet also there have been some also demonstrations, pro-regime demonstrations. But I think that the general mood is with those protesters who are calling for a regime change, who are calling for betterment of the economic situation in Tehran. We have to remember that, again, these demonstrations started for economic reason. The local currency really devaluated, and it was in terrible shape. The economic situation in Iran is quite terrible, and therefore there is a lot of empathy with those protesters globally.
And I do think it's the straw that's breaking the camel's back in terms of this, because there's been a lot going on in Iran for Iranian people for a very long time, who they felt that the country that they saw as, and we discussed this before the show, the Paris of the Middle East. It was so cosmopolitan, it was so forward-thinking, women in education, it was a high priority when the Shah was in power there, that you just look now and see a totally different regime in place, and there's this want or this willingness for a change. And yes, it may have been the economic instability that caused this to kick off again, but there are the repercussions and the backlash of what is going on in Iran on a day-to-day basis for people who are living there. And we haven't seen an internet outage for a war zone in living history that I can recall anyway. There continued to be internet in Gaza throughout the turmoil that was happening there. A complete shut-off from people to get any communication with the outside world. There are people who are friends of mine who have got family who are there day to day, just unable to contact anyone who's in Iran at the moment.
This is not the first time, by the way. I mean, during past uprisings or demonstrations, the regime has resorted to cut off all communication.
So you now have to wonder, why do people want to change? Maybe they just are done with that being the regime that they live on a day-to-day basis.
And this is obviously a developing story, so many points to touch on. We have to move on to another story right now. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell could face a criminal investigation from the U.S. Justice Department over a Senate committee testimony. It's the latest escalation in tensions between Powell and President Trump, who have previously come to blows over interest rates. The Fed chair has called the probe unprecedented action. Take a listen.
I have deep respect for the rule of law and for accountability in our democracy. No one, certainly not the chair of the Federal Reserve, is above the law. But this unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure. I have served at the Federal Reserve under 4 administrations, Republicans and Democrats alike. In every case, I have carried out my duties without political fear or favor, focused solely on our mandate of price stability and maximum employment. Public service sometimes requires standing firm in the face of threats. I will continue to do the job the Senate confirmed me to do, with integrity and a commitment to serving the American people.
Jono, so we knew that Trump and Powell didn't see eye to eye. They didn't always have the best relationship. But did we see this coming? Is it unprecedented action, as Powell says?
Not to this extent we didn't see it coming. We haven't seen this before as well. Look, there's been never a criminal probe into a sitting Fed chair. It's totally unprecedented. And Trump has criticised Powell for years. He put him in that seat in 2017. Let's just remember that for a second. But moving into legal territory, that is a major escalation. But that is a classic Trump move, isn't it? It sends shockwaves through the markets as well, which you've seen a direct result for that. And not the best time of the year to do it, your first 2 weeks of January, which normally will set the tone for the remainder of the year. And they normally say in terms of stock market, if January finishes solid and good, you're likely to be in 80% of the time since 1981. There's been a solid year in terms of the stock market. So all the indicators are that, yes, this has knocked it on a little bit, but the US is still heading in the right direction. What we have seen before is something that's very akin for this administration, is to, within the government itself, coming to blows and then Trump having some backlash with somebody. So unprecedented in terms of a sitting chair in the Fed. Yes. Unexpected? Absolutely not. I think with Trump, anything is fair game. And what we've seen here as well is we have to remember that Powell has refused to cut the rates under political pressure, and he says he would like data, which of course is a logical, sensible thing to do. What Donald Trump has said is that if you look at all the indicators, which, to be fair, the bigger picture here is that, you know, inflation is cooling, economic growth is slowing down, which means that consumer and spending and investment in business, they're losing momentum. So that is a classic sign that the Fed will normally cut the interest rates. So I think Trump has probably preempted a cut in the interest rate and said, wouldn't it be great if I'm the person who instigates that and says, American public, look at me, I've just lowered interest rates. Is that not amazing? I've lowered the US, the debt. I've lowered the debt for the country. Haven't I done fantastic? And I'm only been here 1 year. And I think it would be a nice 20th of January thing for him to say, 1 year in power, I've reduced interest rates. Powell said no. I'm waiting for the data, wait for that to come through. And that's why they've come to blows about this. So taking him to court for something like that is a very Trump thing to do, but I can 100% see why this would happen under this administration, unsurprisingly.
And Raya, what's been the reaction to all of this? There's obviously bipartisan reaction, lots of discussion going on here. Does the U.S. actually have to lower interest rates?
Well, a lot of reactions. I'll break them down in a minute, but it's true, Jono. It is utterly unprecedented because it is apparently the most open, multi-front fight that any U.S. president has launched against a central bank. So everybody is looking at it as unprecedented. You have the Republicans, they're pro-probe, basically, and they see this and frame it as a valid accountability and oversight issue. And they say that definitely Powell should answer to, questions about headquarter renovations that were too expensive for the Federal Reserves. Now, the Democrats, on the other hand, obviously, they're seeing the Department of Justice probe as politically motivated, as weaponization, and it comes at a time that it would really threaten the independence of the Federal Reserves. They're saying that the real reason behind it obviously is because Jerome Powell is refusing to lower interest rates, and it's not about renovation or anything else. But you have also bipartisan concerns. Both parties, or voices from both parties, are concerned about many things. First of all, that it is potentially truly undermines the Federal Reserve independence, and also it could lead to a backlash, institutional backlash, if the Senate, and as we said, one of the senators from North Carolina, Tom Tillis, he said that he will block the Federal Reserve nominations in the Senate until the probe is finished. And he's saying that he's doing that to protect the Federal Reserves from politicization and defend the institution's independence. So it's not going to end here. It could have repercussions, further more. Now, the reason, obviously, we know that apparently the real reason behind it is it's a row over interest rates. Possibly, maybe, yes, President Trump has been putting a lot of pressure on the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates, mainly because he wants to gain points pre the midterm elections next year. You know that he's lowered interest rates. He managed to also lower the government debt. All of these things are going to score very high as far as he's concerned in getting him votes, or getting votes in the midterm elections next year, or this year actually now.
Exactly, Raya.
I forgot we're in 2026.
And who could actually, because you guys, I think you both mentioned that Jerome Powell's term does end in May, so all of this happening right now. So who could actually replace him? Who's the front runner here?
So it's a tale of two Kevins for this.
Two Kevins.
I love the quote from Trump on this, which says, I don't know anything about it. He says that he doesn't know about the DOJ having an investigation into Jerome Powell, which is hectic. But he says, I don't know anything about it, but it's certainly not very good at the Fed. He's not very good at building buildings either, it seems. And that's just such a great quote. But there's two Kevins who are at the front runner here. Now, one, Kevin Hassett, is Donald Trump's National Economic Council member. He is obviously the front runner. He is in Trump's pocket, as Jerome Powell once was. Let's remember that in 2017. 43% of the bets that have been hedged so far are on him. And close behind is Kevin Warsh, who's a former member of the Fed's Board of Governors at 41%. So it's a toss-up between the two Kevins on this one. So it really depends. There's some other board members who are in there as well who are barely registering at all. But Trump has suggested he could pick this month because Powell's term ends in May. It may end a little bit quicker than this, depending on how this DOJ investigation goes right now. So it'll be one of the two Kevins, it seems, that will be taking over. But either way, I think Trump will be putting a yes man in there in charge of the Fed because that is exactly what he wants. And I think the lower interest rates are on the way, regardless of when the Fed decides it's going to happen or not.
But I mean, it doesn't come without consequences. Just by announcing the probe, I mean, the markets were rattled, the stocks wobbled, even the dollar was weakened. It came, the dollar index fell to breaking a 5-day rise. Apparently, the prices of gold and silver have shot up because people are going for safe havens. So it is very unsettling for the markets. Even the markets have reacted kind of negatively to the news of this probe, and more repercussions possibly are to come.
Well, thanks for both of your thoughts there. So let's move on now to another story. Firefighters in Australia continue to battle uncontrolled bushfires across the state of Victoria. At least one person has been confirmed dead, and hundreds of buildings and structures have been destroyed. Authorities warn that the crisis is far from over. Patrick Falk reports.
From the inside of a moving vehicle, charred bushland and smoke rising from between the trees can be seen. Since the middle of last week, out-of-control fires have scorched hundreds of thousands of hectares of land across Victoria. Speaking at a press conference today, Anthony Albanese addressed the situation and confirmed the death of a cattle farmer about 70 miles north of Melbourne.
Our thoughts go to the family, the friends and the community who are impacted by this. And our thoughts are also with all those who are still doing it incredibly tough. Those people who've lost their homes, 47 in Harcourt alone. These are communities that are under real pressure.
Thousands of firefighters are still battling the blaze as bushfire smoke continues to impact air quality across large swathes of Australia. The town of Harcourt in the Central Highlands has been particularly hard hit. Cars, houses and shops were torched. People in dozens of communities have been advised to leave their homes.
Oh, it's gut-wrenching. It's destroyed Harcourt. Hopefully we come out of this bigger and stronger after this is all done.
The government has announced about $13 million of support for bushfire victims, including hardship payments, emergency accommodation and livestock assistance. Reports say weather conditions have eased since last week when strong winds and temperatures above 40 degrees Celsius fed the flames. But that could change, and officials say 12 major fires are still burning across the state.
We will see fires continue for some time across the state, and again that is why we are not through the worst of this by a long way. There are fires that are continuing right now that are threatening homes and property, and I ask Victorians to please stay mindful of local conditions.
The fires are the worst to hit Southeast Australia since the Black Summer blazes of 2019 to 2020. 33 people died then in fires that destroyed an area the size of Turkey, with many more suffering the effects of smoke that choked towns and cities that summer. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Now on to the Golden Globes that took place in Los Angeles last night, kicking off Hollywood's 2026 awards season. Timothée Chalamet picked up another win for his role in Marty Supreme, beating Leonardo DiCaprio and George Clooney. But it was all about the Brits, as adolescent star Stephen Graham, Owen Cooper and Aaron Doherty all took wins for their roles in the gritty Netflix drama. Take a listen.
This is for all of our cast and crew, every single member of this production. You have a piece of this, because without you, this is not in my hands. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you all very much.
Standing here at the Golden Globes, it does not feel real whatsoever. What an incredible journey me and my family have been put through, and you know we are forever grateful for what these people have done for me and my family. But
Stephen Graham, Hannah Walters, Jack Thorne, Phil Barantini and Owen Cooper, each of you lives in every breath of that scene, and it wouldn't be what it is without you. And you're at the core of why I'm so deeply, unspeakably proud to be a part of this gorgeous piece of work.
So, Raria, let's start with the adolescents cast. It was an emotional night, as you could see, for all of them, but especially for Owen Cooper.
Definitely, but it was a huge night for the entire adolescents cast. Of course, it was very emotional, especially for the 16-year-old star, Owen Cooper. They have managed to get so many awards. Best Limited Series, Stephen Graham got Best Male Actor in a Limited Series. Erin Doherty got the Best Supporting Female Actor. Ashley Walters, Best Supporting Male Actor. And then you have, of course, Owen Cooper. He got the Best Supporting Male Actor, and he's only 16. We heard a bit of his speech, which was very emotional. He talked about, how his personal journey as well, and how before the show he used to be embarrassed. Before the adolescence, he used to be embarrassed because he used to be the only boy in his acting class, and then his life entirely changed after this Netflix limited series. With all the awards, he is a star now with awards and nominations that stars that are double and triple his age have never gotten. So yeah, congratulations to him.
He came a long way, and I feel there's more to come. Jono, Timothée Chalamet next, who beat Leo DiCaprio and George Clooney. Some big names here. Is an Oscar next for the actor?
Well, that's what they say, isn't it? They say the Golden Globes are always your setup for the Oscars, and so you can tell what's going to do very well at the Oscars as a result. Adolescence won't be part of that because it's obviously a series, so it won't be. And I haven't actually seen Adolescence either.
You haven't?
No, everyone keeps everyone says it's in one shot. That's what everyone says. It's one shot.
I'm so jealous you haven't watched it yet.
So it's really good.
Anyway, I haven't watched that, but what I have watched is some of the work that Timothée Chalamet has, and I've struggled with his name so many times. He's done so well, but he's now firmly in the running for the Oscars because it is a bit of a precursor. Not that the Golden Globes are not very impressive on their own. People seem to try to play them down a bit towards the Oscars. This is still a very prestigious accolade. And to beat out the likes of Leonardo DiCaprio and legend George Clooney, who's there as well. But the big winner of the night really is Leonardo DiCaprio from the terms of the memeability of Leonardo's face throughout the entire night. And that's what's making the headlines. So yes, Timothy's taken the gong. Unfortunately, Leonardo DiCaprio's taken the headlines. Now, we've got to look as well, and I love reading the body language of people at these award shows. There's two things I enjoy. The red carpet, when you see people walking in for the awkwardness, and then the body language that people try and...
You're not the only one.
I think everyone... I don't care about the awards. I want to see the rest of the drama. Kylie Jenner didn't show up on the red carpet with Timothée Chalamet, which is apparently calculated. I don't know what goes on behind closed doors. But there's a lip reader who's been having a look at the conversation that they've been having. And according to one professional lip reader, Nicola Hickling, so this is her fault, this is not my words, she said, Chalamet turned around to Kylie Jenner and said, "You must hate me," to which she said, "Yes," and then said, "You're annoying, not here." So I don't know what beef was going on or what drama was happening there, but it does seem that a lot of people picked up on something that was a little bit off about that whole dynamic. But to be honest, if you've seen them in a public setting, something's a bit off with that dynamic in general 24/7. I don't know what it is. The host herself, I think, did a wonderful job back at the helm once again. Nikki Glasser was there, landed a couple of jokes that I think probably transpired better on screen than they did within the room. I think there was a lot of perplexed faces, a lot of raised eyebrows at some of the jokes that she did there as well. A couple of age jokes, which didn't go down so well with Leonardo DiCaprio, who seems to be the butt of all those jokes. But it was all in all a very memeable Golden Globe ceremony, and I think that's what people will take away from it.
I wonder why there was a lot or a few articles in today's papers describing the ceremony as boring, unpredictable, that it was flat, it hit a flat line at some point after the awards, or at least when the awards started, even though there was a lot of praise for the presenter.
Yeah.
you know, some good words towards him. But overall, it was really described as boring and daunting and flat.
I think it's tricky. You're dealing with A-listers here, and Nikki Glaser's, she's hilarious, she's very funny, but I think a lot of the time they said, well, some of the jokes fell on a lot of tight faces, and I think, well, it's Hollywood, it's probably just Botox, don't worry about it too much. I don't necessarily know if they didn't get the jokes, they just may not have landed with that crowd, but certainly there was a lot of Hollywood bubble humour that was in there as well, celebrity dating references, and stuff that I think for a lot of people in the room might have been too close to the bone. That's what it's all about, isn't it? That's what you enjoy that. You enjoy that kind of when Ricky Gervais.
I mean, all the juice that comes out of such
absolutely,
you know, ceremonies. Do you remember the time with Will Smith?
Who can forget?
Oh, yeah, exactly. All the scandals.
Nothing half as dramatic as that. But there has to be some stuff in there that makes them feel uncomfortable. That's the one chance you get to see celebrities squirm in their chair, and I think she did a good job of doing that in certain parts. I think it was a good ceremony. I've yet to watch the entirety, but I've got enough memes to keep me going for. And trust me, Leonardo DiCaprio has got about 15 memes that are going to be doing the rounds for the next couple of weeks.
And poor Leo, maybe it wasn't just all jokes and memes for Leo DiCaprio. He did win one battle after another as Best Picture. Tell us a bit about that, John.
That I didn't know that he'd won that Oscar, that Gong, by the way, and I haven't seen that movie. But he was, as far as I'm aware, that was the only thing that he won at this as well. Is he set up for an Oscar win at this stage? I'm not entirely sure, but again, the precursor from this point of view would be have a look at the movies. This gives you a must-watch list going forward. So you'll see the movies, you'll see the things that have done very, very well. And even if music is your jam and you're thinking, okay, I might watch K-pop Demon Hunters on the basis that won now, it does give you an idea for what you should be going to watch in the cinemas or watch in the comfort of your own home in advance of the Oscars, so you can get an idea for what might be making it on to the final list before they announce those later this year in March.
Exactly, and perhaps unsurprisingly, politics was mentioned a few times at the event. Mark Ruffalo had this to say on the red carpet. Take a listen.
The world's completely lost its mind. I mean, I don't know what's happening in the United States. I'm so sad. I can't pretend like this is an insane. We have stormtroopers on the streets of America terrorizing people, not making people any safer. They're terrorizing people. They're killing innocent people. The rents are still high. There's no food. Food's expensive. People can't feed their kids. They can't send them to school. They can't get sick or they're going to end up dead because they can't afford health care. Something's really wrong here, and I don't know what the answer is, but the world's not better with this guy, this madman in office.
Raria, these award ceremonies can always get a bit divisive. There's always political statements being made. As you see, Mark Ruffalo in particular, he got very candid politically, especially about ICE. So tell us a bit more about that. Is there any separation between
Mark
Golden
Ruffalo,
Globes arts?
Well, I mean, it is quite, in general, it is quite risky for such celebrities to delve into politics, especially if it goes against the mainstream or, you know, what the powers want. In this case, he talked about ICE. Mark Ruffalo is known to be very outspoken about different political issues, not just at home in the United States, but across the world. He was very outspoken about Palestine at some point during the war in Gaza. So it is very expected that he would comment on what's happening in the United States, especially after the ICE killings, the one in Minneapolis, the shooting in other areas as well. It has definitely sparked a lot of backlash, a lot of criticism to the way the American administration is dealing with immigration, the repeated raids that are extremely publicized, using a lot of force by ICE. So I'm definitely not surprised that Mark Ruffalo had something to say about this, and his statements were quite strong.
And I think, look, it's his one chance to get into the limelight. Otherwise, you're not going to get an interview where somebody specifically questions you about this. We saw Hugh Bonneville at the release earlier this year of Downton Abbey, the final of that, where he publicly spoke about the Palestinian war as well. People will use that opportunity as a moment to be able to discuss something that they feel is a topic that is very close to their heart, that otherwise they would never get screen time with. And I think he used it to the best of his ability. That's something he's quite passionate about, regardless of what your opinion is. He just saw an opportunity and seized it. I think that was probably what we saw.
And finally, we've reached that point in the show where Jono and Raiwa, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories for us of the day. Jono, let's start with you and the research that shows that dogs might be eavesdropping on the owner's conversations.
Well, not just eavesdropping, but also actually learning, adaptively learning words from their owners. Scientists say that your pooch may not actually be that dumb at the end of the day, and I didn't think they were in the first place. But I did think they had a limited vocabulary and that it was only a couple of words. But new research says clever pups, specifically ones who are gifted word learners, can overhear a conversation and know what their owner is talking about specifically. So they can remember the names of things like their specific different types of toys, different types of food, but also different movements or places that you may go, and they recognize words that are associated with that particular thing, equivalent to an 18 to 23-month-old toddler, which is pretty impressive. They don't have any idea of how many hundreds of words dogs can understand, but they now know that the chances are your dog is never ignoring you, and that that doesn't understand you. It's just simply not paying attention and doesn't really want to engage with you. So much like a cat.
I'm disappointed.
Cats, I know.
Selective hearing.
Selective hearing. But I do know, from my point of view, I've got one dog and I think she's quite smart, and then I've got another dog who I think just kind of goes along with whatever's happening for the first dog, and I don't know if she's deaf or if she just chooses not to pay attention. But the research indicates that if she's about the 23-month-old toddler, that's a 2-year-old, that can figure out quite a few words. But I do know that if I mention things like treats or walkies or car or anything like that, or chicken, it gets a reaction instantly. So I'm pretty sure the dog knows exactly what you're saying all of the time.
How about beef?
No, not a big fan, weirdly.
They like chicken more.
Yeah, she's a bit of a fan of chicken.
They're like cats pretending not to be cats.
The cat doesn't
We've been completely manipulated all along.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, and there's been freezing conditions in Europe that have caused chaos for pedestrians and bike riders in Amsterdam. This is one video that's going viral.
We should watch the video first because it's absolutely hilarious. I mean, the streets of Amsterdam, which are usually pedestrian, a lot of them are pedestrian streets as well, in alleyways.
There's the video.
They were covered by ice. Extremely slippery, as you can see. People could not even walk. They couldn't ride their bicycles. Some of the cars are even skidding to the sidewalk as well. And there is the last scene in this video is just hilarious. Look at this.
It's the worst.
Some people have just given up. They were sliding, without doing anything. It's just like, okay, well, I'll just get to where I need to by sliding. But I mean, how about ice skating boots? I think this is their time.
Yeah, I think the issue...
Can you ice skate on such streets?
No, because I think it's cobbled, so I don't think it's actually possible to ice skate on that as well. But if nothing else, that's just great. That's great content right there.
I feel it's not just Amsterdam, though. there's been storms and snows all over Europe.
Absolutely.
It's a continental ice rink right now.
My son is in London, and he was like, finally, because he lived all of his life here in the Gulf, he was like, finally, I'm able to see snow. It's freezing, he says. Yeah. It's absolutely cold.
And again, I think anyone who's from a country where you get snow is very aware of the fact that snow is wonderful for a day. Yeah. And then day 2, once it turns to slush and it freezes, and then you're trying to drive on that, if you don't have chains on your car and you're not prepared for it, which historically, for some reason, Europe comes to a complete standstill when there's snow, even though Canada seems to be just fine. I think you're okay for a day, and then after that, it's the novelty wears off. We're just not prepared for any extremities of weather. You can't do heat.
Even though you've been getting it for what, hundreds of years?
We like to consider it as a treat where you can stay at home from work, I think. But I think we're wholly unprepared for it when it does happen. One day is nice of snow. Day 2, you're like, that's enough of the snow at this stage. And I think that's what we're seeing in Europe right now. And the black ice is what's causing the drama for a lot of people, which is, for anyone who's had to endure it, absolutely lethal, because it looks like it's water, but it's not water.
Oh, it's like Instagram versus reality.
Yeah. A lot of people, a lot of broken bones. I hope they not. I mean, actually, I hope that
not in the NHS.
People got away with this without too many injuries. I hope.
That's all the time we have for today. Thanks to both our guests, Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes and Arabiya senior presenter Rawia Alami. That's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you in-depth discussion with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, who's going to take over from Antonio Guterres when his mandate as UN Secretary General comes to an end in less than a year from now? We'll be speaking to Ivon Baky, who is an Ecuadorian diplomat and politician of Lebanese descent, who could be on track to be the first woman to hold the position of UN Secretary General. Plus, we'll have all the latest on the situation in Iran as President Trump weighs the US response to the violent crackdown on protests which have swept the country. Hello and welcome to the programme. Now, Antonio Guterres has been the UN Secretary General since 2017, but the politician and diplomat who previously served as Prime Minister of Portugal is due to hand over the reins later on this year when his term ends. Well, the formal selection process begins at the end of July, and according to the polls, at least 94 states intend to nominate a woman for the job. And if a woman does take the top job, it will be the first time in the UN's 80-year history that that job does go to a woman. So who is going to succeed Guterres? Well, one name doing the rounds is Ivon Baky, who is an Ecuadorian diplomat and a politician of Lebanese descent, who is seen as a strong contender to succeed Guterres. I'm delighted to say that she's here with me in the studio. Very warm welcome, Ambassador Baky.
Thank you, my dear Tom. It's a pleasure to be here. Now, the first interview with you. This is your first televised interview, isn't it? Since I was nominated. Since you were nominated. This is a great honour for us. Thank you. According to a tradition of geographic rotation, many are saying it's Latin America's turn for the UN Secretary General to come from that continent. Many also saying it's a woman's turn, long overdue. Now, those are two criteria that make you a perfect candidate, not to mention the fact that you speak 5 languages. Do correct me if I'm wrong. Why would you want the role and what would you bring to it? That's a great question. Why do I want? It's my dream. Since I was during the war in Lebanon, you know, I was all the 18 years of war in Lebanon, the civil war, I was there. My children were born under the bombs. They didn't see the Lebanon, the Beirut that I knew. And what made me work for peace at that time was my daughter. She was maybe 3 or 4 years old, during the heading from everywhere. We lived in Raushi, in a high ceiling, very high. And we had to go to the basement, and there was, first of all, my husband is a believer, so he didn't want to go to the bombing. When the bombing was crazy, one moment it was so much, and he said, okay, let's go down. But we were going, and the bombing, so we couldn't. So we had to stay in line with my 3 children, my husband. I had 2 girls from Ecuador that was working there, and in one line, and I hold my daughter, and she looked at me, and she said, Mommy, are we going to die? And I said, no, Tatiana, we're not going to die. And from that time, I decided we have to make for peace. I put myself on the place of all these mothers that I see now it's going on all the time, that are losing their children for wars that we don't know why. So I made a promise that I will work for peace. And since then, I haven't stopped. I went to Harvard just to study with Professor Roger Fisher, the guru of negotiations, to make peace in the Middle East. When I went to Harvard, I was as a Lebanese Ecuadorian. Just for that purpose, I wanted peace in the Middle East. My art was always for peace, using women as a symbol of unconditional love for peace. And my collection of art, what I was doing, it was called Women of the Orient and the Challenge. And this has been all my life. I created at Harvard a foundation, the Arts for Peace, to make politics right. I mean, it was the Arts for Peace Foundation. And with Roger Fisher, we were working for peace in the Middle East. He used to bring the Israelis and Palestinians live there at Harvard. Him and Herbert Kellman, they were two, my professors. He was my mentor. And I became member of the conflict management group. I started in 1989 with them. And then in 1995, I was still painting, but studying, taking my master's in the Kennedy School of Government, majoring negotiations with peace. And in 1995, the president of Ecuador called me because the war between Ecuador and Peru started. And I was the honorary consul general of Ecuador in Boston at that time also. And he called me, he said, we need Roger Fisher, we need Professor Fisher to come to Ecuador to help us in this war that has been going on for more than 100 years. And it happened by coincidence, Tom, that they were having dinner at my place, the whole group of conflict management group with Roger Fisher there. And I said, Mr. President, here's the phone. Speak to him directly. And after 3 days, we were in Ecuador. And my life changed. I became negotiator for peace. As you know, we did peace in 1998. It took 3 years, but it was the last border dispute of the hemisphere. The guarantor countries were the United States. Clinton was president. Brazil, Argentina, and Chile. Carlos Menem was in Brazil, Eduardo Frei in Chile, Fernando Henrique Cardoso in Brazil. In 1998, we signed the most amazing peace, last border disputes of the hemisphere, and I became ambassador in Washington at that time, 1998, and my life changed. But I'm still not forgetting the purpose of why I am. It's peace in the Middle East for me. That's still the missing equation that we still have to make. Okay. If there's no peace in the Middle East, there's no peace in the world.
I mean, Ambassador, in this short introduction since our conversation began, we've crisscrossed the world, and you've painted a picture already of someone who's been building bridges her whole life. Right. You know, there's been Lebanon, there's been the Paris stage. You didn't mention, in fact, that you'd studied painting at the Sorbonne in Paris.
That's right.
And into this tapestry that I'm building in my mind about your life, there are languages, there are cultures, there are many things at play. I'd like to ask you, I mean, there is strong momentum, isn't there, towards choosing a first woman UN Secretary General. Again, that's never happened in the 80-year history of the UN. Are you surprised? Why do you think there's ever been a woman?
Well, that's a good question. We are, in the world, 51% women, more than men, and we don't have a woman in that position. Another thing is that we need, for example, when I look at the picture of the negotiators, whether it's in Israel, Gaza, or Palestine, in Russia, Ukraine, see at the table, is there a woman? Only men. So we need to see why a woman is necessary, why we need a woman. The mother. We call it the Mother Earth, right? Mother Earth, protecting Mother Earth. Okay, we protect the oceans, we protect the land. For whom? For the humans, right? Not for the earth. The earth and the land and the oceans will continue. It's not going to disappear. It's the human race that's disappearing. You know how many women between Russia and Ukraine, millions, have died? How many women, they don't see their sons? How many children are being killed for what? Is it acceptable that we continue this way? You know why the UN was created after World War II in 1948? It was created by all the countries. The United States, the United Nations, was created to prevent a third world war. We were almost at the blink of having a third world war. Thanks to President Trump. He came and he said, we want peace. I mean, all the message, it's for peace. I mean, he says peace to strength because we have to have it. But I believe that he believes that we have to stop the killing. We have to stop the massacres of children, of women, of people that have nothing to do in it. And at the same time, of the soldiers that are dying and the mothers that stay without their children. Do you think they want that? Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. So it's enough is enough. It's a moment of change. We need to have a new world order. We need to have a new UN. We need to have another perspective of what the UN was created for. And, it was Charles Malik, who was a Lebanese, who was part of the founding members of the United Nations, and he was the one that wrote that. He said, and I was reading the first part of it, he said we need more women to be part of the United Nations, to be able to prevent wars. So, this is what we need, prevention. When you say we have to find a solution, we are reacting. When you react, you lose. It's action, not reaction. We need to have strength by preventing, by sitting people, talking with the enemy. You cannot find a solution if you don't talk with the enemy. I mean, if you consider that the enemy, because when you sit at a table, you find out that everyone has a different priority. The priority of Israel is security. The priority of Palestinian is land. So we can find a common ground. But they don't sit together. It's all fighting and never thinking about the bigger picture of those people that die, and they don't know why.
Right.
My children, they don't know why. My grandchildren, they don't understand. It's still going on. All the children, they ask, the new generation, they're asking, why is this continuing? Why don't you find a way? Where's the leadership?
Okay. And I mean, obviously the UN is going through a period where it is under scrutiny, perhaps like never before. Yeah. President Trump, who you've mentioned a few times, has not been, he hasn't held back, shall we say, when it comes to calling out the UN on certain issues. So clearly there is a sense that the UN requires something of an overhaul, a big spring clean, you might say. Do you think you're sufficiently, do you think you are well positioned to carry out that overhaul, to breathe new life into an institution that 80 years old, that perhaps needs a major overhaul?
Nobody can do anything alone. I always work in a team, and leadership is not about a person. It's about a group of people that have the same vision with the same purpose of making a difference, of preventing wars, of preventing the things that will happen. So I have a great group, and that's what President Trump wants. That's why he created the group that he has around him also. I mean, I'm not saying that everything is perfection, but he is right about the UN. I mean, the UN was supposed to prevent the war between Russia and Ukraine. Why didn't they? Why did it have to happen? Because they arrived too late. You have to bring them to the UN. The UN had to be the place like this table, a round table. They have the round table. Put everyone there, not delegates. Put the real presidents, the people that make a decision, not we'll take it to the decision maker. And it goes forever and it turns around. So, yes, I personally, not alone, we can make a difference if we get like-minded people that believe in what we want to make for the world a better place.
And one of the bridges that you've built during your career, 2 terms in the United States, is, of course, a bridge you've built with President Trump, and you've got to know him well. And that relationship's going to be really valuable and something you can really bring to the table, isn't it? Yeah. At the UN, showing them that you can reconcile his view of the UN with perhaps the views of other UN member states.
Absolutely. This is exactly what the purpose of us women that we have, you know. when the mother wakes up at the home and she's not in a good mood, the whole home is not in a good mood. The thermometer of, like you find at home or in the city, or a woman always feels for her children and tries to negotiate with her children and her husband to find a solution, to find preventing problems. It's not so difficult. It's just sitting and understanding the other. You have to understand why the other person is doing what they are doing. I will tell you a small story about something that happened with me when I married very young. I was maybe 17 or 18 years old when the first issue happened that I had to negotiate with a group of people that were coming. My husband was very much involved in politics. They were coming, I don't know, to kidnap him. I was in Lebanon, in Beirut, of course, my home. And they came and they were with Kalashnikovs and all this and all. And my husband was not at home. And the girls, as I told you, the Ecuadorians that were working at my place, they said, Madam, there is a group of like 15, 16. And I said, don't open the door, I'm coming. I opened the door. And there were all of them. What do you want? Well, we want to take your husband. We have orders. Orders from whom? Orders Well, he's not here. My husband's not here. But you have a son. You have a just born, 1, 2 years, I don't know. I said, well, you want to take my son? Over my body. You have to kill me first. And then I look around. They were 18, 19 years old. This old. There was nothing more than that. Just like my age, those that were there. And I look at one that seems to be like the leader. I told him, can you please just come, let's talk. And leave your arm outside and leave the rest. And I want to speak to you. To make the story short, we spoke for 1 hour or more. And he told me that he lost his parents in the war. It was, I don't know in what part of the mountains or the southern, but he lost them, and he had 5 brothers and sisters that he had to feed. And so he stopped school and he started work. He couldn't find a job. So they offered him a job to do what he was doing. So they were paying him. And to make his brother and sister go to school. So I told him, me and my husband have a foundation for education in Lebanon. Regardless of religion, it has nothing. And I will take your brothers and sister, and you too, if you want, to come to the foundation. Come and see me tomorrow, and I will give you a job, and I will give you your education for your brothers and sisters. And this is what I was negotiating. I understood. You know what kind of society we are creating with this? A society of those that have nothing to lose. So they become human bombs. They become terrorists. So you have to put yourself in the place of the other if you understand. So my life has been always about listening. I want to listen at the UN, what everybody wants, why this war is happening, what is the reason. You have to listen, not decide on a bureaucracy, bureau, en français, vous parlez français, bureau. They sit in a bureau. They think that they know what's going on in the world. You have to go and see what's happening, why these people are desperate, why these refugees are desperate, why these people they will do anything. If I'm a mother and I am seeing my children, they don't have anything, I will go maybe and steal, I don't know. But you have to listen what the problems are for the people. We are here to serve the people, not to serve ourselves.
As you've been talking, I was reminded of an expression by the former British Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher.
Oh, I love Margaret Thatcher.
I thought you might, and I wanted to ask
I love
you.
her because I see something that I feel very much. And, President Reagan, I met him also, and I know that they were very good in relations together. And I was an artist at that time, but I used to follow them. And I met President Reagan personally when I was in Washington. The first time I was going to make an art exhibit there. So, yeah, I was always Margaret Thatcher, and look what they did. I mean, she thinks...
Is she someone you compared yourself to? Because with the expression I had in my mind...
I don't compare myself because I think everyone has something different and different moments in time. Her time was in a different moment. Our time now is in a different moment. We have to take into consideration now we are living in a moment where there is a lot of technology that can change a lot of things. And I think that our enemy now is going to be artificial intelligence. If we don't control it, as humans, for the purpose of the good, not the evil. Because it could turn both sides. So we are creating another big enemy if we don't do a control of what we want from artificial intelligence. So we're living in a different moment now.
But what made me think of her in your context was that she inherited a country in 1979 that needed a lot of, as she likened it to, dusting behind the furniture and a spring clean of the country, which she did. And it sounds as though if you are to become the UN Secretary General, you're going to have some of that very same work to do, which is to perhaps move some of the furniture and sweep underneath it.
And break some furniture too.
And break some furniture too.
You have to break eggs to make an omelette. We need to do things for change, and we need to do it together with understanding, efficiency, the right way to what is important to implement. I mean, I'm not saying that we are going to change the world, but we have to work together with the different countries and listen to the different countries, what their needs are. You have in Africa, big problems in Africa, big problems in Latin America, big problems in Asia. Everywhere in the world that you see now, in the Middle East, everywhere there are big problems, and all the problems are of lack of jobs. People, they want to be dignified. They want to have, what do you ask in person? They say, what's happiness for you? I ask a lot of people. I love to talk with people. I love to talk with the driver. I love to talk with everyone to see their stories. Everyone has a great story to tell. And you know what everybody says happiness is? Is to be accepted in society as a human being with a dignified job. that could be having for him dream to have his children be better than him or her. So if you have that kind of dialogue with people, the UN is made for that. They can be open. UN should be open for the people to come and let's talk with them. I would love to invite everyone, the different groups, the different sects, to come with the people, not just the leaders, but the people, to have a dialogue with everyone and say what their needs are. There are different needs, but Africa is one of the richest areas, like Latin America, the richest minerals, the richest everything. You know, in the Amazon alone, it's the water for the world, it's the lungs to the world, the lungs to the world. So I've done with Galapagos, we did the most important expansion of the marine reserve with a debt swap for environment, the largest in the history, $1.6 billion debt swap. What is this? It's making the debt less by putting the money for helping the people. So conservation of the land, but for the people to live there and to be able to have a job and to do something. So you can make it. There are a lot of solutions now. And as I said, with technology, with AI, there are so many solutions that you can find and preventing problems that you can do. So it is the moment. Now is the moment. And if we don't do it now, it will be too late.
You've been brokering peace, it sounds like, your whole life, including that example you gave in Lebanon when you were newly married. Again, you brokered peace in Ecuador and between Ecuador and Peru in 1998. Your peace brokering skills would obviously be in great demand were you to become the UN Secretary General. There are flashpoints all around the world. And since we've talked about Lebanon already, let's zero in on Lebanon a little bit more. I mean, 2026 could be a really important year for the country. President Aoun has a very tough job. Right. Disarming Hezbollah is something he's been tasked with doing. How do you rate his progress, and do you feel like Washington thinks he's done enough?
Yes, I think, and I thank President Aoun really very much, first for nominating me, but also for his vision. Don't forget that he was the general, for the head of the army. And he understands the problems very well. And he has created a great cabinet, also the cabinet. I also admire very much Prime Minister Nawaf Salam. So both of them have done a good group of people from different things that they are working together. And they have this kind of a mission. I think it's working. I believe that it needs more from the Lebanese in general. Because you put two Lebanese and they don't agree. So you have to put them together. You have to bring them together and say, what do you prefer? It's Lebanon before religion. It's Lebanon before your personal interest. It's Lebanon that its mission, it's like the Pope Paul, what he said, Lebnan al-Risala. It means the Lebanon of the mission. It's not just a country. It's a mission. It's an example to the world of 19 different religions living together in a small place. When I arrived to Lebanon in the 60s, late 60s, it was, I wouldn't have changed Lebanon for anything. It was paradise. It was, you can go at night at 2 in the morning, drive everywhere in the mountains. And I love driving. And I used to go in my car and go everywhere. And I was a teenager. And you feel safe and everybody loves you. The mountains, they were living together, all religions. It was an example to the world. Tourism was, everybody wants to go to Lebanon. You never ask anyone. Until now, they all want to go to Lebanon. So tourism, the banking sector, everything, you name it. Well, the civil war happens. And when you start something and you don't put the past at rest, nothing changes. You have to turn the page, put the past at rest, because when something stays there and the parents teach their children and their children to hate, the hatred becomes more hate and there will never be again. It's difficult. But now I assure you, the new generation of Lebanon, they all want peace. I'm talking about my children, and I'm talking about the children that I speak with the youth. I used to take advice from my children. Now I take advice from my grandchildren because they know even more. They are born with a chip inside. And you speak with the young generation, Lebanese generation, in Lebanon and outside Lebanon. We have the success of the Lebanese outside Lebanon is immense. Why not in Lebanon? So When you talk with the young generation, they all want peace, and they all want to have Lebanon free and take the decision as Lebanese. Supported, of course, by that, but not dependent just on that. And that's what also President Trump, you're saying if they are agreeing, he wants to make every country should be doing the same. Make America great again? I said the Americas, which I know they are doing it, thank God, all the Americas with Venezuela and what's happening in the rest. But also, every country should be thinking of making a strong the country, depending on themselves, not depending on the others. Lebanon could be blooming again. They will, and I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will.
So you sound optimistic for the future.
Very optimistic for Lebanon. If you don't make it now, you cannot make it. But now it's the time to make it, yes.
Right. The momentum is there.
The momentum is there.
And you mentioned Venezuela. I know Ecuador is not immediately next door. There's Colombia in the middle, but it's not far away. An unprecedented situation there. But are you optimistic that if that the Caracas and Washington can mend their fences? And do you think the consequences of that will be a positive result for the entire continent?
Absolutely. It's amazing what they are doing. It should have been done before. That's what I'm saying. We have a great president in the United States also, with a great cabinet. Marco Rubio is an amazing, his Cuban background. And they did an amazing thing because Venezuela, was contaminating all the Ecuador. We are invaded with, you name it, cartels, mafias, terrorism, everything from all over the world. Our president now is doing a great job helping. President Obama is helping, trying to, it's not an easy job for him to do. He has a lot of inheritance of what happened and what's going on. And I used to put Ecuador as an island of peace, to example to the world. When I came to Lebanon, when the war started in Lebanon, I used to put Ecuador as an example of the island of peace, that you cannot have something like that. And why Lebanon, if it was like that, why changing? And now Ecuador is worse. So, yes, by taking the thing of Venezuela, what's going on, you can create, again, the momentum of all the other countries. And we're seeing the change from the extreme left to the center right, on all the countries there. So, yeah, things are moving forward.
So we've talked a bit about your motherland, Lebanon. We've talked about Venezuela. Iran, another country on the precipice of major change, potentially. Where do you see things heading?
Again, I tell you, mothers, I'm seeing all these women. I was watching that kind of revolution of people going out, and you see more women than men. Did you notice that? Amazing young women going out and asking for freedom. Freedom is not just a word, Tom. Freedom is, look, it makes me feel, because freedom is a state of mind that motivates you to dream. And if I read something when I was entering here, hope. It's written outside here.
It says we see hope everywhere.
Yes. If we don't have hope, we are dead. If you don't wake up in the morning and you are happy and feeling hopeful of making a better day and giving up, and Anna, if I do a day, make a child smile, and make hope is what's missing. And that's what Iran wants. They want freedom and hope. It was an amazing country before too. It's coming back.
And Gaza, another country which is a very long-standing and tragic situation there. Progress, but it's been slow progress. And the United Nations agencies in Gaza face a major challenge, which is somehow regaining the trust of Israel. Do you think that can be done?
I think so. We are not saying that everything can be done overnight, but I think, as I said, with Russia and Ukraine, it shouldn't have started. The same thing I will say about this, but October 7 happened, and it was terrible. And this is the reaction. We have to deal with what's going on. I believe that they should sit and talk again. The leaders. Where are the leaders of Gaza? Who took over? Hamas. Why Hamas took over? Because there was no leadership. So when you don't have leadership in a place, those that take over, they are doing it for themselves, not for the people. I'm sure that the Palestinians in Gaza, they don't want that. They want peace. See all the women when they're crying, the children. I can't look at this that's happening. And it could be avoided. Well, it's done now. We have to find a solution for it. And the solution is happening. It's taking some time, but it's happening. And it's happening quicker than Russia and Ukraine.
Do you think on your watch, were you to be the next UN Secretary General, there could be this very long, dreamt of scenario of a two-state solution?
Yes, that's my dream always. And I'm sure that Israel and Palestine, they want the two-state solution, I'm telling you. It's the extremes that they don't want. But the majority of the people, I have great friends, the Jewish community, and great friends on the other side. I mean, I see that both, they want the two-state solution. Because as I told you from the beginning, Israel wants security. Palestine wants the land. You can arrange for both. I mean, you can arrange for everyone, but you have to have security, and they have to feel safe. That's why trust building is so important. If you don't have trust, Ecuador, Peru, they were enemies. I was raised in Ecuador in the school to hate the Peruvians because they took half of our land. Ecuador was 550,000 square kilometers. Now it's 252,000 square kilometers because they took half. The Peruvians were not educated that way, but we were. So, you see, we have to sit. When we did the negotiations, the Peruvians and the Ecuadorians, Roger Fisher made us exchange places. We became Peruvians, they became Ecuadorians. You have to put yourself in the other. Everyone wants peace, but you have to arrange what the priorities of both, and they can. There is land for everyone. There is land for everyone. You can just have fun to find trust among themselves that they will not come and invade. If I don't do protection, they will come and invade. The other side says the same thing. It's the same language. Change the language. Change the outcome by changing what you present. They were trying to make peace a long time ago. During the Camp David, they tried. I think this time with President Trump, it's possible. President Clinton, I know, wanted very much to make peace. We used to talk more about peace in the Middle East than peace in Ecuador, Peru, when I was ambassador the first time. And I know that President Trump is doing it. He's doing it with action. The Abraham Accords is going very well. You have to agree that Israel is a fact, and Palestine has to be a fact too. So you can have the two-state solution.
And just lastly, I'm told by my producer that President Bush gave you a special mission after 9/11. It appears he really trusted you. We're talking about George W. Bush here.
Yes.
Could you just tell us what that mission was and what it was all about?
You know, you're returning me to the past, and you're going to make me emotional. But you know, I told you that I'm very much for peace. And when I was ambassador in Washington, September 11 happened. September 11, 2001, I was ambassador there. My daughter was born September 11. And she was born in Lebanon during the war. And she never accepted to make a celebration for her birthday because she thought that so. She accepted to have one in Washington at that time. And I did, and I invited everyone from everywhere. Everyone is coming. And September 11 happened, and they were coming. And everything was stopped. I had the house full of people. And so when it happened, they called me from the White House and from the State Department to organize a dinner at my place, at the residence, with all the Arab ambassadors. And at that time, Colin Powell was the Secretary of State. There were many other people, senators, Senator Dodd, Senator... I don't remember exactly, but there were like 5 from the high level, from the White House, from the State Department, and from the Senate. Bob Graham, who is married to the Lebanese, he passed away recently, but he's married to the Lebanese. Beit Houri also, and they were all there, and all the Arab ambassadors from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Jordan, Egypt, Qatar, Arab Emirates, Lebanon, of course, Iraq, all the Arab countries. And the question was, in the dinner, can you tell us why they hate us? What is happening? What is the reason? It was an amazing conversation. From that meeting, Bob Graham came to Lebanon and he took Islam classes at the American University. He said, I want to take to know more about Islam, to understand what happened. And so it was in the residence of Ecuador where we made peace between Ecuador and Peru that Bush, at that time I was ambassador with Clinton first and then with Bush W, and they asked me to do that. And it was really a very good outcome because every ambassador was telling this high-level delegation that was sent why our cultures are different, how we have to understand how to treat every Arab country in a different way. I mean, it's not the same culture, it's a different one. And so it was, I cannot say details of what happened, but it was very helpful.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but we really appreciate you taking the time to share that and all your other anecdotes with us. Thank you very much indeed, Ambassador Ivon Baky, Ecuadorian diplomat and politician, seen as a strong contender as UN Secretary General. Thank you very much indeed for your time, madam.
Thank you, Tom. It's a pleasure to be here at Arabiya. Thank you.
Now, moving on to other news. Tensions are rising in Iran as anti-government protests continue to take place, leading to widespread unrest, heavy crackdowns and violent clashes. Well, this was all sparked by a collapse in the local currency. Well, Iran's leadership says it is prepared to listen to demonstrators, but has warned that some protesters could face severe consequences. Meanwhile, the US President Donald Trump has warned against a bloody response by the Iranian authorities, threatening some, quote, very strong military options.
There seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. But I don't think they're trying to play. I think they just want peace. They want to have freedom. The protesters are after freedom. Iran has not allowed freedom for a long time. And the protesters, I don't think they're trying to appease me. They're trying to get somebody to help them. They're under siege. And now it looks like they're being shot, which is a very bad thing.
We're joined now by Mick Mulroy, who is former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East under President Trump. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mick. Let me get your opinion. I mean, over the years, we've all seen situations in Iran where protesters have taken to the streets. There have been violent protests in the past. What's different, if anything, in your view, this time around?
Good to be with you, Tom. I do think these are probably larger in scale, and because of the current economic situation in Iran, they're beyond just disfavor with the regime and the brutal oppression they have. Of course, that's a factor, but there's also this really strong economic, I think, motivation that's bringing about essentially everyone. And I think that's why this being so looked at right now, including by the United States, as a potential for toppling the regime. That is something that could happen, I think. I think that is what the assessment is, and that's why this is getting so much attention. But you're right, we have seen many other protests in the past, the Green protests, for example, many others. Those have been largely about a specific part of society, like the oppression of women, etc. But this seems to be about everything, including the dire economic circumstances in the country right now.
And that puts the leadership in a very difficult position, doesn't it? Because, I mean, economic hardship on this scale, you know, a currency that's crashed and people that are across the country really feeling the pinch. I mean, there aren't any quick fixes, are there?
There isn't. And of course, the sanctions regime that's been on Iran is something that takes time to really impact it. And I think we're seeing that impact. Which is why apparently, President Trump said this morning that Iran reached out over the weekend to potentially start negotiations again. They have a very strong, I think, desire to come out of these sanctions, potentially even joining a new nuclear agreement. Or it's some kind of delay tactic because it's very publicly known that the U.S. is reviewing potential kinetic strikes against Iran, the Iranian regime, to enhance these protests. So it could be one or both of those issues. They want to have some kind of economic relief because they're really feeling the pressure from their own population.
Right, and clearly the Trump administration keeping a close eye on what's happening there. And, you know, let's face it, the United States has struck Iran, its nuclear program, during the course of the last 12 months. So that genie is, in many ways, out of the bottle. What sort of response might we see from the United States? What sort of options do you think are being weighed up?
Yeah, Tom, and I think that's a good way to put it. The genie's out of the bottle. I think if this was the first time that we struck Iran, there would be much more hesitation. But because we did it, and from a military perspective, it was successful, and we saw just how little the Iranians could do about defending against these strikes, I think that makes it more likely that we will strike. But I imagine that the administration is going to ask our intelligence community, particularly the CIA, what strikes would be more enhancing to the protests that are going on, and would these strikes potentially detract from their efforts? In other words, would the regime simply say, okay, so this is all being orchestrated by the United States, it's not legitimate? I don't think that's obviously the case. It's obviously legitimate, but that's one of the factors I believe that the president and his National Security Council will be taking into account when they make the decision on whether to strike. But if they do, it'll be against regime targets, probably the IRGC, maybe their besieged force, which is an internal paramilitary force that's very heavy-handed, probably causing most of the casualties with protesters. I think that's where the strikes will be focused.
Right, so saying there is a risk that a strike or action by the United States could actually set the process of the protests back by creating a rallying around the flag sort of an effect. We've heard the Iranian parliamentary speaker saying any attack on his country would trigger retaliation against US bases and against Israel. What do you think Iran's options are?
Well, I think, Tom, they're going to look a lot like their options in the past, where they just launched a lot of missiles, for example, at Al Udeid in Qatar, or other military installations in the region where U.S. forces are present. I don't think that's going to be a big factor in the consideration of President Trump. I think he's confident that we can defend against these, and that the Iranians, they'll have to do something, of course. But, you know, like in the past, it might be more symbolic than actually intended to cause a lot of death and destruction. Because if they do, for example, if something happens and we don't intercept a missile and it causes death and destruction, that's going to be open season on regime targets from the United States going into Iran. So they could essentially open up and give the political, I think, capital for the United States to take really strong military action in Iran. So I think they'll have to calculate that. They'll have to do something. But like many times in the past, whether it's retaliation from Qasem Soleimani being killed or the retaliation for the nuclear facilities strike, it's mostly symbolic, and the United States easily defended against it.
The Revolutionary Guards are said to be extremely powerful and to remain so. I don't know if you would agree with that assessment. But overall, how vulnerable would you say the president and the clerical leadership is looking at this particular moment?
I think they're very vulnerable. One, because of the level of the protest, but two, if the IRGC can see a path of which they can stay in power by essentially not volunteering the supreme leader up, but if he's got to go, that's one of the biggest concerns. Is this could go from a theocracy to a military dictatorship. So the United States obviously wants to see a regime change, but the question they're going to be asking the intelligence community is, who's likely to be the change? Is it going to be an opposition leader like the Shah's son, like the many Nobel Peace Prize recipients that have been in the opposition? Or is it simply going to be the IRGC? Are they going to take over and then actually have a more hardline stance than even the, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei had against the United States? So it is a big question that has to be answered before the United States does anything to enhance these protests. And I think that's going to be answered. And hopefully it's going to be the opposition, of course, which will be much more in line with stability in the region, with Western cooperation. And it will be very much better off for the Iranian people if that's the case. But that's not necessarily what's going to happen. And that's what they need to take into account.
Yeah, I mean, there have been protesters waving placards with photographs of the late deposed Shah of Iran. There has been some speculation about a return to Iran of the son of Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. I wonder how realistic you think that scenario is. And do you think it's coming more from, say, the diaspora, which is more inclined to be pro-Shah, or is it coming equally from a domestic audience?
So that's unclear, and I think the way you couched it is probably the right answer, where the diaspora is much more inclined to the Shah, whereas the people in Iran don't want to go back to that. Perhaps there's a way to be, either balance the two, have some kind of constitutional monarchy, or that he serves as an interim until there's a fully elected president and then, of course, prime minister. I think that probably needs to be discussed because if the opposition to the regime is not in cooperation and presenting a comprehensive plan, it makes them all weaker. It needs to have a comprehensive plan, and it needs to be one that they can all unite behind, or the regime will use that by fragmenting the opposition to the best they can and making it less effective.
Mick, I mean, I don't think it's any secret that Iran doesn't have very many friends at the moment. And it's got a few fewer in the form of, Syria's leadership is now more in the Western orbit. The leader of Venezuela is no longer the same leader that it was at the start of the year. I mean, would anyone come to Iran's defense were Iran to be attacked? And as an extension of that question, who stands to lose the most, would you say, if there is a change of regime in Iran?
So I don't think anybody would come to the direct military support of Iran. Of course, they're going to provide equipment and weapons. That's in their own interest as well. I think Russia would lose the most if the Iranian regime falls, especially if it's a more Western-oriented opposition government that takes over. That would be a big blow to Russia and to China and to the alliance that they have, certainly. And, of course, to all these proxy elements that are supported by Iran, they would, of course, lose even more than they have in the past year and a half based on primarily Israeli action. But I think this is something that is certainly being considered and is also part of the discussion. It's not just about Iran. It's also countering Russia and China. And I think that's also going to be part of the discussion in the White House. Apparently, the options brief is going to happen on Tuesday.
Okay, and just looking ahead, I mean, let's analyze what we're hearing from the Iranians themselves. The foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, gave a press conference this morning. I watched it, and he seemed to be saying, we've got this under total control. I mean, does that ring at all true to you?
It rings the opposite. I think when you have to explain that you have your country under total control, you probably don't have your country under total control. And as much as they're trying to do to block the internet, which isn't also an indicator, they don't want the rest of the world, especially the diaspora and the rest of the Iranians, to see just how enormous these protests are. That hopefully can be changed. Hopefully Skylink or something that the U.S. Cyber Command or the intelligence community can do to unblock that. But it's clear that they're trying to avoid what is actually happening on the ground and to ensure that the rest of the Iranian population do not see what's happening, say, in other cities, because it's spread to essentially every region. I think there's 31 provinces and hundreds of cities and towns. So this is substantial. And the fact that they're trying to block other Iranians from seeing that indicates that they are very concerned about this and do not have this under control.
Okay, and just lastly, Mick, I mean, your predictions moving forward. I mean, do you think all of this is going to blow over, as perhaps it could be argued it did in previous instances of outbreaks of unrest? Or do you think we really are well and truly past the point of no return in Iran?
Difficult to say, of course, because every time we've seen this, we've come close. And obviously it didn't happen. So I think that's going to increase the likelihood that the U.S. will take direct strikes, because if this calms down, again, then part of it will be, well, look, we didn't do anything. And again, it wasn't successful. So I think that enhances the chances that we will use direct military action to essentially bolster these protests. And I think that could actually do it. But I don't know. I think this is the closest we've been. So, yes, there is a significant potential that the regime could fall, largely because they have lost all support of the Iranian people, at least that I can see. And that is primarily economics. At the end of the day, everybody is affected by economics. And that is really the driving factor. And all the other groups now, of course, are in opposition to the regime. And this is, I think the combination of those is really creating an exponential effect and pressure on the regime.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Mick Mulroy, former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East under President Trump. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom. Great to be with you.
Well, we can speak now to Professor Amr Al-Fakhri, who is a professor of international law at the American University in the Emirates. Thank you very much indeed for joining us once again, Professor Al-Fakhri. Nice to have you with us on Arabiya English. Just looking at these latest demonstrations in Iran, how different would you say this latest outbreak has been in terms of scale, demands, and so on from previous outbreaks of demonstrations we've seen?
Thank you. Thank you for this question, and thank you for having me. Let me clarify, first of all, if we look at what's happening now in Iran, it's really started, as we're all aware, as a social and economic issue. People went to the street because daily life has become extremely difficult. Prices are rising, the currency is losing value, and many families simply cannot keep up. At the beginning, let's clarify that these protests were not political in the traditional sense. They were about survival, but very quickly they turned into something deeper. Economic frustration turned into political anger, and people began questioning governance, accountability, and personal freedom. The government's response was mainly security-based, heavy deployment of forces, arrest, and strong restrictions on the internet and public communication. So from the authorities' point of view, this is a security issue. However, from protesters' point of view, it reflects a wider crisis between the state and society. And this is the key context we need to keep in mind as we discuss what is happening today. And for sure, this is not the first time, as you mentioned. We see people in Iran going on the street over the past years. Iran has experienced several waves of protest in 2009, 2017, if I'm not mistaken, 2019, and more recently, 2020, 2022. Each wave had its own trigger, but the pattern is very similar. They often start with a specific issue, usually economic or social, and then quickly turned into broader political protest. What's different this time is the level of accumulated frustration, the level of what we call it frustration. Many Iranians feel that previous protests did not lead to real change, and that the economic situation has continued to worsen. So today protests are not isolated events. They are part of a longer cycle of unrest where unresolved problems keep returning to the street. And here is the point. There is also another very important shift we should highlight. The tone of protests themselves has changed significantly. The nature of the protest has changed dramatically. The language and the behavior of the protest have clearly escalated. What we are seeing right now on the ground through videos and reports is that protest slogans have moved for far beyond economic or political criticism. In several locations in Tehran and elsewhere, protesters have burned images of the supreme leader, removed or vandalized symbols associated with the system, and even targeted statute linked with to key figures like Qasem Soleimani. This level of symbolism matters. It shows that the anger is no longer directed only at policies, but at a core narrative and symbols of the state. This is much higher level of confrontation than we have seen in many previous protest waves. And it signals a clear break from traditional protest language inside Iran.
Right, so make it sound like this is the biggest threat to the leadership in Iran since 1979. Is that how you'd characterize it?
Exactly. This is very dangerous situation, and maybe the situation will be worsened if we see that, and this is the question, if we see that if America, for example, decided to interfere, and this is very important question, especially if United States decided to interfere. And we have to be careful if we see the intervention, because this is the question. If the United States were to launch a military strike against Iran now, and the question is, would that accelerate the collapse of the regime? This is very, very interesting idea that we have to take into consideration. This is point if we want to merge between the intervention of United States against the Iranian regime. It's not necessary that will lead to collapse of the Iranian regime. And in fact, it could have the opposite effect. A U.S. strike, for example, on Iran would not automatically push the system toward collapse. In many cases, the term external military pressure actually helps regimes under stress to survive, not to fall. Such a strike would allow the Iranian leadership to shift the focus away from internal anger and toward external enemy. It could temporarily unify parts of the society and strengthen the security narrative of the state. Okay. That said, everything depends on the scale and consequences of the strike. If it is limited and symbolic, it is more likely to reinforce the system control. But if it leads to prolonged instability or economic paralysis or exposes serious weaknesses inside the state, then it could accelerate internal fracture. So a U.S. strike is a double-edged sword. It might harden the system in the short term, but under certain conditions, it could deepen the long-term crisis further than resolve it.
Right, so the United States clearly keeping a very close eye on events in Iran and thinking hard before they take any action, because, as you say, a strike on Iran could have the effect of having people rally around the flag and rally around the leadership. But the Iranian authorities in recent days have really been talking about the protesters as terrorists, and they're accusing the United States and Israel of exploiting the protests that are out there. And I'm wondering how that narrative is going down with people in Iran who, as you said at the beginning, had legitimate concerns about economic hardship.
This is actually, we used to see the same reaction of Iranian government even now, and even if we regard previously in the previous unrest. This is the same situation all the time. Iranian system or Iranian regime, they are accused, those who are going on the street, they are accused as a terrorist, and they are instrumentalized by Israel and by the United States. And here is the key issue. If we are asked whether Iran would really, for example, because they are accusing Israel, and this is very important point, because all the time they are accusing the protesters to be pro-Israel or pro-American. And here is the question, if we are asked whether Iran would really hit Israel in the event of US attack, we have to base our answer on what Iranian leaders, including the Speaker of Parliament today, have warned publicly that if Iran is attacked by the United States, they would consider both U.S. military bases in the region and the Israeli territory as a legitimate target for retaliation. They made it clear that they view in any foreign strike not just as an attack on Iranian soil, but as an attack on their sovereignty, and therefore they have said they would defend themselves against it. So yes, Iranian rhetoric strongly suggests that Tehran would respond forcefully, and that could include strikes against Israel and American forces and assist if they see it is part of their conflict. All the time, as I mentioned, all the time, they accuse the protesters to be pro-Israeli and pro-American, and this is the same scenario we are listening from the leaders. But it is important to remember that rhetoric in a crisis situation is not always the same as what actually happens on the battlefield. A lot depends on the calculation of political and military leaders on all sides. So the intent they are communicating is deterrence. They want Washington to understand that strike would not stay limited and that it could quickly become regional. The more important question is not could Iran do it. In practice, Iran has several ways to respond: direct missiles, drones, or an action through a allied group in the region. And the choice would depend on the scale of the US or attack. And Iran goes whether it wants to a controlled message of deterrence or a wider escalation. But in bottom line is this: Iran's declared position is that Israel is part of the retaliation map if Iran is attacked by US. And that is why Israel has reportedly moved to a higher state of alert. This is what I believe that the answer regarding your question.
Okay, I mean, just looking at the leadership in Iran right now, I mean, sometimes we hear associated with the president, Masoud Pezeshkian, people say that President Pezeshkian is a more progressive, reform-minded leader. And I'm wondering whether that puts him at odds with the more conservative, hardline, clerical elements in the leadership. I mean, how cohesive does Iran's leadership look right now?
Listen, you know that now we don't have only one voice in Iran regarding the current situation. We have voices from the leadership, from the supreme leader. We have voices from the foreign minister. We have voices comes from parliament, and we have to take into consideration the military branch. We have different scenario. We cannot actually depend on what is the supreme leader is saying. The situation in Iran, as we all aware, is complicated, and the situation will be worsened if the manifestation, if the unrest continue, because that will make the idea inside Iran not unified. The position of Iranian will be different. I think the situation will be changed within few days, because we will see different scenario comes from Iran, and the situation, I believe, till now is not clear what would be the correct answer from the Iranian side. I know that the situation in Iran is difficult. There is a lot of scenario. When we look at possible scenarios in Iran right now, there isn't just one fixed outcome. There are several paths the situation could take. One scenario is that the government uses, for example, its traditional tool of control, heavy security forces of deployment, internet blackouts, mass arrest and targeted crackdown, and manages to contain the unrest without making significant political change. That would calm the street, but it wouldn't resolve the underlying economic and social grievance. Maybe we have second scenario here. Is the second scenario, I believe, is prolonged instability. In this case, protests don't simply disappear. They rise and fall in waves, and creating a cycle of tension, economic disruption, and maybe pressure on the system. It becomes a kind of a chronic instability rather than a resolved conflict. And finally, we should not forget that there is a possibility, but less likely, but increasingly discussed, that the crisis deepens into a more structural challenge for the state. This would involve not just street protests, but fractures within the political or security elite, sustained strikes in key sectors, for example, and the growing sense that the regime is losing capacity to govern effectively. And at this point, I believe we are not a clear tipping point, but the situation is fluid and dependent on development in the coming weeks.
Okay, and just picking up what you were saying earlier on, I mean, supposing we do find ourselves in a situation where the United States, Israel, Iran are militarily engaged, would anyone come to Iran's defense in the event of such a scenario? Because with President Bashar al-Assad gone from Syria, Hezbollah far weakened than it was, let's say, a year ago. Not even President Maduro in Venezuela is there anymore as a former ally of Iran. Would anyone help them out?
Thank you for this question. Let me clarify the U.S. position. When we look at the U.S. position, the message so far is very clear, but also very, very cautious. If we listen to President Trump has publicly said that the United States stands with the Iranian people and supports their rights to live with dignity and freedom. At the same time, he warned the Iranian leadership against using excessive force against protesters. Other U.S. officials have repeated a similar line, saying that Washington is closely monitoring the situation and that repression will have consequences. But it is important to underline this point. The point is, these are strong political signals, not a declaration of military action. The U.S. is applying pressure through words, through, let's say, diplomacy, and let's say through international messaging, while trying to avoid a direct military confrontation. So, in reality, Washington is sending warnings, drawing red lines, if I can say, and keeping its option open. But it is not rushing toward intervention. So I think the situation within a few days will be more clearer regarding the consequences on the Iranian regime. If we can see another scenario like Bashar al-Assad or like the Venezuelan leadership, and we cannot right now say that we will see the same scenario happen with Maduro or with Bashar al-Assad. I think we have to wait just a few days in order to see a full picture. Maybe the situation will be changed.
Okay, we'll have to keep a close eye on developments. Meanwhile, thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Professor Amr Al-Fakhri, Professor of International Law. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you for the invitation. Thank you.
Well, that is all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Look forward to seeing you again tomorrow for some more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
It is the oldest crop known to humanity. It was cultivated by ancient civilizations about 12,000 years ago and used as food and medicine for at least 2,500 years. Cannabis was once believed to be a natural remedy for pain, nausea, and muscle spasms, and was sometimes used as an appetite suppressant and for post-traumatic stress disorder. However, countless studies have shown that cannabis may cause serious health risks, worse than cocaine in the case of repeated addiction, especially if it begins at an early age. This was confirmed by a psychiatrist at the University of Ottawa, Marcus Salmi. Dr. Salmi says that some people believe that cannabis is a plant that comes from Mother Nature and cannot cause any harm. But this is refuted by studies published in the British Medical Journal. People don't die from cannabis overdose, but it can have other serious consequences for physical and mental health, says epidemiologist Deborah Hazen of Columbia University. According to a study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, people who regularly use cannabis are more likely to suffer heart attacks and strokes. Some of the risks of regular cannabis use include drug use psychosis, where a person experiences delusions or paranoia, severe depression, dry mouth, fatigue, and a temporary loss of touch with reality.
Now we've noticed that people who are using cannabis are using stronger cannabis than, for example, the type of cannabis that was available in the 60s and 70s in terms of the THC content, or the actual active ingredient that make people hallucinate or feel relaxed or feel that they're going through a good time. And at the same time, also people who use cannabis have been noticed to have overall poorer health and being admitted to hospital more often. They're also associated with smoking or with more drinking or with more use of other drugs. So overall, with the legalization happening in many countries, we're learning more and more about how cannabis use is developing and growing, whether among young people or older people. And I believe it will continue to be a drug that's available, and most likely a society will accept it just like we accepted alcohol. But to say it is a harmless drug that everybody should be using without worry is definitely not something that I advocate or that the medical profession in general supports.
Did you know that alcohol consumption is prohibited in most public places in Amsterdam? Contrary to popular belief, cannabis is not legal in the Netherlands, but since the 1970s, it has been tolerated to a certain extent. Coffee shops may not store more than 500 grams of cannabis, and they may not sell more than 5 grams per day to the same customer. The cultivation and supply of cannabis are also illegal, meaning coffee shops are technically operating outside the law when they receive stock. Sometimes the suppliers are opaque and may even be affiliated with criminal gangs. Homeland of Vincent van Gogh, Tiesto, and Rem Koolhaas. Here, tourists visit the Rijksmuseum, which is described as the Dutch Louvre. This is the cosmopolitan city of Amsterdam. The Netherlands, despite its small size, is a global agricultural powerhouse and a major exporter, earning it the nickname the grocery store of Europe. The country serves as a major gateway to Europe, with the port of Rotterdam being the largest port in Europe and a key logistics hub. Amsterdam, the Netherlands' most famous city and cultural capital, is also one of Europe's most prominent financial centers. The city of canals, museums, and theaters is visited by millions of people every year. But what percentage of these tourists visit for the smoking freedom in its coffee shops? While the Netherlands was the first country in the world to allow the free use of cannabis in public since the late 1970s, with conditions and restrictions, this policy was intended by the government to limit the risks of hard drug addiction. However, in recent years, the Netherlands has been plagued by the growing influence of powerful drug gangs and the violence of organized crime. To investigate, our Arabiya English team went to the cafes, streets, and even cannabis farms of the Netherlands, especially since other countries have followed suit in recent years and legalized the cultivation and trade of cannabis. We traveled to Tiel, a town located 85 kilometers from Amsterdam, to meet the first person to sell soft drugs in a cafe he once owned. Soft drugs is cannabis, hash, and marijuana. Werner Bruning, who opened Malo Yalo in 1973, the first coffee shop in Amsterdam to sell soft drugs.
This coffee shop system partially was set up as such that one of us would pretend he was just a visitor sitting in front of the bar and selling hash and grass. And that I, as an owner, allowed this guy to do so because he gave me a lot of smoke if I wanted and so, things like that. You can suggest a kind of a fairy tale. And that made it impossible to close the shop down because they could arrest the dealer, but they couldn't arrest me. I was the owner who was saying, "Oh, I don't know, I don't care either," and that was it. And then they made it combined the two things and said anybody in that shop who is selling hash and grass is supposed to be one of the employees of that shop. So there is a link. And they said, okay, we'll leave all the shops that are existing open. We give them sort of a permit, but only under certain rules. And if you don't obey those rules, we'll shut you down anyway.
While Jari studied hotel management at one of the most famous universities in the Netherlands and follows a modern approach in managing cannabis cafes that he and his brother inherited from their family in Amsterdam, Jari also confirmed Warner's words.
And it wasn't really allowed, but it was the 80s, it was the 70s, and the government was looking the other way. And since it didn't do really much harm, then came the decriminalization policy of the Netherlands. Ever since, they've never changed this policy, which is weird because the conditions are very different now than they were 40 years ago.
Cannabis was first criminalized in the Netherlands in 1953, following previous laws against its import and export in 1928. In 1972, the Dutch government classified drugs into two categories: more dangerous and less dangerous, with cannabis falling into the less dangerous category. Accordingly, possession of 30 grams or less was considered a misdemeanor. This approach aims to keep cannabis trafficking out of the hands of criminals and reduce users' exposure to hard drugs. Dan van Gogh, we spoke with via Zoom, is a researcher at Trimbos, the National Research Institute for Mental Health Care, Addiction Care and Social Work, responsible for informing government policymakers about mental health issues affecting the Dutch.
It's a loophole. It's a clear loophole in our current policy for many years already. You are allowed to buy cannabis from a coffee shop, but nobody knows what actually it is that you are buying, since there is no control whatsoever or criteria whatsoever, and this needs to be improved, of course. And this is why other countries, they have moved forward. They are doing that already from the start.
You can buy and sell small amounts of cannabis without fear of prosecution in the Netherlands, but its commercial cultivation remains illegal. This is how observers describe the state of the cannabis market and its laws in the Netherlands. We went to meet Saeed, a second-generation Moroccan in the Netherlands who has run a cafe selling soft drugs for 20 years in a suburb of Amsterdam. We asked him about the difficulties he faces in his business and how drugs are purchased and sold to customers.
The thing with coffee shops, one of the things, you can only have 500 grams inside. If you have 501 grams and they come inside to check your business, they will close you for like 2 weeks. The second time, You have another. You have more than 500 again, they will close you definitely. They come and check, and they check some people's pockets, and somebody has drugs, they shut you down. So it's a really delicate business. If you sell a customer more than 5, you're breaking the law. If they find out, they close you. Now, we can sell this, we can sell the weed, we can sell the hash, we can buy it, but if they see us buying it, we're trafficking, so that's against the law. We can buy it, but they cannot see us buying it.
The Dutch opium law prohibits the cultivation, sale, delivery, carrying, and transportation of narcotics within or outside the Netherlands, except for the use and sale of cannabis under specific circumstances and conditions. These conflicting laws in the Netherlands mean that a cafe owner cannot obtain a bank loan, as can a bar owner who sells alcohol. This policy forces them to convert their white money into black money.
Everything that happens in the coffee shop, completely transparent. You know, there's a stigma. People think that we launder money, but actually nowadays we make money black. Because what happens, 70% of everybody that comes in here, they pay with a debit card, with online money. But all the weed that we buy, or all the cannabis we buy, we need to do cash. So I cannot go to a grower and pay with my bank card. So what do? We go get 10 bank cards and every day go to the ATM, get the money from the ATM. So I have white money on my account. I take it out of the ATM with thousands at a time, and then it's black again, right? It's because it's disappeared. And then I can use it to pay the grower or the supplier for the cannabis. I would love to just get an invoice or buy my product legally from a known reseller who does fair trade cannabis with the highest quality.
However, the government has made things more difficult in recent years due to the growing cocaine trade. Amsterdam municipality has banned the opening of new cafes there, and the only way to do so is to purchase an existing one. This is known in the Netherlands as the Cannabis Cafe Ban Policy.
For years, they tried to extinct coffee shop. So the last big extinction, the mass extinction in Amsterdam, was I think it was around 2013, 2014. Now, instead of 600 coffee shops in Amsterdam, we only have 160 left. So of course, the coffee shops that remain, their business increases, and that also means that nuisance or problems for the neighborhood also arise. Suddenly, a coffee shop with 100 guests now has 500 guests.
The mayor of Amsterdam wants to attract tourists to the city's wealth, beauty, cultural institutions, and art museums. She sees a large cannabis market with many links to organized crime. An investigative journalist, famous for his investigations into hard drug smuggling in the port of Rotterdam, was assassinated. In full view of everyone, he was shot dead in the middle of Amsterdam.
Drug policy is targeting public health, basically, so it takes care of the people who use drugs. Whereas the production of drugs is a different field. It's in the hands of the Ministry of Security and Justice, and they have stepped up in the last, maybe 10 years, pretty much to counteract the production of drugs. And yes, it's true. We are, it's not something to be very proud of, but the Netherlands is the #1 producer of both ecstasy and amphetamine in the world. And also methamphetamine is growing in the Netherlands. So there's a lot of production taking place in the Netherlands, not for our domestic market, but for the world, basically. And this is something that it should be attacked, but it's different. Then you are attacking the production of drugs.
Nightlife in Amsterdam is distinguished and noisy in the city center. Although smoking cannabis is prohibited on the street, those walking here often smell the lingering odor of drugs emanating from the ubiquitous cafes. As we wandered around the city, we found numerous shops selling smoking paraphernalia, narcotic mushrooms, and cannabis oils. We also found several private museums that chronicle the history of cannabis smoking tools throughout the ages. At the end of the visit, visitors could purchase seeds of various varieties.
Like in Holland, here you can grow 5 plants. Yeah, but there is a but. You can grow the 5 plants, but you can grow them in your garden. So you can grow the 5 plants outside. But once you grow them inside to make good weed, stronger weed, that's more effective weed, it's not allowed.
The Arabiya English team attempted to visit one of these illegal farms and interview one of the farmers. However, the cafe owners denied knowing anyone, but confirmed the high-quality narcotic herbs they purchased from Canada, the United States, and Spain due to the legalization of their cultivation there.
Why is it interesting to buy weed from Canada or from the United States or from Spain? Because the quality there is getting higher. If you can do it legally, the quality will automatically rise. But because of the law, we can sell a space cake here in Holland, but that's about it.
The concern confirmed by everyone we spoke with was that the Netherlands would lose its status as other countries such as Canada, the United States, Spain, Belgium, Austria, and the Czech Republic legalized drug selling and cultivation. Everyone emphasized that the only way to change the current status is through a clear legalization policy so that the Netherlands does not lose millions of dollars in income due to this tourism.
So how can a coffee shop have 30 strains on the menu with only 500 grams? It's not like people come in and bring 10 grams all the time. No, a coffee shop needs to buy kilos. So somewhere the weed is being stashed, and all of a sudden it drops out of the sky in the shop and it's legal. And all the steps that happened before that, we don't talk about in Holland. We don't want to know. But I think it's important that we do come to know and that we do check all these steps and make sure that the right steps are being taken and there's no more contamination. It's for a safer product, better for the client, more income for the government, and also for us as an entrepreneur. I don't want to have the risk of closing down my business by a single mistake.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this, and that is the law. There's no store where you can go buy it. You just buy it from the growers. Yeah, we have to buy it from the growers. We cannot buy it from the store. And so they say, okay, buy, but don't let us see you.
We didn't go far from the city center to meet a foreigner who lives in Amsterdam and enjoys going to the only bar in the suburb that allows smoking and drinking alcohol at the same time.
It's close to home. I live quite close. It's good. You can smoke and have a drink here, which is relatively unique. I enjoy the fact that it's legalized here and that I can smoke when I want and whatever. That's great. That's how I believe it should be. But I think I'd probably prefer a system where I know the supply chain better, right? Like, where has this come from? Who's grown it? Has everyone along the supply chain been equally paid and for their labor and for how's it got here?
We live in an individualistic world where we all are forced into our own bubble in our cell phone, and it all revolves around Instagram and the metaverse. Nothing is about the real world anymore. And there's many people, especially people of age, for who it's a great addition to their life to come to the coffee shop every day, have their cup of coffee, be among the people, be in society. And I think there's social cohesion and safety when people come together and talk together.
This project, the legalization of cannabis in the Netherlands, represents a pivotal moment in the history of drug policy in the country, and its success or failure could ultimately shape the future of cannabis policy, not only in the Netherlands, but also in other parts of the world. We spoke with researcher Ivon Baky about the government's future policy regarding the legalization and cultivation of cannabis.
We're doing experiments with the municipalities, whatever the supply of the cannabis will be regulated by a few cultivators, so to speak, and we will see what the effects will be of that. Also in terms of health, because, the quality of the cannabis being sold. We do that because we run a THC monitor at the Plymouth Institute, but it's only a few coffee shops that are involved in that. And so we aim to improve that in the end.
So the coffee shops have to buy the weed from the government to sell it. And this is something they're going to try, and they will see what happens. And if it works out okay, then that's what they're going to do all over. So we will see in the future what will happen with that. So if the government will start selling to us, we will be happy.
The Dutch Cannabis Legalization Project, which launched its pilot phase in late 2023, required regulating the sale of permitted cannabis. Farmers and traders demanded a law that would protect them and regulate their work in this field, but the project was full of challenges. Warner, who gave up his coffee shop business and importing herbs and bulbs for cultivation, now confines himself to treating people with cannabis oils and teaching them how to make THC oil.
I do medical marijuana, and I promote the usage of medical marijuana oil because these people don't do it for fun. They do it because they have no other regular solution. And this place is a place where we train people to make their own THC oil. I developed an apparatus, a machine, and it's called the cannulator. And we teach people how to make it themselves. The course is 2 hours. People come to this course. We tell them to go to the coffee shop first, buy 5 grams of grass, and process it while we're here during the class. Then they've made their own oil for the first time in their life.
Advocates of THC argue that it is less harmful than many chemical drugs extracted from narcotic plants such as opium, but studies remain inconclusive.
I realized that the active substance THC was mainly present in the oil that covers the cannabis, and then you have a very strong oil which you dilute again with olive oil so that you can take it per drop exactly, and thus avoiding getting high and at the same time gaining the medical benefits of it.
Cannabis has been used for centuries as a recreational and medicinal plants in many cultures. But over the last 15-20 years, there's been more interest in expanding its use to more complex medical problems such as cancer, epilepsy, mental health problems, and it has been tested. Unfortunately, the results are not up to the expectations. So it's true that it does help some people sleep, it does help with anxiety, it does help with encouraging people to eat in cancer, or with people who, for example, had HIV/AIDS. But overall, it still remains a very limited use compared to what was hoped for it.
We also spoke with Gabriella, a Dutch Muslim of Italian descent who has worked with Warner for more than 10 years. She met him when her husband suffered from drug poisoning, while she herself was diagnosed with cancer.
We arrived at contact with Werner because we were searching for alternatives for normal medication. I believe that God created for each sickness, He gave us a medicine, and cannabis, it's a holy plant, it's a gift from God for humanity in general. So it doesn't matter what I am, and also the people who are coming here, it doesn't matter what they are. We are there for everybody. My husband and me, we use it every day. It helps me against the pain. But normally I had strong painkillers, and my husband he was poisoned by medication. So now we only use natural things that God gave us.
Some illnesses drive their sufferers or their families to seek any means to alleviate their physical and psychological pain and suffering, even if the methods aren't guaranteed or reliable. This is part of what Gerard, a retired pharmacist, had to say when he came to learn how to make oil because he hadn't learned it in his academic studies. He believes herbal medicine can greatly help people.
So that's the reason that I'm here, because I have a friend. He has prostate cancer. He has a lot of pain. For myself also, I have also pain in the back and have sleeping problems. So I learned about THC, and now I'm making the oil so that I can give it to my friend and make it for myself. I think for plant medicine in general, there should be more attention. So this is a plant medicine, and it shouldn't be handled like now, forbidden.
We do consider it, as psychiatrists, a plant that is maybe less harmful than what we thought decades ago in terms of addiction. There are definitely more addictive drugs than it, but at the same time, it is actually quite a serious drug when it comes to psychosis, for example, and creating anxiety in certain people and disrupting overall functioning and motivation. So it's not a fully safe drug. It is, yes, safer than opium. And the fact that it is natural does not change its harmfulness. A lot of natural things are harmful. Let's think, for example, about poisonous mushroom. They're present in nature, but they're actually lethal.
Returning to the often controversial issue of cannabis legalization in the Netherlands, although everyone hopes for legalization, Yadi expressed his concerns about the future.
So when legalization comes, you bet the biggest companies in the world are coming here to take over. There are huge American companies that have so much financial power that they could take over the complete Dutch market with the two of them, and they will. So I think a legalized market cuts out the possibility for the small farmer or small participant of this market to make money. And of course, I somewhat fear my own position in this future market.
This is what drives Yari and his brother to try to keep up with the times by making their cafes trendy and environmentally friendly. Indeed, they have established the first facility in the Netherlands, and perhaps in the world, to educate employees about the importance, characteristics, and types of various narcotic herbs with help from the Dutch government.
We made the training together with a biochemist. So she finished her master's or her doctorandus, her master degree, and afterward doctorandus, specifically in the biochemistry of cannabis. So what you do, you get a sample of the marijuana, you test it, you send it to a lab. And in the laboratory, they can see if there's contamination, or they use particular spray, or maybe they didn't cure it well, or maybe there's mold inside. Moldy weed is very dangerous. And some of the big trends I saw were healthy lifestyle and sustainability, also a big thing. All the governments are pushing sustainability more and more. And before the government comes with any rules for me, I want to have done all the measures. So I'm trying to become the first carbon neutral coffee shop worldwide.
We try to meet with our contact officials at the Ministry of Justice, but were unable to do so. We only communicated via email and received a response from the minister's media office several weeks later. However, we did not receive conclusive answers to all our questions. In Mr. Halshauer's response, he stated that the Netherlands has tightened penalties for hard drug offenses in recent years and emphasized that the government does not encourage such trafficking.
This is why we wanted to reduce the number of people coming from abroad to our coffee shops, because we believe it's a national problem, and we cannot be the supplier of drugs for Western Europe or something like that.
The Dutch government is doing everything it can to combat crime and is pursuing a policy of separating soft and hard drugs, which has already contributed to reducing the number of hard drug addicts, stabilizing their number at around 25,000. In the Netherlands, addicts are classified as patients, not criminals. Therefore, hard drug use is a health problem that is addressed through a rehabilitation program for addicts, which provides free drug doses and helps them gradually wean themselves off these drugs. But the Netherlands wants to change this image. What it is now focusing on is encouraging cultural and artistic tourism and strolling through its streets and historic neighborhoods, rather than drug tourism.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world
Hello and thank you for joining us for this special interview here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Now, tensions are high in Syria after Kurdish fighters rejected a call to leave parts of the city of Aleppo in line with a government-announced truce. Well, the ceasefire followed 3 days of clashes that killed at least 20 people and forced thousands to flee. Well, the truce would see Kurdish forces withdraw from 3 areas of the city and relocate to Kurdish-held regions. But reports say the Kurdish forces remain in place despite being surrounded by government troops. Well, both sides are blaming each other for the violence as talks continue over merging the Kurdish administration and military into the country's new government. We're joined now by Dr. Hamza Al-Mustafa, who is Syria's Minister of Information. Dr. Al-Mustafa, thank you very much for joining us here on Al Arabiya English. Let's start by talking about this week's deadly clashes between government forces and Kurdish fighters in Aleppo. A ceasefire is now in place. What's your understanding? Is it holding?
Thank you for having me. The Ministry of Defense earlier today announced a ceasefire and an agreement with the SDF leader. This agreement requires the SDF affiliated fighter to withdraw with only their personal weapon from 2 neighborhoods in Aleppo, Al-Ashrafiyya and Sheikh Makhzoud. And everything went well until 2 hours ago, when a group affiliated with the PKK decided not to withdraw from the Sheikh Makhzoud neighborhood and decided to stay. Now the Syrian army decided just to target the remnants of PKK fighters inside the Sheikh Makhzoud, and also in parallel there is a negotiation with the SDF as well in order to ensure the full implementation of the ceasefire that have been reached today. So just before talking about the latest developments, we need to clarify why this military operation is being conducted in the first place. And firstly, the current confrontation is not against the Syrian Kurds. Syrian Kurds are integral and historic part of the Syrian fabric and the Syrian society, and we consider the Syrian Kurd as a partner, and we are sharing the same responsibility and right in all of life aspects. What's happening in the Sheikh Makhzoud is interlinked with 2 separate tracks. Here I can distinguish between 2 tracks. The first track, we can talk about the March 10 agreements between the SDF leader Mazloum Abdi and the President Ahmed al-Shara. And the second track, we are talking about the 1st of April agreement. So in general, the March 10 agreement is dedicated, we can consider it as a wider political framework that's addressing the possibility of SDF integration into the state institution. However, another track, the 1st of April agreement, is dedicated only for to reach a peaceful and negotiated solution in the 2 neighborhoods in Aleppo city. So this agreement asked the Kurdish fighters, the Kurdish armed group affiliated with the SDF, to withdraw. However, the SDF until now didn't implement this agreement, and even we are now more than 10 months, the SDF violated the agreement more than 300 times. So, and resulted the killing of more than 30 people, and especially in the last 48 hours. Last 48 hours, more than 9 people have been killed, 52 have been injured, and the SDF targeted not only the Syrian army, but targeted all the civilian facilities or the infrastructure inside Aleppo, including school, including hospital, everything. So, and can you imagine that this daily threat is happening every day in the local community, daily life in Aleppo? So the local community has demanded the state to take responsibility and get rid of this threat. Yes.
Okay, so as you say, there's a plan, and there has been a plan since April, to merge the Kurdish administration and the Kurdish military into Syria's new government and the Syrian army. What would you say is the biggest obstacle to that happening?
So here we are talking about the March 10 agreement. The March 10 agreement is the political roadmap to integrate the Assad infrastructure or Assad structure, civilian and military structure into the Syrian army and the other civilian state in the Syria, civilian institution in the Syria state. So when we reached this agreement as a government, we demanded from the USA to be not a mediator, but also to play a role in order to supervise the agreements. From our side, we have done all the requirement to facilitate the integration of SDF, and we were flexible to any suggestion and recommendation from the mediators and also from the others, from our counterpart. However, the SDF until now, they only just saying theoretically that they want to integrate and they are eager to be a part of the new Syrian state. But on the ground, there is no any tangible consequences. So as you know, that the deadline of the March 10 has been expired 2 weeks ago. And the last round in Damascus was very vital for the negotiation path. And after a long process negotiation, we have reached no tangible consequences or tangible result in order to go forward. And since the government announced should advance in a good way, and until now we cannot wait for a long time to find an answer and a response, a positive response from SDF. So SDF troops decided to escalate. They started from Deir Hafer in the eastern countryside of Aleppo, and under that they moved to the two neighbors. This you targeting civilian and targeting the Syrian army as a form during the negotiation as the form of pressure is a tactic recently increasingly used by and employed by SDF in order to affect the negotiation path. So this is create a security dilemma. This is create a problem for the local community in Aleppo, and many demand and the civilian in Aleppo put pressure on the state, and they ask the state and the governmental entities to take its responsibility and restore the order and stability in the city. So as you know, that the Aleppo is the second largest city in the country, and Aleppo is considered as the economic capital for the Syria, and it's expected to play a vital and critical role in economic recovery, rebuilding, and reconstruction process in the country. And until now, Aleppo, the Aleppo city and the Aleppo governorate cannot contribute positively due to the security and military threat posed by the SDF and PKK fighters inside the two neighborhoods, I mean Al-Ashrafiyya and Al-Sheikh Maqsood.
Okay, Dr. Al-Mustafa, you raise a lot of important points there, and we receive numerous reports more broadly, not just talking about the Kurdish situation, but reports of interference in Syria's internal affairs, attempts to destabilize Syria. I'd like to ask you where you think the greatest interference is coming from, because we read reports, for example, that Bashar al-Assad's cousin, Rami Makhlouf, is plotting some kind of an insurgency in Syria. Do you find, for example, that kind of a report credible?
Yeah, that's as you know, that's during the ousted regime era, that Bashar al-Assad made Syria as a playground for all the players. And at that time, the Syrian opposition had to force the different players, including Russia, including ISIS, including SDF. And after the liberation, many players, regional player and international player, have negative perspective regarding to the change happened in Damascus after the Assad era, I mean. So that's why, for example, we are talking every day about the Israeli interference in Syria since the liberation until now. I can say we have more than 1,000 inclusion, more than 500 airstrike conducted by Israel. And also we are talking about Iran by supporting the remnants and the supporter of the Assad regime in the coastal area. Also, as you know, that in the south we have also a big challenges regarding to the Suwaida and the Al-Hajari part in Suwaida, as many investigation revealed that they are interlinked with the foreign countries like Israel. Israel, for example, supported the Al-Hajari and his group a day after the liberation. So, of course, that we are navigating very critical transitional period, and the Syrian state has several challenges and obstacles. But we also repeat our strategy that as the Syrian government we favor the political and negotiated solution. We are always in favor to reach a peaceful resolution to everything. That's why we are open to dialogue and we are opening to a political compromise with all partners. But also we have a principle that we always need to ensure that our policy is relying on 3 pillars: one nation, one government, and one army. Under these titles, that we are ready to reach any political compromise.
Dr. Mustafa, since you mentioned Israel there, it's been announced this week that Syria and Israel have agreed to share intelligence, which sounds like a very significant development. I'd like to ask you what that could mean for the future of relations between these two countries.
So after months of hostilities from Israel and due to the American pressure, especially after the last visit to Netanyahu to the White House, so Trump administration put the pressure on Netanyahu and his team, and they are more convinced by the Syrian perspective to resolve the dispute with Israel. The Syria principle is clear that withdrawal from all the position and from all area has been occupied after December 8th, and Israel should be committed to the 1974 disengagement agreement, and of course, we have an interest to reach to go back to this agreement, or to reach a similar agreement that can preserve the sovereignty of Syria, the Syrian unity, and prevent any kind of foreign interference in our internal affairs. So that's why it's earlier to talk about the agreement as the statement that the United States issued after the last round, last negotiation round in Paris, that the United States established kind of mechanisms, kind of communication cell in order to exchange intelligence information, and in order to pave the way to reach a kind of agreement that can ban the military intervention of Israel, especially in the south.
Okay, talking about intelligence sharing, there was a warning that came from the Israeli intelligence that Iran could be planning to assassinate President Ahmed al-Shara. And I wonder how seriously Syria takes that warning.
Regardless of the Iranian intention, and of course, I think that the Iranian leaders, we have a long history in fighting Iranian militia here in Syria, and I think that the Iranian leaders have a bad intention, not only for the Syrian leader or for their people as well. So, however, it's a different path. The Syrian state now trying to build its intelligence institution, in order to protect all its peoples, including the president.
And when you look at the huge protests taking place in Iran today, what does that tell you about the direction Iran is heading in?
I think it's expected that after decades of authoritarianism and military interference of the Iran state and Iranian militia, and without focusing on the economic development and without taking care of their people interest, I think that the Iranian people has reached a point that they are not asking for a reform. I think they are asking beyond the political reform. However, Syria state is eager not to interfere in any country, but there is the track, and also we are standing with the all people asking for their freedom.
And just turning our eye back to Israel for a moment, do you see a day when Syria signs the Abraham Accords?
As the President Ahmad al-Shara said, it's early to talk about the negotiation or the Golan Heights. So Syria cannot be a part of Abraham Accord because Israel is occupying our land, especially in Golan Heights. And as the President mentioned, that the Abraham Accord is accord between a state that Israel doesn't occupying its land. So the situation in Syria is different, and we are not expecting to be part of Abraham Accord, at least in the short and mid-term.
Now, on the 1st of January, a new Syrian currency went into circulation, and now Bashar al-Assad's face is no longer on banknotes. There are also 2 fewer zeros on the banknotes than there were before. Do you view this as being a sign that life in Syria and the Syrian economy, things are beginning to stabilize?
We hope that. Of course, it's a new era, and as you know, the oldest Syrian banknote is not useful for everyday activity in the marketing. So that's why it was a need. It was a need to facilitate the movement of the banknote in the market. That's why the Syrian Central Bank was eager to issue a new banknote. But it's early to link between the economic development and the enhancing of the Syrian economy with the banknote. Maybe it can be an introduction or the first step in the long path toward recovery, reconstruction, and economic development.
Are you starting to see large numbers of Syrians returning home from years of living abroad?
Again, I'm sorry.
Are you seeing large numbers of Syrians who've been living abroad these last 12, 13, 14 years starting to come back in large numbers?
Yeah, they started already, according to statistics and to the UN statistic. There's more than 1,100,000 have been returned to Syria after the liberation. Of course, according to the post-conflict study, that's the returning of the refugees usually take between 5 and 7 years. However, as a Syrian government, we are trying to prepare the proper condition in order to facilitate Syrians go back to their country and contributing to the state building, especially most of them now, or a large segment of the Syrian people, they are living in a different context. They have access to education, and they can contribute positively in the state building after the Assad era.
Okay, and just lastly, I want to ask you, across the border from Syria in Lebanon, the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has been visiting today. Lebanon is under a lot of pressure to get rid of Hezbollah, pressure from the United States. And of course, Hezbollah is backed by Iran. What message would you like to see Beirut giving to that visiting foreign minister?
Yeah, according, as you know, that's our relation with Lebanon, with our neighbors, Lebanon, was very critical in the past. However, we decided to open a new chapter in our bilateral relationship. So the President Ahmed Shara was clear that we have a lot in common with the Lebanese, and we want to open a new page in our relation. So I think we are eager that no Lebanese parties want to interfere in our internal affairs. The second issue, we are against, and we are calling the Lebanese authorities to deal with the remnants of the regime who is taking Lebanon as a safe haven and planning or launching area in their attack against our forces. So, and of course, the development and improving our relation need time of healing and recovery. However, we decided to go forward in this path.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. You've been very generous with your time. Dr. Hamza Al-Mustafa, Syria's Minister of Information. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Well, that is all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Look forward to seeing you again for another edition of Global News Today on Monday. Until then, goodbye.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government's support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. Marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
it is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the DUC Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the state of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility. In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7th. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the state of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
Are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.